Welcome to our series, the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this opening lesson, we will gently guide you through the very first steps of Texas Hold'em poker. Together we will learn how the table is arranged, how blinds begin the action, and how each hand unfolds from the cards you hold to the final showdown. The language will remain calm, the pacing unhurried, and the details clear. This first lesson will give you a complete foundation to understand how Texas Hold'em begins, setting the stage for all the lessons that follow. Chapter 1: Why Poker Captures Us. Poker has always held a special place in the imagination, drawing people from quiet home games to bright casino rooms. What is it that makes this simple game of cards so compelling? At its heart, poker is a balance of chance, skill, and human connection. Every hand begins with uncertainty. Cards are shuffled, dealt face down, and no one knows what the outcome will be. That hidden information is the spark, creating curiosity that pulls players in. Each decision along the way, whether to fold, call, or raise, becomes part of a story shaped by both luck and choice. Unlike many games of pure chance, poker allows the player's mind to guide the outcome. With patience, observation, and practice, a player can improve, learning how to judge not only the strength of their own cards, but also the behavior of others. The fascination lies in this mix. Sometimes a weak hand can be played strongly and win, while a strong hand can fall if misplayed. This delicate dance between skill and chance keeps every hand alive with possibility. It is never the same twice, and that endless variety creates a quiet draw that holds our attention. There is also something timeless about poker. The slow rhythm of shuffling, the soft clink of chips, and the measured way players reveal their cards all create an atmosphere of ritual. These moments, repeated hand after hand, feel both familiar and new. Poker has been played for generations, passed down in smoky card rooms, on kitchen tables, and in grand tournaments. That history adds to its charm. When we sit at a poker table, we are not only playing with the cards in front of us, we are joining a long tradition that connects us to countless others who have played before. Another part of the appeal is the human element. Poker is as much about people as it is about cards. Reading an opponent's hesitation, noticing a subtle gesture, or listening to the tone of their bet can provide insights that no rulebook can teach. These small details create a social layer that adds richness to the game. Whether among friends or strangers, poker builds connections, shared in moments of laughter, tension, and quiet thought. Ultimately, poker captures us because it mirrors life in gentle ways. It is a game of decisions made with incomplete information, of patience rewarded and risks sometimes punished, of fortune shifting suddenly and unexpectedly. It teaches acceptance, that not every hand can be won, but that each one offers a chance to learn. In its calm rhythm, poker offers both challenge and comfort. That balance is what draws us in and keeps us returning, hand after hand, to the table. Chapter 2: What makes Texas Hold'em unique? Among the many forms of poker, Texas Hold'em has become the most widely played and most easily recognized. Its structure is simple to learn, yet deep enough to hold endless layers of strategy. What sets it apart begins with its design. Each player receives 2 private cards, known only to them. These whole cards form the foundation of their potential hand. Across the center of the table, 5 community cards are gradually revealed in stages. All players share these cards, combining them with their whole cards to make the best possible 5-card hand. This mixture of private and public information is what gives Texas Hold'em its distinct character. The use of community cards creates constant interaction between players. Unlike games where everyone holds separate hidden hands, in Hold'em each new card revealed in the middle changes the story for everyone at the table. A flop of 3 cards may help one player directly, but it also carries possibilities for opponents. The turn and river add more layers of suspense, as each card may shift the balance of power. This shared tension makes Hold'em a game of both patience and sharp observation. Players are not only measuring their own cards, but watching how those same community cards may connect with others' holdings. Another unique element is the rhythm of betting. Texas Hold'em is built around 4 betting rounds: pre-flop, flop, turn, and river. This structure provides several opportunities for players to make decisions, build pots, or step aside. Each round is a pause, a chance to reflect on new information. The repeated cycle of decision and reveal gives Hold'em its heartbeat, a measured pace that is both suspenseful and soothing. For beginners, the pattern quickly becomes familiar, creating comfort in the repetition. Position is also central in Hold'em. Because the dealer button rotates around the table, each player experiences acting first and acting last. This creates fairness, while also shaping strategy. A decision made from early position carries less information than one made from late position, where a player has seen how others act first. The importance of acting order is one of the game's quiet lessons, teaching patience and awareness with every hand. Texas Hold'em is unique too, in how it blends accessibility with depth. The rules can be explained in minutes, making it easy for new players to sit down and join. Yet beneath those simple rules lies complexity that can be studied for a lifetime. Professionals analyze probabilities, betting patterns, and subtle behavior, while casual players enjoy the social side and the simple thrill of turning over cards. The same game accommodates both levels, offering something to everyone. What makes Texas Hold'em truly special is that balance. It is simple enough to welcome anyone, yet deep enough to never grow old. Its use of shared community cards, its structured betting rhythm, and its rotating positions create a game of fairness, suspense, and endless variety. In its calm flow, it holds both challenge and relaxation, making it the centerpiece of modern poker. Chapter 3: The Table Layout. Imagine settling into the quiet atmosphere of a poker room, where the table itself becomes the stage for every decision. The table is most often oval, a shape that naturally brings each player into view of the others. Around its edge, 6 to 10 players take their seats, each with a personal space for chips and cards. In front of them rests a small area where 2 private cards will soon be dealt face down. These whole cards form the starting point of every hand, a secret foundation known only to the player. At the center of the table lies the shared ground, the community card area. This is where the dealer places cards face up for all to use, blending each player's private cards with a common set that everyone can see. The dealer position, marked by a small disc, moves clockwise from one hand to the next. This quiet rotation keeps the game fair, ensuring that no one player holds the same advantage for long. Chips are stacked neatly in front of each player, colorful markers of both strategy and chance. More than tokens, they represent decisions, whether to protect them carefully, risk them boldly, or use them to pressure an opponent into folding. The way chips move across the felt tells the hidden story of confidence, caution, and shifting fortunes. The table layout is more than furniture. It is the framework that makes the game possible. Its structure ensures that every player sees the same information, that order is maintained, and that the flow of action remains steady. The oval shape, the dealer's rotation, the balance between private and shared cards, all of these details quietly create fairness and rhythm. Understanding this design is the first step to appreciating how Texas Hold'em unfolds. As you picture the soft light across the green felt, notice how each element has its role. The players, their cards, their chips, and the community area all come together in harmony. It is here, at this simple oval table, that strategies will be tested, bluffs will be whispered, and fortunes will rise and fall. With the layout in mind, you can now begin to see how the story of poker takes shape, one hand at a time. Chapter 4: The Dealer Button. At the heart of every Texas Hold'em game is a small round disc known as the dealer button. It may appear simple, just a plastic or metal marker that sits in front of one player, yet its role is central to the fairness and flow of the game. The button quietly rotates one seat to the left after each hand, circling the table like the steady movement of a clock. This rotation ensures that every player, in time, takes on the responsibilities and opportunities that come with each position. No one is left with an advantage for too long, and no one is left without their share of disadvantage either. The dealer button is the anchor that keeps the game in balance. The first role of the dealer button is symbolic. In a home game, the person in this seat would often deal the cards, sliding them across the felt to each player. In casinos or card rooms, a professional dealer handles the action, but the button still designates where the dealing would begin. From this marker, the order of play is determined, setting the stage for blinds, bets, and the flow of every hand. Without the button's steady rotation, the structure of poker would quickly fall apart, leaving confusion instead of clarity. The dealer button also decides who must post the blinds. Immediately to its left sits the small blind, followed by the big blind. These forced bets create the first pot of the hand, ensuring there is always something to play for. As the button moves, these responsibilities shift evenly across the table, so no single player shoulders the burden every time. In this way, the button acts as a silent guide, keeping the cycle of betting both orderly and fair. Another key role of the dealer button is in determining the order of betting. Before the flop, action begins with the player seated to the left of the big blind and moves clockwise around the table. After the flop is revealed, the action changes. From that point forward, the player to the left of the dealer button acts first, while the button itself acts last. To be on the button means to have the final say in each betting round, a powerful advantage that experienced players learn to value. Acting last allows you to watch your opponent's choices before making your own. You can see who checks, who bets, who hesitates, and who pushes forward with confidence. With that knowledge, your decisions are clearer and often stronger. This advantage is not permanent. Because the button rotates, every player eventually enjoys the benefit of acting last, as well as the burden of acting first. The fairness of this system is part of what makes Texas Hold'em so enduring. Each player is drawn into the rhythm of the game, experiencing the ebb and flow of opportunity in equal measure. The button's journey is steady and predictable, yet the decisions it influences are unpredictable and filled with tension. Strategically, players often widen their range of hands when sitting on the button. The reason is simple: the more information you have, the better your choices become. When everyone else has already shown their strength or weakness, you can adjust your own play with greater precision. Even modest hands, ones you might fold in early position, can become playable when you have the luxury of acting last. This is why the button is considered the most favorable seat at the table, a spot where patience and observation are rewarded. As you imagine the calm passing of the dealer button from one seat to the next, think of it not only as a marker, but as a gentle conductor of the game. It ensures that no hand begins without structure, no round proceeds without order, and no player is denied the chance to experience each role. The button is a quiet presence, unassuming yet essential. Without it, Hold'em would lose its rhythm. With it, the game becomes a balanced cycle of fairness, challenge, and opportunity. In the steady movement of this small disc, the essence of poker is quietly preserved. Chapter 5: The Small Blind. To the immediate left of the dealer button sits the small blind, one of the most unique and challenging seats in all of Texas Hold'em. This position carries the responsibility of posting a mandatory wager before any cards are even dealt. The amount is usually half the size of the big blind, though in some games it may be slightly more. While small in value, this forced bet changes the entire nature of the hand. It ensures that action begins right away, that there is always something to play for, and that no hand unfolds without at least some chips already in the pot. The small blind is often seen as a difficult position for new players. Unlike most seats at the table, it requires an immediate investment, without the chance to first evaluate the strength of your cards. This means you are contributing chips to the pot, with no guarantee of holding a playable hand. Over the course of a session, these small bets add up, teaching players that discipline and awareness are essential. It is a gentle reminder that poker is a game of patience as much as it is a game of action. Once the cards are dealt, the small blind becomes even more complex. Before the flop, this player acts after everyone else, except the big blind. After the flop, the small blind must act first in every remaining betting round. This makes the position difficult, because you are forced to make decisions without the benefit of seeing how other players react. In poker, information is power, and the small blind has the least of it. Acting first often means committing chips without knowing whether opponents are strong, weak, or uncertain. This disadvantage is why experienced players often caution beginners not to play too many hands from the small blind. Yet the small blind also offers lessons in strategy. Because you have already invested part of the bet, you will sometimes feel tempted to continue into the hand, even with weak cards. This is called completing the small blind, where you add a few more chips to match the big blind and see the flop. While this can occasionally lead to surprising wins, it can also drain chips over time if done too often. Strong players learn to be selective, choosing carefully when to defend their small blind and when to simply let it go. Folding, though it may feel like surrender, is often the wisest course from this seat. At the same time, there are moments when the small blind can be a place of opportunity. Against only one or two opponents, a well-timed raise from the small blind can seize control of the hand. By taking the initiative, you shift pressure onto others, turning your positional disadvantage into a weapon. This blend of risk and restraint is what makes the small blind such a fascinating position. It is both a weakness to manage and a tool to use when the moment feels right. Over the course of a game, every player will spend time in the small blind. As the dealer button rotates, the responsibility passes around the table, ensuring fairness. No one can avoid it forever. Everyone will face the challenge of acting first with only partial investment in the pot. In this way, the small blind serves as a quiet equalizer, gently reminding each player that poker requires adaptability in all circumstances. As you imagine sitting in this seat, picture the small stack of chips already in the pot, placed before you even look at your cards. Feel the tension of being asked to act early, with less information than anyone else. The small blind may be a modest bet, but it shapes the decisions of the hand in powerful ways. It is a position that teaches discipline, strategy, and humility. More than just a rule, it is a fundamental part of the game's rhythm, ensuring that Texas Hold'em always begins with energy, fairness, and a gentle push of chips into play. Chapter 4: The Big Blind. 2 seats to the left of the dealer button sits the big blind, the larger of the 2 forced bets in Texas Hold'em. Like the small blind, it is placed before any cards are dealt, but unlike its smaller counterpart, the big blind equals the full minimum bet at the table. This wager ensures that there is always a meaningful pot to contest, giving players an incentive to take part in the hand rather than waiting endlessly for perfect cards. The big blind is one of the anchors of the game, a quiet yet essential part of poker's structure. When you are in the big blind, you have already committed chips before seeing your cards. This commitment means that you are often drawn into the action, whether you want to be or not. If everyone folds, you collect the small blind and win the pot without resistance. If players only call, you can check and see the flop for free, using your invested chips to your advantage. But if a raise comes, the decision becomes more complex. Do you continue to defend your blind, risking more chips with an uncertain hand, or do you surrender what you've already placed? This constant balancing act is what makes the big blind one of the most interesting positions in poker. Acting from the big blind also carries unique timing. Before the flop, you are the last player to act. This allows you to see how everyone else has chosen to play before making your decision. If the table is filled with cautious calls, you may feel more comfortable defending your blind. If aggressive raises are made, you must weigh the strength of your hand carefully against the cost of continuing. After the flop, however, the big blind becomes one of the earliest seats to act, losing that advantage. This shift adds another layer of complexity, reminding players that every decision is shaped not only by their cards, but by their position. Strategically, strong players treat the big blind differently from other seats. Because part of the bet is already invested, many players defend more hands here than they would in another position. Even modest cards may be worth continuing with, especially against a single opponent. Over time, however, it is important to recognize that defending too widely can lead to slow losses. The big blind asks for balance, knowing when to protect your investment and when to accept the cost of folding. It is a position that rewards observation and patience, as much as it rewards boldness. There are moments when the big blind can be turned into an opportunity. Facing a table of cautious players, a strong raise from this seat can reclaim control of the hand. Opponents who only limped in may fold, allowing you to win the pot outright. Even against raises, re-raising from the big blind can send a message of strength. These decisions require judgment, and they carry risk, but they remind us that even in a seat of obligation, there is room for creativity. The rotation of blinds ensures that every player takes on this role in turn. It is not a penalty, but a shared responsibility that keeps the game moving forward. The chips placed in the big blind are not lost. They are the foundation of action, the opening contribution that makes the hand possible. Each time the button moves, a new player experiences the challenge of this seat, keeping the game fair and balanced. As you imagine yourself sitting in the big blind, picture the quiet weight of chips already in the pot. You have committed before seeing your hand, and now the table's decisions come around to you. Sometimes you will fold, sometimes you will defend, and sometimes you will surprise your opponents with a bold raise. The big blind is not only a forced bet, it is the gateway into countless moments of tension and strategy. It is a position that teaches resilience, reminding you that even when you begin with an obligation, you still hold the power to shape the hand's story. Chapter 7. The Rotation of Blinds. Every hand of Texas Hold'em begins with blinds, but what makes them truly meaningful is not the size of the bets, but the way they rotate. With each hand, the dealer button moves clockwise, and with it, the small blind and the big blind shift to new players. This gentle rotation is the game's way of keeping balance. No one carries the cost forever, and no one escapes it completely. Over time, everyone shares the same responsibility, creating a rhythm that keeps the table fair. For the players, this rotation shapes the flow of the session. One hand you may be asked to post the big blind, defending your chips before you even see your cards. A few hands later, you are free from that duty, watching others take their turn instead. This cycle ensures variety. The table never feels static, because every orbit brings new positions, new challenges, and new perspectives. The fairness of this system is subtle, but powerful. Imagine a game without rotation. Some players would sit comfortably without ever contributing, while others would always be asked to pay. The rotation prevents this imbalance, ensuring that everyone participates equally. It is not punishment, but a gentle reminder that poker is a shared experience, built on contribution as much as competition. The rhythm of blinds also brings structure to time. In a long session, players often measure progress by the number of orbits they have completed, each circle of the button marking another passage of play. This steady movement creates continuity, a reminder that while each hand is unique, the cycle of poker is constant. As you picture the dealer sliding the button one seat to the left, imagine the quiet fairness it represents. Each player, in turn, will face the challenge of the blinds, and each will enjoy freedom when the button passes by. This simple act of rotation keeps the game alive, weaving balance into every hand. More than just bets, the blinds are the heartbeat of the table, pulsing evenly from player to player as the story of poker unfolds. Chapter 8. Hole Cards. As you settle into the rhythm of a poker game, one of the first things you'll notice is the dealer's smooth, practiced motion, as they begin to distribute the cards. Each player receives 2 private cards, known as hole cards. These cards are dealt one at a time, face down, in a gentle, deliberate manner. The dealer moves around the table, ensuring each player receives their cards in turn. This moment is quiet, almost reverent, as players anticipate the possibilities these cards might hold. Once the cards are dealt, each player carefully lifts the corners of their hole cards, peeking at them discreetly. This is a private moment, a small secret between the player and their cards. The value of these hole cards will only be revealed to the rest of the table through the player's actions and decisions as the game progresses. It's important to protect these cards, shielding them from the view of others, as they hold the key to your strategy in the hand. The hole cards are more than just 2 pieces of cardboard. They are the foundation of your hand. In Texas Hold'em, the goal is to combine these 2 private cards with the 5 community cards that will eventually be placed on the table. Together, these cards create the best possible 5-card hand. The anticipation of how your hole cards will interact with the community cards is part of the excitement and challenge of the game. As you sit at the table, you might feel a sense of calm anticipation. You know that the cards you hold, combined with those yet to be revealed, will determine your path in this hand. The game unfolds slowly, with each round of betting bringing new possibilities. The suspense builds as you wait to see how your personal cards will connect with the community cards, forming a hand that could lead to victory. This moment of waiting, of quiet observation, is integral to the flow of poker. It requires patience and a keen sense of awareness. You must remain attentive, watching the reactions of other players, considering their potential hands, and planning your next move. The hole cards are your secret weapon, and how you choose to play them can make all the difference. Protecting your hole cards is not just about keeping them hidden from view. It's about maintaining their mystery, preserving the suspense that is at the heart of poker. As you hold your cards close, you are part of a tradition that has been played out on poker tables around the world for generations. Each player, from the novice to the seasoned pro, has experienced this moment of quiet anticipation, this delicate balance of secrecy and strategy. In the soft glow of the poker room, with the gentle rustle of chips and the quiet murmur of players, you find yourself immersed in the game. The hole cards in your hand are a promise of potential, a whisper of what might be. As you wait for the next card to be revealed, you are part of a timeless dance of chance and skill, where every decision matters and every moment is filled with possibility. Chapter 9: The Deck of Cards. Before the first bet is placed, and before the first community card is revealed, the game begins with a simple but powerful tool, the standard deck of 52 cards. This familiar deck is divided into 4 suits: hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades. Each suit carries 13 ranks, from the humble 2 to the powerful ace. Every card has its role, and every suit is equal in value, creating a foundation of fairness where no one begins with an advantage. The beauty of poker rests on this balance, where the outcome is shaped not by the design of the cards, but by the decisions of the players who hold them. The act of shuffling transforms the deck into a new story with every hand. Each shuffle erases the patterns of the last game, mixing suits and ranks into a fresh order that no one can predict. This randomness is not chaos, it is the guarantee that each hand stands on its own. As the cards are spread across the table, they carry no memory of what came before. The unpredictability of the shuffle ensures that every round of poker is a new beginning, an equal opportunity for skill, patience, and luck to meet. Though the deck is simple in design, it offers endless variety. With 52 cards, the possible combinations are vast, creating millions of unique hands and outcomes. This depth is part of the charm of Texas Hold'em. No two games are ever the same, and no two players face identical challenges. A pair of aces might be a blessing one moment, yet crumble against an unlikely straight or flush the next. The deck does not favor or discriminate. It simply provides the canvas upon which the game is painted. The ranks within the deck create their own quiet hierarchy. Low cards like 2s and 3s may seem unremarkable, yet they are the building blocks of straights. Face cards, jacks, queens, and kings, bring a sense of strength and prestige, often shaping the most memorable pots. The ace, flexible and adaptable, stands both high and low. It can anchor the smallest straight or crown the rare royal flush. This flexibility makes the ace one of the most fascinating cards, a reminder that in poker, value is always shaped by context. Beyond structure, the deck holds a rhythm that guides the flow of the game. It is shuffled, dealt, revealed, and then gathered again, only to be reshuffled for the next hand. This cycle repeats endlessly, steady and reliable, like the quiet ticking of time. The cards may change, but the ritual remains the same. Players find comfort in this rhythm, a reminder that while each outcome is uncertain, the process is constant and familiar. As you sit at the table, take a moment to appreciate the quiet power of the deck. 52 cards, equal in design yet infinite in possibility, hold within them the rise and fall of fortunes, the tension of decisions, and the calm patience of waiting for the right moment to act. With each shuffle, the story begins anew, carrying you gently into the next hand, where anything can happen and everything is possible. Chapter 10: Hand Rankings Overview. In the game of Texas Hold'em poker, understanding hand rankings is essential. Poker hands are ranked from weakest to strongest, and this hierarchy is crucial when determining the winner at the end of a hand. Let's begin with the most basic hand, known as the high card. This is the lowest ranking hand you can have. When no player has a pair or better, the player with the highest card wins. For example, if you have an ace and your opponent has a king, your ace high card would win. It's a simple concept, but an important one to grasp as it forms the foundation of poker hand rankings. Moving up from the high card, we have the pair. A pair consists of two cards of the same rank, such as 2 sevens or 2 queens. If two players have a pair, the one with the higher pair wins. If both players have the same pair, then the next highest card, known as the kicker, determines the winner. This is followed by 2 pair, which is exactly what it sounds like, 2 different pairs in the same hand, such as 2 5s and 2 8s. If 2 players have 2 pair, the higher pair is compared first, and if they are the same, the second pair is compared. If both pairs are the same, the kicker once again comes into play. Next we have 3 of a kind, also known as trips or a set. This hand consists of 3 cards of the same rank, such as 3 jacks. It's stronger than 2 pair, but weaker than a straight. A straight is a sequence of 5 cards in consecutive order, such as 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The suits do not matter in a straight, only the order of the cards. If two players have a straight, the one with the higher top card wins. Following the straight is the flush. A flush is made up of 5 cards of the same suit, but not in sequence. For example, 5 hearts or 5 spades. If two players have a flush, the player with the highest card in the flush wins. Then we have the full house, which is a combination of 3 of a kind and a pair, such as 3 tens and 2 fours. If two players have a full house, the one with the higher 3 of a kind wins. Next is 4 of a kind, also known as quads. This hand consists of 4 cards of the same rank, such as 4 aces. It's a very strong hand, and is only beaten by a straight flush or a royal flush. A straight flush is a combination of a straight and a flush, meaning 5 consecutive cards of the same suit. The highest possible straight flush is the royal flush, which is the best hand in poker. It consists of the ace, king, queen, jack, and 10 of the same suit. This hand is unbeatable. Understanding these rankings is crucial for playing poker effectively. They determine the winner when hands are revealed, known as the showdown. Knowing the rankings helps prevent confusion and ensures you can play confidently. Each of these rankings will be explained in more detail in the chapters ahead, so you can feel at ease as you learn and grow more comfortable with the game. Chapter 11. High Card. In the world of Texas Hold'em poker, the high card is the simplest and often the most overlooked hand. When no player at the table has managed to form a pair, a straight, or any other combination, the high card takes on a quiet significance. Imagine a scenario where you and your opponents reveal your cards at the end of a round, and no one has made a pair or better. In this case, the player with the highest single card wins the hand. It's a straightforward concept, yet it carries a subtle power in the game. The ace stands as the highest possible card in a high card scenario. It can be a comforting presence in your hand when the community cards on the table fail to connect with anyone's holdings. Picture yourself with an ace in your hand, and as the final card is revealed, you realize no one has managed to form a pair. Your ace quietly asserts its dominance, securing the pot for you. It's a gentle reminder that even the most basic hand can hold value when others miss their mark. Sometimes players find themselves in a situation where multiple hands have the same high card. This is where kickers come into play. A kicker is the next highest card in your hand that helps break ties between players with the same high card. For example, if you have an ace and a queen, and your opponent has an ace and a jack, your queen acts as the kicker. It gives you the edge, allowing you to win the hand. The presence of kickers adds a layer of strategy and nuance to what might otherwise seem like a simple hand. Consider a hand where you hold an ace and a queen, and the community cards offer no pairs or better combinations. Your opponent reveals a king and a jack. In this instance, your ace-queen triumphs over their king-jack. The ace, as your high card, leads the way, while the queen, as your kicker, ensures your victory. It's a moment of quiet satisfaction, knowing that even without a strong combination, your cards have prevailed. The high card may not be the most glamorous hand in poker, but it serves as a reminder of the game's unpredictability. In a round where everyone misses their draws, the high card becomes a beacon of hope, It's a testament to the idea that in poker, every card has its place and purpose. Sometimes it's the simplest hands that can surprise you, turning the tide of a game when you least expect it. The high card doesn't boast the complexity of a full house or the allure of a straight flush, but it holds its own quiet dignity. When the chips are down and the cards are revealed, the high card can be your unexpected ally. It's a gentle reminder that in the world of poker, even the smallest details can make a difference. With patience and a bit of luck, a high card can carry you to victory, proving that in this game of skill and chance, every card counts. Chapter 12. One Pair. In Texas Hold'em poker, one of the fundamental hand combinations you will encounter is a pair. A pair is simply two cards of the same rank. Imagine you are dealt two sevens. These two cards together form a pair of sevens. Similarly, if you have two queens, you hold a pair of queens. The concept is straightforward, yet it is a critical building block in the game of poker. When you sit at a poker table, you will notice that pairs are quite common. They often serve as the foundation for many winning hands. In a game, if you and another player both have a pair, the player with the higher pair will win the hand. For instance, if you have a pair of kings and your opponent has a pair of jacks, your pair of kings will win because kings rank higher than jacks. This hierarchy of card ranks is an essential aspect of understanding poker hands. Sometimes two players may end up with the same pair. In such cases, the winner is determined by the next highest card, known as the kicker. For example, if both you and another player have a pair of tens, the player with the highest kicker card will win the hand. If your kicker is an ace and your opponent's kicker is a king, your hand will be the winning one. This rule ensures that even when pairs are equal, there is a way to decide the winner. Pairs are not only common, but also quite valuable in poker. They often win small pots, especially when other players do not have stronger hands. In the early stages of learning poker, understanding the value of a pair can significantly enhance your gameplay. Recognizing when a pair is strong enough to bet on, or when it might be better to fold, is a skill that develops over time. As you become more familiar with the game, you will notice that pairs can lead to more complex hand combinations. For instance, if you have a pair and the community cards reveal another card of the same rank, you have three of a kind. This progression from a simple pair to a more powerful hand is part of what makes poker an intriguing and strategic game. The concept of a pair is simple, yet powerful. It is a fundamental part of poker that you will encounter frequently. Remember that higher pairs beat lower pairs, and kickers can decide ties. As you continue to play and observe, you will gain a deeper appreciation for the role of pairs in the game. They are the building blocks of many winning hands, and understanding their value is key to becoming a proficient poker player. Chapter 13. Two Pair. In Texas Hold'em poker, the concept of two pair is a fundamental hand ranking that can often lead to a winning hand, yet it remains vulnerable to higher combinations. When you have two pair, it means you have two distinct pairs within your 5-card hand. For instance, you might hold a pair of kings and a pair of tens. Imagine looking at your cards and seeing a king of hearts and a king of spades, alongside a 10 of diamonds and a 10 of clubs. These pairs form the core of your hand, with one additional card known as the kicker. This kicker can be any card, such as a 3 of hearts, and it plays a crucial role if your 2 pair needs to be compared against another player's similar hand. In a game of Hold'em, the strength of a 2 pair hand is initially determined by the higher pair. If you and another player both have 2 pair, the player with the higher pair wins. For example, if your opponent has a pair of queens and a pair of jacks, while you have a pair of kings and a pair of tens, your hand would be stronger because kings rank higher than queens. This hierarchy is essential in deciding the winner when 2 pair hands are in contention. However, there are occasions when both players might have the same high pair. In such cases, the second pair comes into play. If you both have a pair of kings, but your second pair is tens and your opponent's second pair is nines, your hand would still be superior. The second pair acts as a tiebreaker when the highest pair is identical. In some scenarios, the 2 pair hands might be completely identical, with both players holding, for example, a pair of kings and a pair of tens. Here, the kicker becomes the deciding factor. The kicker is the 5th card in the hand, which is not part of the 2 pairs. If your kicker is a higher card than your opponent's, your hand would win. For instance, if your kicker is an ace and your opponent's is a 9, your hand would take the pot. 2 pair hands are quite common in Texas Hold'em, and they often provide a strong position in a round of betting. However, it's important to remember that while 2 pair can be a solid hand, it is not invincible. There are several other hand rankings that can surpass it, such as 3 of a kind, straights and flushes. This means that while holding 2 pair can give you confidence, you must remain vigilant about the community cards on the table and the betting behavior of your opponents. Understanding the dynamics of 2 pair is crucial for beginners learning the game. It teaches the importance of hand rankings and the subtle intricacies of determining the winner when hands are closely matched. As you gain experience, recognizing the strength of your hand in relation to the community cards and your opponent's potential holdings will become second nature. This knowledge will guide you in making informed decisions about when to bet, when to raise, and when to fold, ultimately enhancing your overall poker strategy. Chapter 14. 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind, often referred to as trips or a set, is a hand in Texas Hold'em poker that consists of 3 cards of the same rank. This hand is a step up in strength from 2 pair and can often surprise opponents with its quiet power. To form 3 of a kind, you need 3 cards that share the same numerical value. For instance, if you hold 3 eights, you have 3 of a kind. Similarly, 3 jacks would also form this hand. The beauty of 3 of a kind lies in its ability to appear unexpectedly, especially when your opponents might be anticipating more common hands like pairs or 2 pairs. There are 2 primary ways to achieve 3 of a kind in Texas Hold'em: a set and trips. A set occurs when you start with a pocket pair in your hand, such as 2 sevens, and then one of the community cards on the board matches your pair. This means you now have 3 sevens, forming a set. The advantage of a set is that it can be quite deceptive. Your opponents may not immediately realize you have such a strong hand, especially if the board doesn't show any obvious threats like a straight or flush potential. On the other hand, trips happen when 2 of the same rank appear among the community cards on the board, and you hold the 3rd matching card in your hand. For example, if the board shows 2 kings and you have a king in your hand, you have trips. Trips can be a bit more visible to your opponents, since the pair on the board is evident to everyone. However, the strength of trips should not be underestimated, as it can still dominate many other hands, particularly if your opponents are holding weaker combinations, like a single pair or high card. In the hierarchy of poker hands, 3 of a kind is stronger than 2 pair. 2 pair consists of 2 different pairs, such as 2 5s and 2 9s. While 2 pair can be a decent hand, 3 of a kind surpasses it due to the higher probability of winning against a wider range of hands. However, it's important to remember that 3 of a kind is not invincible. It is still weaker than a straight, which is 5 consecutive cards of any suit. Therefore, while holding 3 of a kind, it's crucial to be mindful of the board and the potential for straights or even flushes. The strength of 3 of a kind lies in its balance between power and subtlety. It can often win pots without needing to improve further, especially in situations where the board doesn't suggest stronger hands like straights or flushes. When playing with 3 of a kind, it's essential to gauge the betting patterns of your opponents. If they seem hesitant or are making small bets, it might indicate that your hand is currently the best. Conversely, if they are aggressive, it's wise to consider the possibility of stronger hands. 3 of a kind, whether achieved through a set or trips, is a formidable hand in Texas Hold'em poker. Its ability to outmatch 2 pair makes it a valuable asset in any player's arsenal. By understanding the nuances of how 3 of a kind is formed and its relative strength, you can make more informed decisions at the table. Keep an eye on the board and your opponents, and you'll be well equipped to maximize the potential of this powerful hand. Chapter 15. Straight. In the world of Texas Hold'em poker, understanding the concept of a straight is essential. A straight is a hand consisting of 5 consecutive cards, and the suits of these cards do not matter. This means that as long as the cards follow in sequence, they form a straight, regardless of whether they are hearts, diamonds, clubs, or spades. For example, a hand containing the cards 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 forms a straight. The beauty of a straight lies in its simplicity and the flexibility it offers in play. One of the unique aspects of straights in poker is the role of the ace. The ace is a versatile card that can act as either the highest or the lowest card in a straight. When the ace is used as the highest card, it completes a straight with the sequence 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. This is often referred to as a Broadway straight. On the other hand, the ace can also be used as the lowest card in a straight, forming the sequence Ace, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is sometimes called a wheel straight. Understanding this dual role of the ace can be pivotal in recognizing potential straights in your hand or on the board. In the hierarchy of poker hands, a straight is a strong hand. It beats a 3 of a kind, which consists of 3 cards of the same rank and 2 unrelated cards. This means that if you are holding a straight, you can feel confident against opponents who might be holding 3 of a kind. However, it is important to remember that straights can be vulnerable to other hands. For instance, a flush, which is 5 cards of the same suit, can beat a straight, even if the straight is composed of high cards. Additionally, a higher straight will always beat a lower straight. For example, a straight running from 6 to 10 will be defeated by a straight running from 7 to Jack. When playing Texas Hold'em, recognizing the potential for a straight can be crucial. As the community cards are revealed on the table, observe the sequences that might form. If you have a 3 and a 4 in your hand, and the board shows a 5, 6, and 7, you have a straight. This ability to quickly identify straights can give you an edge in the game. It allows you to make informed decisions about betting, raising, or folding. The strategic implications of holding a straight can vary, depending on the context of the game. In some situations, a straight might be the best possible hand, while in others, it might be vulnerable to higher hands. Always consider the possibility of opponents holding a flush or a higher straight, especially when there are multiple players in the hand. Being aware of these possibilities can help you manage your bets wisely and avoid unnecessary risks. The straight is a fundamental hand in Texas Hold'em poker. It is defined by 5 consecutive cards, with the ace capable of serving as either the highest or lowest card. While a straight is a strong hand that can beat a 3 of a kind, it must be played carefully, considering the potential for higher hands like flushes or higher straights. Understanding these dynamics will enhance your ability to play effectively and enjoy the strategic depth that poker offers. Chapter 16: Flush. In Texas Hold'em poker, understanding the different hand rankings is fundamental to playing the game effectively. One of the hands you might encounter is called a flush. A flush consists of 5 cards all sharing the same suit. The order of these cards does not matter, as long as they are all from the same suit, such as hearts, diamonds, clubs, or spades. For instance, you might have an ace, 7, 5, 3, and 2, all of spades. This combination forms a flush, simply because all 5 cards are spades. When you have a flush, it's important to know how it stands against other hands. If you and another player both have a flush, the winner is determined by the highest card in the flush. For example, if your flush is made up of an ace, 7, 5, 3, and 2 of spades, and your opponent has a king, 10, 8, 6, and 4 of hearts, you would win because the ace is higher than the king. The highest card in the flush is what counts, and it's a simple yet crucial detail to remember. Flushes are strong hands in poker, but they have their place in the hierarchy of hand rankings. A flush will beat a straight, which is a sequence of 5 cards in consecutive order, but not necessarily of the same suit. For example, a straight might be a sequence like 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of mixed suits. Even though a straight is a solid hand, it falls short when compared to a flush. The uniformity of the suit in a flush gives it an edge over the sequential order of a straight. However, a flush is not invincible. It is weaker than a full house, which is a combination of 3 cards of one rank and 2 cards of another rank. For example, 3 jacks and 2 eights form a full house. The full house is a more complex hand and ranks higher than a flush due to the combination of 3 of a kind and a pair. In a showdown, if you hold a flush and your opponent reveals a full house, the full house will take the pot. In the grand scheme of poker hands, understanding where a flush fits can help you make better decisions during the game. Knowing that a flush beats a straight but loses to a full house can guide your betting strategy and help you assess the strength of your hand relative to others. This knowledge allows you to play with confidence, knowing when to push your advantage or when to exercise caution. As you continue to learn and play, these hand rankings will become second nature. The flush, with its simple requirement of 5 cards of the same suit, is a powerful hand in many situations. Remembering how it compares to other hands will serve you well as you navigate the exciting and strategic world of Texas Hold'em poker. Chapter 17. Full House. A full house is a compelling hand in Texas Hold'em poker, combining the strength of three of a kind with the subtle support of a pair. Imagine holding a hand where you have three queens, each queen adding its regal presence to your strategy, and alongside them two fives, quietly yet confidently backing up the trio. This combination, known as a full house, is a powerful force at the poker table. The beauty of a full house lies in its balance of strength and subtlety. It's a hand that can turn the tide of a game, offering a blend of power and finesse. When you hold a full house, the rank of the three-of-a-kind portion, or the triplet, is what primarily determines the hand's strength in any tie situations. For instance, if two players both have full houses, the one with the higher triplet will win. So, if you hold three queens and your opponent holds three jacks, your full house would emerge victorious. This makes the triplet the cornerstone of your hand's power, a key factor to consider when assessing your position at the table. In the hierarchy of poker hands, a full house ranks above a flush, but below four of a kind. This means that while it can decisively beat a flush, it still falls short if faced with the formidable four of a kind. Understanding this ranking is crucial, as it helps you gauge the potential strength of your hand against others. In many cases, a full house can be the decisive factor in medium-sized pots, where its strength is often unmatched by the more common hands like straights and flushes. The rarity of a full house adds to its allure. It's not a hand you'll see every round, and when it does appear, it brings with it a sense of calm assurance. Knowing that you hold a full house can instill a quiet confidence, allowing you to play with a steady hand and a clear mind. This hand doesn't just offer power, it offers a strategic advantage, giving you the opportunity to make calculated moves and potentially dominate the round. Holding a full house can feel like having a secret weapon. It's a hand that invites patience and precision, encouraging you to observe your opponents and make thoughtful decisions. As you play, remember the strength of your triplet, the supportive presence of your pair, and the overall power of the full house. Let this hand guide you through the game with a sense of calm confidence, knowing that you hold one of the most powerful combinations in Texas Hold'em poker. Chapter 18. Four of a kind. In the game of Texas Hold'em poker, one of the most powerful hands you can achieve is known as four of a kind, or quads. This hand is formed when you have four cards of the same rank, which makes it a formidable combination at the poker table. Imagine having four aces in your hand. The sight is enough to send a shiver down the spine of any opponent, as it signifies an almost unbeatable hand. Similarly, four nines would also constitute four of a kind. This hand is extremely rare, making it a prized possession when it does occur. The rarity of four of a kind is what makes it so special. In the grand scheme of poker hands, it is much less common than a full house, a flush, or even a straight. This scarcity is due to the need for four cards of the same rank, which is a challenging feat given the random nature of card distribution in poker. When you do manage to achieve this hand, it often leads to a significant advantage over your opponents, as very few hands can surpass it in strength. In situations where two players both have four of a kind using the community cards, the winner is determined by the kicker. The kicker is the highest ranking card that is not part of the four of a kind. For example, if you have 4 aces with a king as your kicker, and your opponent has 4 aces with a queen as their kicker, your hand would be the winning hand. The kicker plays a crucial role in breaking ties and can be the deciding factor in who takes the pot. Despite its strength, 4 of a kind is not invincible. It is beaten only by 2 other hands, the straight flush and the royal flush. A straight flush consists of 5 consecutive cards of the same suit, while a royal flush is a specific type of straight flush that includes the ace, king, queen, jack, and 10, all of the same suit. These hands are even rarer than 4 of a kind, which is why they hold the highest positions in the hierarchy of poker hands. The power of 4 of a kind lies in its ability to dominate nearly all other hands. When you hold such a hand, you can play with confidence, knowing that the odds are heavily in your favor. This hand can lead to significant wins, especially if your opponents are holding strong but inferior hands like a full house or a flush. The element of surprise and the sheer strength of 4 of a kind can often lead to a thrilling showdown at the poker table. 4 of a kind is a rare and powerful hand in Texas Hold'em poker. Its formation requires 4 cards of the same rank, and it is capable of beating most other hands except for the elusive straight flush and royal flush. The rarity and strength of this hand make it a formidable force in any poker game, providing a significant advantage to those fortunate enough to hold it. Chapter 19: Straight Flush. The straight flush is a harmonious blend of sequence and suit, where 5 cards follow one another in perfect order, all sharing the same suit. Imagine, for instance, holding the 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of diamonds. Each card, a glistening gem in its own right, comes together to form a sequence that is as mesmerizing as it is formidable. The straight flush is a hand that stands tall in the hierarchy of poker hands, a testament to its strength and rarity. When you find yourself with a straight flush, you are holding one of the most coveted combinations in the game. This hand is not just strong, it is exceptionally rare, a true jewel in the crown of poker hands. It is a hand that commands respect at the table, often leading to victory in the majority of poker showdowns. The straight flush is a hand that can only be surpassed by another straight flush of a higher rank, or the illustrious royal flush, which is the pinnacle of poker hands. The royal flush, composed of the 10 jack, queen, king, and ace of the same suit, is the only hand that can outshine the straight flush in its brilliance. The beauty of the straight flush lies in its simplicity and elegance. Each card in the sequence contributes to the overall strength of the hand, and the shared suit ties them together in a seamless flow. As you hold this hand, you can almost feel the quiet power it exudes, a silent assurance of its potential to dominate the game. The rarity of the straight flush adds to its allure, making it a hand that players dream of achieving. It is a moment of triumph when the cards reveal themselves in such perfect harmony, a testament to the unpredictable yet rewarding nature of poker. In the tranquil setting of a poker game, the straight flush emerges as a beacon of strength. It is a hand that, when played, can shift the dynamics of the table, turning the tide in your favor. The other players, recognizing the power of your hand, may find themselves reconsidering their strategies, aware of the formidable opponent they face. The straight flush is a hand that commands attention, a reminder of the skill and luck that intertwine in the game of poker. Chapter 20: Royal Flush. In the world of Texas Hold'em poker, there exists a hand that stands above all others, a hand that is both the epitome of poker prowess and the dream of every player who sits at the table. This hand is known as the royal flush. A royal flush is composed of an ace, king, queen, jack, and 10, all of the same suit. Imagine, if you will, the elegance of a deck's highest cards, each one a picture of regality, coming together in perfect harmony. Whether they are hearts, diamonds, clubs, or spades, the suit does not matter as long as they are unified. This union of cards represents the pinnacle of poker hands, the ultimate combination that cannot be surpassed by any other hand in the game. The royal flush is not just the highest possible hand, it is a symbol of poker's ultimate achievement. It is a hand that, when revealed, commands respect and admiration from all who witness it. In the hierarchy of poker hands, the royal flush sits at the very top, untouchable and unbeaten. No other hand can compete with its supremacy. A straight flush, four of a kind, a full house, or any other combination falls short when faced with a royal flush. It is the hand that all players hope to see when they look at their hole cards and the community cards on the table. Yet, it is also a hand that is shrouded in rarity. The rarity of a royal flush is part of what makes it so iconic. In the vast number of hands played in a poker game, the chances of being dealt a royal flush are slim. It is a hand that may not appear for many sessions, or even over the course of a player's entire poker experience. This scarcity only adds to its allure. When players gather around the felt, each one dreams of that moment when the cards align in their favor, granting them the unbeatable hand. It is a moment that is often talked about in poker circles, a tale of triumph that is shared with a sense of wonder and pride. For beginners learning the game, understanding the significance of a royal flush is an important step in appreciating the depth of poker. While it is not a hand that one can rely on seeing frequently, knowing its place in the game's hierarchy helps players grasp the strategic layers of Texas Hold'em. As you sit at the table, learning the basics and honing your skills, keep in mind the royal flush. It is a reminder of the game's potential for surprise and excitement. The cards may not always fall in your favor, but the possibility of a royal flush keeps the dream alive, fueling the passion that drives players to return to the table time and again. In live play, the royal flush is a rare gem, an occurrence that is celebrated and remembered. When it does appear, it is often met with a mix of disbelief and joy. The player holding such a hand experiences a moment of pure poker bliss, a fleeting yet unforgettable experience that encapsulates the thrill of the game. Chapter 21: Pre-flop action. Every hand of Texas Hold'em begins with the pre-flop round, the stage that follows the dealing of two private hole cards to each player. This is the first chance to act, and the choices made here often shape the rest of the hand. The action starts with the player seated to the left of the big blind, moving clockwise around the table. Each player must decide whether to fold, call, or raise. Folding means releasing your cards and waiting for the next hand. Calling matches the value of the big blind to stay in the hand. Raising increases the wager, signaling either strength or an attempt to pressure opponents. Position plays a central role in this phase. Players who act earlier must make decisions without knowing what others will do, so they tend to play stronger, more selective hands. Players who act later, especially near the dealer button, benefit from seeing how the table responds before making their own choice. This advantage allows them to play a wider range of hands with greater confidence. Understanding this difference between early and late position is one of the first strategic lessons of poker. The blinds also shape the flow of pre-flop action. The small blind and big blind have already committed chips, and when the action returns to them, they must decide whether to continue defending their forced bets. If no raises have occurred, the big blind may check to see the flop without adding more chips. But when raises come, blind players face a unique dilemma. They are already invested, yet often acting from weaker positions for the rest of the hand. This tension is what makes pre-flop actions so dynamic. Raises and re-raises in the pre-flop round also reveal important information. A player who raises from an early seat often represents a stronger hand than one raising from late position. Multiple raises, known as re-raises, increase the stakes further and force players to carefully weigh the strength of their cards against the growing size of the pot. These moments set the tone for the hand, clarifying who is willing to commit chips and who is more cautious. Pre-flop decisions carry lasting consequences. A well-timed fold can save chips for stronger opportunities later. A thoughtful raise can claim the blinds outright, winning the hand before the flop is even dealt. And a flat call can invite other players into the pot, creating a multi-way situation where hand strength must be judged differently. Each choice shapes the hand's direction, making the pre-flop round one of the most strategic moments in the game. As you picture the table, imagine the quiet sequence of decisions moving clockwise. One player folds without hesitation, another calls softly, a third raises with confidence. Each action influences the next, creating a chain of decisions that leads back to the blinds. The round closes only when all calls and raises are balanced, and then the game moves to the flop. By mastering the subtleties of this opening round position, hand selection, and the meaning behind raises, you begin to see how every hand of poker is built from its very first choices. Chapter 22: The Flop. In Texas Hold'em, the flop is the turning point, where the game begins to take real shape. After the pre-flop betting round ends, the dealer burns one card face down, then places 3 cards face up in the center of the table. These shared community cards, called the flop, combine with each player's private hole cards to form the beginnings of their 5-card hand. From this moment forward, the texture of the board, the suits, ranks, and connections between these 3 cards becomes just as important as the hole cards in front of you. The flop introduces countless possibilities. A player holding 2 hearts may suddenly see 2 more hearts appear, giving them a flush draw with the chance to complete 5 of the same suit. Someone holding a pocket pair could hit a 3rd matching card, forming a set, one of the strongest hidden hands in poker. Even hands that seemed weak before the flop can come alive when the right community cards fall. At the same time, strong-looking starting hands can lose much of their value if the flop doesn't connect. This shift is what makes the flop such a critical stage of the game. The arrival of the flop also begins the second round of betting. Action starts with the player to the left of the dealer button and continues clockwise. Players must now consider not only their own cards, but also the new possibilities the board creates for their opponents. A flop of 10, Jack and Queen, for example, offers straight opportunities to anyone holding a king or 9. A flop of 3 low cards, on the other hand, may not connect with many hands at all, creating a much different style of play. These board textures are often described as wet or dry. Wet flops, filled with connected cards and suits, create more draws and more danger. Dry flops, with scattered ranks and few suited cards, tend to favor strong single pairs or overpairs. Strategy on the flop often revolves around reading this texture and making decisions that balance risk and opportunity. Checking may be the right move when the flop creates obvious threats and you want to see what others do first. Betting can protect a strong hand or apply pressure on opponents holding weaker draws. Raising signals confidence, forcing others to decide whether their hand is worth continuing. Every action is shaped by both the cards on the table and the story your opponents might be telling through their play. The flop is also where observation becomes critical. Watching how quickly or slowly opponents act, noticing whether they bet into dangerous boards or hesitate when checked to, all provide clues about the strength of their holdings. These small pieces of information, gathered calmly and patiently, can guide your choices through the rest of the hand. As you picture the dealer spreading 3 cards across the felt, imagine the table shifting from quiet anticipation to thoughtful calculation. Each player now sees new possibilities, weighing their private cards against the shared ones in the middle. Some hands will grow stronger, some will fade, and the decisions made in this moment will echo through the rest of the hand. The flop is where Texas Hold'em truly begins to unfold, a stage where strategy deepens, risks sharpen, and the story of the hand takes its first clear shape. Chapter 23: The Turn. The turn is the 4th community card in Texas Hold'em, and it often carries more weight than any stage before it. After the dealer finishes the betting round on the flop, 1 card is burned face down, and then the next card is dealt face up on the table. With this simple action, the 3-card flop becomes 4, and the possibilities for every player at the table change immediately. A flush draw may now be complete. A straight may appear where none existed before. A pair may suddenly feel weak in the face of new combinations. The turn reshapes the board, often transforming quiet speculation into urgent decisions. What makes the turn unique is not only the addition of a single card, but also the context in which it arrives. By this stage, chips are already in the pot. Players have committed themselves to earlier action, and each choice they made on the flop now carries forward. The turn card may reward patience or punish reckless calls. It may solidify a strong hand, or it may expose weakness. This is why the turn is often called the Street of Reckoning. With only 1 card left to come, the decisions made here frequently determine whether a player will stay in the hand or step aside. In many betting structures, the turn also raises the stakes. In fixed limit games, bet sizes double after the turn is revealed. A player who might have casually called a bet on the flop now faces a larger investment. In no-limit games, pots have often grown large enough by this point that a single bet on the turn can represent a major commitment. The pressure intensifies, and with it, the importance of reading both the board and the other players increases. Strategically, the turn is a moment to evaluate the board's texture. A safe card, such as an unconnected low card, may change very little, allowing earlier strength to hold steady. A dangerous card, such as one that completes a flush or straight, can shift the balance of power instantly. Players with drawing hands who called on the flop must decide if it is worth continuing. Those with strong made hands must decide whether to protect their holdings with a bet or play cautiously. Every option carries weight, and the decision often echoes into the final betting round. Observation is as critical here as the cards themselves. How quickly or slowly a player checks, the confidence of a bet, or the hesitation of a call, all of these details provide clues. Calm players use the turn not only to play their cards but to study their opponents, gathering information that may prove decisive on the river. By the time the turn betting round ends, the stage is set. The pot is often large, the tension is real, and the players who remain know that they are moving toward a final decision. The turn is a reminder of how quickly fortunes shift in poker. It is the bridge between the early exploration of the flop and the finality of the river. With one card, a dream can come alive, or a strong hand can collapse. As you watch the dealer place the fourth card on the felt, imagine the ripple of thought it creates around the table. Each player adjusts, recalculates, and chooses a path forward. The turn is not just another card. It is the test of patience, strategy, and calm resolve. Chapter 24: The River. The river is the fifth and final community card in Texas Hold'em. As with each earlier stage, the dealer burns one card face down, then places the last card face up on the table. This simple action finalizes the board. With the river revealed, all possibilities are set. No more cards remain to change the outcome. Whatever is shown now will define the final hands, and the choices players make in this round will determine who claims the pot. The river is unique because it removes uncertainty about future cards. On the flop and turn, players may call or bet in the hope that their hand improves. On the river, no improvement is possible. Players must act with what they have, or with what they can represent through strategy. A strong hand may choose to bet for value, coaxing more chips into the pot. A weak hand may choose to bluff, hoping to force opponents to fold. Others may check quietly, accepting the hand as it stands. Each decision is final, carrying the weight of closure. Betting on the river often feels different from earlier rounds. Pots are usually larger, built up over prior betting, and the decisions cost more. Some players bet boldly here, believing their opponents will fold weaker hands. Others play cautiously, wary of losing additional chips on the last card. This mixture of confidence and hesitation gives the river its distinctive tension. Every bet and call is magnified because there is no chance left to recover in this hand. Strategically, the river is a lesson in clarity. Players must judge not only their own hand's strength, but also the likelihood that opponents hold something stronger. Reading the board is essential. A river that completes a flush or straight can change the entire outcome. A harmless-looking card may still provide an opponent with the missing piece they needed. Calm players study both the table and the behavior of those around it, weighing whether to push forward or step back. Bluffing also reaches its peak on the river. Because no more cards remain, a bluff must convince opponents that the bettor already holds the winning hand. The strength of a river bluff often lies not in the single bet, but in the story told throughout the hand. Did earlier bets suggest strength? Does the board support the possibility? If so, a well-timed river bluff can win the pot without a showdown. If not, it risks being called by opponents who sense weakness. The river magnifies these choices, rewarding consistency and punishing uncertainty. When the last bet is placed and the action comes to a close, the river delivers its calm conclusion. Players prepare for the showdown, and the suspense of hidden hole cards soon turns into clarity. Whether the river crowned a winner or simply confirmed the inevitable, it always brings resolution. As you picture the dealer sliding that final card onto the felt, imagine the stillness that follows. The story of the hand is complete, and all that remains is to reveal the truth. The river is both an ending and a reminder. In poker, as in life, each journey leads to a final decision. Chapter 25: The Showdown. When all betting is complete and two or more players remain, the hand reaches the showdown. This is the moment when speculation ends and cards are revealed. The process has its own quiet order. The last player to have made an aggressive action on the river, such as a bet or raise, must show their cards first. If no player bet, the order begins with the seat closest to the dealer button and proceeds clockwise. This simple structure ensures fairness and clarity, avoiding confusion over who reveals first. At the showdown, every player uses their 2 private hole cards and the 5 community cards to create the best possible 5-card hand. Any combination can be used, both hole cards, 1 hole card, or even none, relying solely on the board. The hierarchy of hand rankings, from high card to royal flush, decides the winner. Often, it is the smallest details that matter most. A kicker, the side card that breaks ties, can quietly determine who takes the pot. 2 players may share a pair of aces, but if one holds a queen as their kicker and the other only a jack, that single card will decide the outcome. The dealer serves as the impartial guide during this stage. With careful attention, they compare hands, announce the winner, and push the pot forward. Their role is to maintain calm, to ensure the rules are followed, and to settle the contest without dispute. For the players, this moment can feel decisive yet serene. A pot built over multiple streets is finally resolved, and the chips flow to their new owner with a steady motion. The showdown is more than just revealing cards. It is a reflection of the decisions made earlier in the hand. Bets, calls, and folds are confirmed or questioned when the truth is shown. Sometimes the winner aligns with what players suspected. Other times the table is surprised, learning that a quiet player held far stronger cards than expected. These moments carry lessons. They remind players that appearances can be deceptive, and that strategy often hides behind calm expression. Etiquette plays a role here as well. Players are expected to reveal their cards promptly when required, and to respect the process. Holding back or slow rolling a winning hand is discouraged, as it disrupts the smooth flow of the game. A clean showdown, where each player accepts the result with a nod or a word of acknowledgement, maintains the spirit of poker as both competition and camaraderie. When the last card is revealed and the chips are awarded, the table resets. Cards are gathered, blinds move, and a new hand begins. The showdown stands as the natural conclusion of each round, a moment where strategy and chance combine to create a final truth. In the steady rhythm of Texas Hold'em, it is the place where stories end before new ones begin. The calm ritual of the showdown, simple and clear, is what gives closure to the unfolding drama of the hand. Chapter 26. Winning Pots. Every hand in Texas Hold'em ends with the awarding of the pot, the collection of chips that players have built through their bets. This process is essential, for it transforms the abstract contest of cards and betting into a tangible outcome. The dealer plays the central role, carefully sliding the chips across the felt to the rightful winner. This small gesture represents both the reward of strategy and the continuation of the game as the cycle of play moves forward. Sometimes awarding the pot is straightforward. One player has the best hand at showdown, and the dealer pushes the entire pot their way. At other times, it is more complex. When players go all in with unequal chip stacks, side pots are created. Each side pot belongs only to those who contributed to it. The dealer must track these carefully, awarding them in sequence to ensure fairness. This rule prevents confusion and makes sure that no player can win more than they risked. The calm handling of side pots is a mark of order and trust at the table. Chip management is another important part of this stage. Players are encouraged to keep their chips neatly stacked in front of them, not hidden or scattered. This clarity makes betting rounds smoother and awarding pots easier. A player's visible stack tells others how much they have at risk, while proper handling by the dealer ensures that chips are distributed without dispute. The rhythm of stacking, betting, and pushing chips is part of the game's natural flow. Winning a pot is not only about the result of a single hand, it also carries psychological weight. For the winner, it brings confidence, a steady reinforcement of strategy and patience. For the others, it can be a lesson in restraint, a reminder to wait for better opportunities. The flow of chips from player to player tells the story of the session, an ebb and flow of fortune that shifts gently over time. At the same time, the awarding of pots reinforces the social aspect of poker. A win may be acknowledged with a nod, a quiet word, or a subtle smile. Losses are accepted with composure, knowing that the next hand is only moments away. The dealer remains steady, neither celebrating nor lamenting, simply guiding the chips to their rightful place. This consistency creates trust, ensuring that the competition remains fair and the atmosphere remains calm. As you picture the pot being pushed across the table, imagine the small rituals surrounding it. The dealer's careful hands, the quiet acknowledgement of players, and the smooth transition into the next deal. Each pot represents both an ending and a beginning. It is the resolution of one contest and the setup for the next. In Texas Hold'em, winning pots is more than a mechanical process. It is the heartbeat of the game, the moment where tension transforms into outcome before the cycle begins again. Chapter 27. A gentle recap. As the journey through Texas Hold'em comes to a close, it is worth pausing to reflect on the flow of the game. It begins at the table itself, with players gathered in quiet anticipation. The dealer button moves clockwise, marking the passage of each hand. To its left, the small blind and the big blind ensure that every round begins with something at stake. From there, each player receives 2 private hole cards, the seeds of possibility that guide their choices. The game unfolds in stages, each one adding depth and decision. The pre-flop round begins with the first choices: to fold, to call, or to raise. Players weigh the strength of their hole cards against position and circumstance. The flop follows, revealing 3 shared cards that open countless paths forward. The turn arrives next, a single card that often transforms speculation into decision. Then comes the river, the final card that seals the board and leads to the last betting round. At the showdown, the hidden hands are revealed. Strategy, chance, and patience come together in the final comparison. The dealer announces the winner, and the pot is awarded. Chips slide across the felt, and the table resets for the next contest. Each hand is a story, brief but complete, woven into the larger rhythm of the game. The hand rankings are the language that makes sense of these stories. From the simple high card to the unmatched royal flush, each combination holds meaning. Pairs, trips, straights, flushes, and full houses mark steps along the path of strength. Quads and straight flushes remind us of rarity and surprise. These rankings, learned patiently, provide the structure that turns cards into competition. Yet beyond mechanics and rankings, Texas Hold'em is a game of rhythm and presence. The blinds ensure constant motion. The shuffle of cards renews possibility each hand. The chips mark both progress and setback, flowing gently between players as fortunes rise and fall. Observing, waiting, and choosing carefully are as much a part of the game as betting boldly or bluffing with courage. As you reflect on these lessons, remember that poker is not about a single hand or moment. It is about the flow from one stage to the next, the way patience builds into strategy and strategy into outcome. Each round is a chance to learn, to adjust, and to embrace both chance and choice. The game is endless, but each hand offers closure before the next begins. Take with you the calm structure of the game, the blinds, the deal, the stages of betting, and the quiet resolution at showdown. Let the steady rhythm of Hold'em remind you that every decision is part of a larger cycle. In its quiet way, the game teaches patience, awareness, and acceptance. With these foundations, you can sit at the table, relax into its flow, and know that the story of Texas Hold'em will always be ready to unfold again. This lesson builds upon the foundations we explored earlier. Some familiar steps return, but this time they are revisited with new focus and perspective. The aim is not only to remember, but also to strengthen. You will learn how small details, from posting blinds to protecting your hole cards, shape your growth as a player. This lesson is about sharpening awareness and building patience in the steady rhythm of the game. Chapter 1. Building on Lesson 1. In learning Texas Hold'em, progress comes not from rushing ahead, but from returning to the foundation again and again. Repetition is not wasted time, it is reinforcement. By hearing the same principles explained from slightly different angles, the ideas settle more firmly until they become second nature at the table. This lesson begins with that reminder. Some concepts you heard in Lesson 1 will reappear here, not as unnecessary duplication, but as the deliberate rhythm of teaching. Poker is best learned through cycles of review and practice, because mastery is built on familiarity. Lesson 2 shifts the focus from the broad flow of a hand into the individual skills that occur within that flow. Knowing the order of blinds, betting rounds, and showdowns is important, but true progress requires attention to the details inside each moment. Skills such as protecting your cards, handling your chips, observing other players, and making disciplined choices are just as vital as understanding when the flop or river is dealt. The ability to execute these small tasks correctly gives structure and confidence, allowing strategy to grow naturally. One of the first skills to reinforce is protecting your hole cards. It is a simple habit, but one that separates careful players from careless ones. When your cards are dealt, you are the only person meant to see them. Shield them with your hand, tilt them just enough for your eyes, or place a chip on top so they stay secure. Many chips have been lost in real games because a player exposed their cards by accident, giving away vital information. Protecting your cards is both etiquette and strategy. It shows respect for the game and prevents unintentional mistakes. Managing chips is another fundamental layer. Chips represent money, but they are also tools that communicate your intentions. The size of your stack dictates how you should play. A deep stack allows more freedom to apply pressure, while a shallow stack often requires tighter discipline. Beyond stack size, chip handling also includes keeping your bets consistent, counting amounts quickly, and avoiding sloppy movements that reveal nervousness. Learning to use chips smoothly creates an impression of control and builds confidence. Position, introduced in Lesson 1, is revisited here with greater emphasis. Where you sit at the table affects every decision you make. Acting early forces you to decide with less information, demanding stronger cards and greater caution. Acting late allows you to see what others have done first, offering opportunities to steal pots or play a wider range of hands profitably. Position is one of poker's most powerful concepts, and beginners benefit from reviewing it often. Each time you reflect on position, you see its impact more clearly. Perhaps the most essential skill, though, is discipline. Every poker session presents tempting situations. A weak ace that looks playable, a bluff that feels reckless, or a chase after a small pair that rarely improves. Discipline means folding when folding is correct, even if curiosity pulls you toward a call. It means waiting patiently for better opportunities, rather than forcing the action. Discipline grows with practice and becomes the quality that separates consistent winners from those who rely on luck alone. Observation ties these skills together. Every hand you fold is an opportunity to watch. Every betting round is a chance to notice patterns. Some players bet quickly with strong hands and hesitate with weak ones. Others play aggressively in certain positions, but cautiously in others. By observing and remembering these details, you turn every moment at the table into learning material. As Lesson 2 begins, the goal is not to overwhelm with new information, but to strengthen what has already been introduced. The fundamentals of protecting cards, managing chips, respecting position, and practicing discipline will repeat in future lessons as well, always with more detail and depth. This is how poker is learned, step by step, with reinforcement at every stage. By layering these skills onto the foundation from Lesson 1, you will develop habits that stay with you long after the rules are second nature. Each repetition is not redundancy, but a building block, preparing you for the more advanced strategies that lie ahead. Chapter 2: Blinds and Fairness. The blinds are essential elements, setting the stage for each round of play. They consist of the small blind and the big blind. These are not optional, they are mandatory bets that create the initial pot and ensure that every hand begins with something at stake. The small blind is typically half the amount of the big blind, though variations can occur based on the house rules or the tournament structure. The presence of these blinds is crucial, as they prevent players from simply folding every hand without any consequence, thereby sustaining the momentum of the game and encouraging active participation. Every hand of Texas Hold'em begins with the placement of blinds. The player directly to the dealer's left posts the small blind, and the next player to their left posts the big blind. This setup introduces an immediate dynamic, establishing a minimum amount that players must meet or exceed to stay in the round. Because of this, even before players see their cards, they are already faced with decisions, adding an intrinsic layer of strategy to the game. The presence of blinds pushes players to assess their hand strength more critically, as opting to play means committing at least the amount of the big blind to the pot. The dealer button, a small disc that indicates the nominal dealer for that hand, rotates clockwise around the table after each hand. This rotation is key to the fair distribution of both the dealing responsibilities and the placement of the blinds. As the button moves, so do the blinds, meaning that every player will eventually take their turn posting both the small blind and the big blind. This rotation ensures that no single player is burdened with paying the blinds more than others, promoting fairness and equality in the game. Each player experiences the advantage of acting last, which is the position of the dealer, as well as the disadvantage of being in the blinds, maintaining a balanced rhythm throughout the session. By rotating the blinds with the dealer button, the game cultivates a sense of fairness and rhythm. Every player contributes to the pot through the blinds, and no one is exempt or overly burdened. It is this systematic movement and shared responsibility that symbolize fairness in poker. Each player has the opportunity to play in various positions relative to the button, allowing them to adapt their strategy and capitalize on the different advantages and challenges each position presents. The blinds are much more than mere technicalities. They are the heartbeat of the game. They pulse through each round, ensuring that every hand has potential and every decision carries weight. Without the blinds, the game would lack the urgency and strategic depth that makes Texas Hold'em compelling. This structured rotation reinforces the social contract of the game, where all participants share in both the risks and rewards, contributing to a dynamic and equitable playing field. Chapter 3: Using chips correctly. The way players handle chips might appear trivial to the untrained eye, yet it plays a pivotal role in the proper flow and etiquette of the game. Let's begin by discussing the significance of posting blinds. Before any cards are dealt, the two players to the left of the dealer post the small and big blinds. This is done by calmly sliding their chips forward. It's a simple gesture, but it sets the tone for the hand to come. By doing this smoothly and without hesitation, players signal readiness and respect for the structure of the game. Once the blinds have been posted and the cards dealt, the betting rounds begin. Each player, when it's their turn to act, must place their bets or raises in a single deliberate motion. This means avoiding any dramatic, showy gestures, such as tossing or splashing chips into the pot. Such actions not only disrupt the flow of the game, but can also cause confusion and lead to disputes about the amount wagered. Instead, players should neatly place their chips in front of them, within the dealer's view. This clear visibility ensures that all players can see the amount being bet, which maintains transparency and fairness for everyone at the table. The importance of maintaining neat stacks of chips cannot be overstated. When chips are organized and amounts are clear, the potential for misunderstandings is significantly reduced. Players should take care to stack their chips in even piles, making it easy for others to quickly assess how much they are playing with. This organization is not just for aesthetics, it's a practical aspect of poker that aids in the smooth operation of the game. When chips are scattered or piled haphazardly, it can lead to mistakes or require unnecessary clarifications that break the rhythm of play. During the game, it is the dealer's responsibility to announce and confirm each bet. Once a player has placed their chips, the dealer will repeat the amount, ensuring everyone is on the same page. This step is crucial for maintaining the structure and fairness of the game. It prevents any miscommunication and allows players to know precisely where things stand in terms of the pot size and what's at stake. This clarity helps keep the game orderly and ensures that all participants are fully aware of the current betting situation. Proper chip handling and betting etiquette are foundational elements of poker that contribute to an enjoyable and dispute-free experience. By adhering to these practices, players help maintain a respectful and professional atmosphere at the table. The simple act of handling chips correctly, from posting blinds to managing bets, plays a significant role in upholding the integrity of the game and ensuring that everyone can focus on the strategy and excitement of poker. Chapter 4: Dealer's Role in Setup. In Texas Hold'em poker, the role of the dealer is crucial to the smooth running of the game, starting even before the first card is dealt. The dealer's primary responsibility is to manage the table and ensure the game is fair for all players. A significant part of this involves shuffling the deck. The deck is shuffled thoroughly, usually with a series of riffle shuffles, to ensure that the cards are in a random order. This randomness is important because it prevents any player from predicting the outcome based on the previous game or any memory of the cards. After the shuffling is complete, the dealer offers the deck to a player to cut. Cutting the deck is a simple yet important step that adds an additional layer of fairness to the game. It ensures that the dealer cannot manipulate the order of the cards for their benefit or the benefit of any player. By allowing a player to cut the deck, the dealer is demonstrating transparency and fairness, reinforcing the idea that the game is above board and that every player has an equal chance of winning. Once the deck has been cut, the dealer proceeds with burning a card. A burn card is simply the top card of the deck, which is discarded before the dealer deals the community cards. This practice of burning cards is another measure to ensure fairness, protecting the game from any potential marking or visibility of the top card that might have occurred during the shuffle or cut. By discarding a card before dealing, the dealer helps maintain the integrity of the game. The actual dealing of the cards follows, which is done one at a time, moving clockwise around the table. The dealer begins with the player to their left and continues until each player has received their initial 2 whole cards. This consistent order of dealing is crucial, as it prevents confusion and ensures that each player receives their cards in a timely manner. The entire process, from shuffling to dealing, is carried out with a steady rhythm. The dealer's actions are deliberate and consistent, providing a sense of stability and trust among the players. This consistency is key to building and maintaining trust at the table. Players need to feel confident that the game is being conducted fairly, and the dealer's steady, methodical approach helps to reinforce this trust. Ultimately, the dealer's role in setting up the table for a game of Texas Hold'em poker is about creating an environment of fairness and transparency. From shuffling the deck to dealing the cards, each step is designed to ensure that the game is fair and that all players have an equal chance of success. The dealer's actions set the tone for the hand, establishing a rhythm that guides the play and instills confidence in the fairness of the game. Chapter 5: Protecting Hole Cards. One of the fundamental skills every player must master is the art of protecting their hole cards. These are the two cards dealt face down to each player at the start of each hand, forming the foundation of their potential winning strategy. The privacy of these cards is crucial. It not only maintains the individual player's strategy, but also ensures the integrity and fairness of the game for everyone at the table. Players often have specific techniques to guard these cards. A common method involves peeking at them discreetly. This means lifting the corners of the cards just enough to identify them, while keeping them close to the table. The goal is to minimize the risk of accidentally revealing their value to opponents. Many players use their hands to shield these cards from prying eyes. By cupping a hand over the cards while they peek, they create a barrier that blocks the view of anyone seated nearby. Another strategy is to use chips as a protective barrier. Players might place a chip on top of their cards after checking them. This not only serves as a physical shield, but also signals to the dealer and other players that the cards are in play and should not be touched. However, players must be cautious not to raise their cards too high when checking them. Cards lifted too far off the table can easily be seen by others, unintentionally revealing the player's hand. Such exposure can lead to significant strategic disadvantages, as opponents might adjust their tactics based on known information. Protecting hole cards is considered a basic courtesy among poker players. It demonstrates respect for the game's competitive nature and for the other participants at the table. When players diligently keep their cards hidden, it assures everyone that the game is being played fairly. No one gains an unexpected advantage, and each player can rely on their skill and intuition rather than on leaked information. Moreover, secrecy in handling hole cards contributes to the overall integrity of play. Every player has a unique way of reading the game, and knowing another player's cards can unfairly skew these assessments. By keeping one's cards private, a player not only safeguards their own strategy, but also maintains the dynamic and unpredictable nature of the game, which is part of what makes poker so engaging. These small actions, such as peeking discreetly, using hands or chips as shields, and avoiding lifting cards too high, exemplify poker discipline. They are part of the essential etiquettes that experienced players follow instinctively. Learning to protect hole cards is one of the first steps in becoming a disciplined poker player. It reflects careful attention to detail and respect for the unwritten rules that govern the poker table. As players internalize these practices, they find themselves becoming more attuned to the nuances of the game, laying a solid foundation for developing more advanced strategies in the future. Chapter 6: Reading the Table Setup. Understanding the table setup in Texas Hold'em poker is crucial for any player, especially beginners. It's not just about the cards you hold, but also about the dynamics around the table. One of the first things you should notice is the chip stacks. These stacks tell you a lot about the depth of play. Players with larger stacks have more flexibility to make aggressive plays, while those with smaller stacks might be more cautious, trying to preserve their chips. Observing the chip stacks helps you anticipate the potential moves of your opponents, providing you with an edge in predicting their behavior. The dealer button is another significant aspect to focus on. This button determines the order of action for each round of betting. Knowing where the dealer button is situated helps you understand your position in the betting sequence. Being aware of your position is key because it influences your strategy. For example, if you are seated directly after the dealer button, you will need to act early in the betting rounds, which can be a disadvantage because you have less information about other players' intentions. Conversely, being in a late position allows you to see how others play their hands before deciding on your move. The blinds are always positioned immediately to the left of the dealer button. These are forced bets that initiate the betting action in each round. The small blind sits directly to the left of the dealer, followed by the big blind. Understanding the role of the blinds is essential because it affects the pot size from the very beginning. Players in the blind positions have already committed chips to the pot, which may influence their decisions during play, often encouraging them to defend their blinds more aggressively. Every hand in Texas Hold'em involves a rotation of roles around the table. This means that the responsibilities and positions of players change with each new hand. Over time, every player will find themselves in different positions, from the blinds to the dealer button. This rotation ensures that no player has a perpetual advantage or disadvantage over others. Familiarizing yourself with this rotation helps you adjust your strategies according to your position, maximizing the effectiveness of your plays. Being aware of the table setup reduces mistakes and builds comfort. When you understand the flow of the game, you'll feel more confident in your decisions. You'll be less likely to make rash moves or overlook crucial details that could affect the outcome of a hand. Comfort at the table translates into better focus and improved decision-making. As you grow accustomed to reading the table setup, you'll find yourself more relaxed and prepared for the various situations that arise during a game. Observing these elements might seem overwhelming at first, but with practice, it becomes second nature. As you sit at the table, take a moment to assess the chip stacks, locate the dealer button, and note your position relative to the blinds. This simple routine at the start of each hand paves the way for a more calculated approach to the game. By focusing on these aspects, you prepare yourself mentally for the challenges ahead, ensuring that you play with a calm and composed mindset. Chapter 7: Under the Gun Decisions. In Texas Hold'em, the position known as under the gun is the first to act in a round of betting, sitting directly to the left of the big blind. This position presents unique challenges because the player has to make decisions without any insights into the intentions of their opponents. Playing under the gun requires a strategic approach due to the lack of information available when making the initial decision. Since acting first means no opportunity to gauge others' reactions, it is crucial to focus on playing only the strongest hands. This means a tight range of starting hands, like high pairs or premium connectors, that have a better chance of holding up against the unknown hands of opponents. When you're under the gun, the safest strategy is to exercise caution and only enter the pot with solid hands. Strong hands such as pocket aces, kings or queens are ideal for this spot, as they have intrinsic value and can withstand aggressive play from opponents. While it might be tempting to play a wider range of hands, doing so increases the risk of facing tough decisions later in the round, without the advantage of position or information. Loose play from this spot can lead to significant losses, as players acting after you have the luxury of making more informed decisions based on your action. One of the essential skills developed from playing under the gun is discipline. This position forces players to practice patience and restraint, knowing that their decision impacts the entire table without any prior information about others' moves. It's an exercise in self-control, teaching players to stick to their strategy and not be swayed by the temptation of playing marginal hands. Over time, the discipline honed in this position can become a valuable asset, reinforcing good habits that benefit overall gameplay. Understanding the importance of disciplined play under the gun can help players avoid common pitfalls. Often, less experienced players may feel pressured to enter hands simply because they want to stay active in the game. However, this can lead to costly mistakes, especially when opponents have the advantage of position and more information. Recognizing when to fold and when to play ensures that you are not overcommitting chips in unfavorable situations. This restraint is crucial for long-term success in poker, as it helps preserve your stack for more advantageous positions. Players who consistently practice strong decision-making from under the gun often find themselves better equipped for other challenging spots at the table. The skills developed from this position, such as evaluating hand strength critically and understanding the dynamics of position, are transferable and enhance overall strategic thinking. Moreover, the patience learned from waiting for quality starting hands becomes a core element of a winning poker mindset. By focusing on discipline and strong hands under the gun, players develop a foundation that supports more complex strategy decisions throughout the game. Chapter 8: Tight Play for Beginners. In Texas Hold'em poker, beginners often find themselves overwhelmed with the abundance of options presented by the two-hole cards they're dealt. However, the key to mastering the game lies in the art of patience and restraint. For novice players, adopting a tight starting range is highly beneficial. This approach emphasizes the selection of strong hands from the outset, which significantly increases the likelihood of a favorable outcome in the long run. High pairs such as aces, kings, and queens, as well as strong aces like ace-king or ace-queen, are considered reliable starting hands. These cards not only have the potential to form top pairs post-flop, but also put players in a strong position to build upon as the hand progresses. The temptation for many beginners is to play a wide range of hands, often including weaker, unsuited cards. While it may seem exciting to play every hand and always be in the action, this strategy can quickly deplete your chip stack. Unsuited cards like 7-2 or 8-3 are unlikely to improve significantly on the flop, turn, or river, making them poor choices to pursue. Folding these weaker hands is not merely an act of surrender, but a strategic decision to protect your chips and preserve your position in the game for future opportunities. By focusing on strong starting hands and folding the others, beginners can simplify their decision-making process. This tight play strategy means that when you do enter a hand, you are more likely to be in a strong position against your opponents. This reduces the number of tough decisions you have to make post-flop, where the complexity of the game increases with the addition of community cards. When you're holding a strong hand, it becomes easier to gauge the strength of your position relative to the board and your opponent's potential holdings. Furthermore, tight play helps build confidence at the table. New players often feel the pressure of needing to act quickly and decisively, which can lead to impulsive decisions. By adhering to a tight range, you can approach each hand with a clear plan and intention. You know that your entry into the hand is backed by the strength of your cards, which in turn allows you to focus on other aspects of the game, such as reading your opponents and managing your betting. Another aspect to consider is the psychological edge that tight play can provide. Opponents may perceive you as a disciplined player, often folding and only entering hands with strong holdings. This image can be advantageous, as it might cause them to fold more often when you do decide to bet or raise, respecting the strength you represent. Over time, as you become more comfortable with tight play, you can begin to incorporate more advanced strategies and expand your range, but the foundation of discipline and patience will always serve you well in the game of poker. In conclusion, tight play is not just about folding and waiting for the perfect hand. It's about making informed choices that protect your chips and position you for success. By starting with a strong hand, you reduce the uncertainty and complexity of the later stages of the hand. For beginners, this is an invaluable lesson that can significantly contribute to improved performance and enjoyment at the poker table. Chapter 9. When to call the big blind. When playing Texas Hold'em, understanding when to call the big blind is crucial. Calling means matching the amount of the big blind to stay in the hand without raising. This move keeps your hand active and allows you to see the flop without committing more chips than necessary. It's a strategic decision that adds a layer of variety to your play, but it requires a cautious approach. One of the times when calling the big blind is a sound strategy is when you have suited connectors. These are consecutive cards of the same suit, such as the 7 and 8 of hearts. Suited connectors have the potential to form strong hands like straights or flushes after the flop. By calling with these hands, you are making a small investment for the chance to hit a powerful combination. If the board matches your suited connectors, the payoff can be substantial. However, it's important to be aware of the odds and not overvalue these hands, especially if there is significant pre-flop aggression from other players. Medium pairs, like pocket 7s or 8s, are also good candidates for calling the big blind. These pairs are strong enough to win a showdown, but are vulnerable to overcards on the flop. By calling, you maintain control over your chip investment while keeping your options open. If the flop is favorable and doesn't contain overcards, you could be in a strong position to win the hand. It's a balance of playing conservatively while setting up for an opportunity to dominate the board if the cards fall in your favor. While calling can be a prudent play, it's essential to use this tactic selectively. Calling too often can lead to a passive playing style, which opponents might exploit. If you consistently call with weak or marginal hands, you risk putting yourself in difficult post-flop situations where you are unsure of your standing in the hand. This can lead to losing chips gradually over time, weakening your overall strategy. Therefore, it's important to evaluate each situation carefully and consider factors such as player tendencies and table dynamics. Beginners should practice calling with a purpose and avoid falling into the trap of calling too frequently. Consider your position at the table and the actions of players before you. If you're in late position and several players have already folded, calling with a medium-strength hand might be more favorable. Conversely, in early position, it may be wiser to play more conservatively and only call with stronger hands. Calling the big blind adds variety to your game, keeping opponents guessing about your hand strength. It allows you to mix up your play style, making it harder for opponents to predict your moves. However, this variety should be tempered with caution. Always keep in mind that poker is a game of incomplete information and calculated risks. By understanding when and why to call, you equip yourself with the tools to become a more competitive and thoughtful player. Chapter 10. Raising for initiative. In Texas Hold'em, raising is a crucial element that can transform the dynamics of a hand. When you raise, you increase the current bet, which immediately communicates strength to your opponents. This action can make them reconsider their strategies and potentially fold weaker hands. By raising, you assert dominance over the table. Your opponents will view your raise as a sign that you're confident in your hand or your ability to outplay them. This perception of strength is an essential aspect of the psychological game of poker. Building larger pots is another significant advantage of raising. Each time you raise, you add more chips to the pot, which increases the potential reward. Bigger pots mean that when you win, the payoff is more substantial. This is especially important in a game like Texas Hold'em, where maximizing gains is as crucial as minimizing losses. Raising early in the hand can set up a larger pot for later streets, allowing you to capitalize on good hands more effectively. However, it's vital to balance your raises with the strength of your hand, to avoid overcommitting with marginal cards. Raising also plays a strategic role in applying pressure to your opponents. When you raise, the initiative shifts to them, forcing them to react to your move. This can lead to mistakes, such as calling with weaker hands, or folding when they might have otherwise won. By controlling the pace of the hand, you can dictate the flow of action to a certain extent. This control is a powerful tool in guiding the hand to a favorable outcome. Players who consistently apply pressure through raising often find themselves in advantageous positions as the hand progresses. The concept of initiative in poker is vital for developing long-term success. Initiative allows you to set the terms of the hand. When you have the initiative, you are the one making the first move, which gives you an informational advantage. Your opponents have to decide whether to call, fold, or raise again, without having complete information about your hand. This element of uncertainty can lead to mistakes on their part. Maintaining initiative through strategic raising can give you the upper hand over the course of several hands. Controlled raising also boosts confidence. When you raise strategically, you develop a sense of control over the game. This confidence can improve your decision-making process, enabling you to make calculated moves rather than acting on impulse. Knowing when to raise, and doing so effectively, can reinforce your overall poker strategy, making you a more formidable player at the table. As you become more comfortable with raising, you will find yourself better equipped to handle various situations that arise during a hand. In essence, raising is a multifaceted tool in Texas Hold'em. It not only signals strength, but also enhances the potential rewards, applies pressure on opponents, and maintains control of the hand. Each of these elements contributes to a well-rounded poker strategy. By mastering the art of raising, you put yourself in a position to capitalize on opportunities and outmaneuver opponents, ensuring that the game remains firmly within your grasp. Chapter 11: Flop as a turning point. In Texas Hold'em poker, the flop is a crucial stage that can significantly alter a player's approach to the game. At this point, the dealer places 3 community cards face up on the table. These cards, known as the flop, work in tandem with the 2 whole cards each player holds privately. This combination of community and whole cards can either strengthen a player's hand or expose potential weaknesses, making the flop a key turning point in any poker hand. When the 3 community cards are revealed, they immediately offer a wealth of information to the players. The nature of the flop, often referred to as its texture, can drastically change the perceived strength of a player's hand. For example, a dry flop, which contains cards of varying suits and no consecutive ranks, might provide minimal help to most players. In contrast, a coordinated flop with cards of the same suit or in sequence increases the likelihood of potential straights and flushes, demanding a careful re-evaluation of one's hand. Players often interpret the flop by examining how it aligns with their whole cards. Specifically, they look for opportunities to form pairs, straights and flush draws. A player holding an ace and a king might find strength in a flop that includes another ace, forming a strong pair with a high kicker. Conversely, a flop containing lower-ranked cards might benefit a player with a pair of small pocket cards, thereby turning their modest starting hand into a formidable force. For beginners, understanding the fundamental concepts of the flop can be challenging, but focusing on straightforward patterns can simplify this complexity. Recognizing pairs is usually the most straightforward task. If the flop includes a card that matches one of your whole cards, forming a pair, it can significantly enhance the strength of your hand. Similarly, keeping an eye out for potential straight or flush draws is vital. Even if the ideal card hasn't appeared on the flop, if two cards are in sequence or of the same suit, it may present a promising setup for the subsequent rounds, known as the turn and the river. Beginners should prioritize identifying obvious improvements to their hands during the flop. Focusing on simple strategies like pairs and potential draws can provide a solid foundation for decision-making. It's also important for new players to pay attention to the betting patterns of opponents during this stage. The actions of other players can offer clues about the relative strength of their hands, further informing your strategy. The flop serves as a pivotal moment in the game of Texas Hold'em, where a player's strategy truly begins to take shape. Observing how the community cards interact with one's whole cards allows for the emergence of a deeper understanding of the game. Beginners who concentrate on spotting straightforward patterns will find themselves better equipped to navigate the complexities of the flop, setting the stage for more informed decisions as the hand progresses. Chapter 12: Board Texture Basics. In Texas Hold'em poker, understanding board texture is essential for making informed decisions during a hand. A board's texture can be wet or dry. A wet board is characterized by connected ranks, often with cards of the same suit. This type of board can be dangerous because it offers a range of drawing possibilities for flushes and straights. Imagine the flop showing cards like 10 of hearts, Jack of hearts, and Queen of spades. Here, a single card could complete a straight, and two hearts open the possibility for a flush. Such a board demands careful attention, as opponents may have more opportunities to improve their hands in subsequent betting rounds. On the other hand, a dry board consists of scattered ranks and uncoordinated suits. Suppose a flop reveals a 2 of clubs, 7 of diamonds, and King of spades. This board doesn't offer any immediate draws for straights or flushes, making it less threatening. Strong one-pair or overpair hands become more valuable in this context. Players can feel a bit safer on dry boards, as it is less likely that an opponent will have a drawing hand that can improve quickly. The concept of wet and dry boards is pivotal because it guides how players should approach their strategies. On wet boards, it's crucial to be cautious. Players are often more aggressive, either to build a pot with a drawing hand or to protect a made hand from potential draws. It's important to consider the range of hands an opponent might hold. For instance, if they are betting aggressively, they might be doing so with a strong draw or a made hand they want to protect. Conversely, on a dry board, players can afford to be more straightforward. If you hold a strong hand, such as an overpair, you can bet for value, putting pressure on opponents who may only have minimal holdings or need to catch up significantly to win. Because the potential for drawing hands is limited, it simplifies decision-making. Opponents are less likely to improve with the turn or river, and decisions can focus more on extracting value from weaker hands rather than protecting against potential draws. Awareness of board texture is not just about assessing immediate threats. It also involves predicting how the board might change with future community cards. A seemingly dry board could become dangerous if the turn or river completes an unexpected draw. For example, a dry flop of 3 of spades, 9 of clubs, and king of hearts could become more threatening if a jack or 10 appears on the turn or river, creating a possible straight. Recognizing whether a board is wet or dry helps players determine the strength of their hand relative to the community cards and their opponent's potential holdings. By accurately reading the board texture, players can better decide when to bet, raise, call, or fold. This skill improves decision-making at the table, aiding in both maximizing gains when holding a strong hand and minimizing losses when facing potential threats. Chapter 13: The Turn as Decision Maker. In Texas Hold'em poker, the turn is often referred to as the decision card. This is because it plays a crucial role in shaping the final outcome of the hand. After the initial rounds of betting and the reveal of the flop, the turn introduces a 4th community card to the table. This occurs immediately following a burn card, which is a card discarded from the top of the deck to prevent any form of cheating or prediction. The introduction of the turn card significantly impacts the dynamics of the game, because it not only increases the potential for completing winning hands, such as straights or flushes, but also necessitates more strategic decision-making from the players. As the turn card is revealed, players must reassess their hand's potential and the likelihood of their opponents holding stronger combinations. This stage is when players often decide whether to continue investing in the pot or to fold and cut their losses. The turn card can either enhance a player's hand or diminish its value, depending on how it interacts with the existing cards on the board. For instance, if a player is holding 2 suited cards and 2 more of the same suit appear on the flop, the turn could potentially bring the final card needed for a flush. Similarly, if 2 connecting cards appear on the flop, the turn might complete a straight. The pots by this stage of the game are typically much larger than in earlier betting rounds, adding to the pressure of making the right choice. Players must carefully evaluate the potential risk and reward of their actions. A well-timed bet or fold at this juncture can drastically alter one's standing in the game. For beginners, navigating the turn can be challenging. It is important to proceed with caution and avoid the temptation to overcommit with a weak hand. Novice players might feel compelled to chase hands that have little chance of success, especially when the turn card offers a glimmer of hope. However, it's crucial to remember that the increased bet sizes mean that mistakes can be more costly. Recognizing when to fold, even when the turn card seems promising, is a key skill to develop. Understanding how the turn can complete powerful combinations will help players make more informed decisions. Paying attention to the board and considering the possible hands opponents might have is vital to crafting a winning strategy. New players are advised to respect the larger bets that come with the turn and to weigh their options carefully. By doing so, they can learn to navigate this pivotal stage of the game with greater confidence and competence. Chapter 14: River Finality. In Texas Hold'em, the river is the fifth and final community card dealt face-up on the table. Once this card is revealed, the board is complete. Players are left with no further opportunities to improve their hands. This moment in the game is pivotal. Decisions made here are final, as no more cards will be dealt. The strength of each player's hand is as good as it will get. This reality makes the river a unique and often tense stage of the game. For beginners, understanding the significance of the river is essential to managing their strategies and expectations. The river locks in the outcome. There are no more draws to chase or cards to wait for. The hand you hold is the hand you must play. With the board fully revealed, players must evaluate their position clearly. Decisions on the river carry weight. Errors at this stage can lead to losing significant portions of your stack. This is where many players make their final stand, either committing to a bold play or recognizing the need to fold. The pressure to make the right decision can be intense, particularly for those new to the game. Betting on the river is usually the last opportunity to influence the outcome of the hand before the showdown. At this point, bluffs and value bets become the most common strategies. A well-timed bluff can convince opponents to fold better hands, while a well-placed value bet can maximize profit from those willing to call. For beginners, identifying when an opponent is bluffing or betting for value can be challenging. These are skills honed over time through practice and observation. Experienced players often detect subtle cues and patterns that suggest the likelihood of a bluff. Beginners should exercise caution with marginal hands on the river. While it might seem tempting to see how things play out at the showdown, holding on to a weak hand can lead to unnecessary losses. It's important to recognize when to fold, especially if the betting gets aggressive. A marginal hand isn't likely to win the pot if opponents are showing strength. Learning to assess the value of your hand relative to the board and the actions of other players is crucial. This skill will help avoid costly mistakes and preserve chips for more favorable situations. The river can be a moment of clarity or confusion, depending on how well a player reads the game. Beginners often overvalue their holdings, hoping for a miraculous showdown win. Such hopes are usually misplaced. The best approach is to focus on the facts, the strength of your hand, the texture of the board, and the behavior of your opponents. These elements together should guide your decision. Over time, as you gain experience, reading the game and making the right calls will become more intuitive. Patience and discipline are your best allies on the river. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of the moment, but staying calm and collected is key. Avoid making hasty decisions based on emotion or desire. Instead, rely on sound reasoning and the objective assessment of the situation. This mindset will help you navigate the river effectively, even as a beginner. Remember that each hand is a learning opportunity. Over time, your understanding of the game will deepen, and your river play will improve. Chapter 15: Hand Reading from the Board. In Texas Hold'em, hand reading is an essential skill that can significantly enhance your game. This process involves analyzing the community cards on the board and using them to deduce the possible hands your opponents might hold. By carefully studying the board, you can identify the combinations it allows and predict the likelihood of your opponents holding strong hands. For instance, if the board shows a sequence like 5, 6, 7, you should be wary of players who might have a straight. Similarly, if 3 cards of the same suit appear, there's a chance someone is holding a flush. Understanding these possibilities is the first step in hand reading. Beyond recognizing potential hands based on the board, you can gain valuable insights from your opponent's betting patterns. Aggressive bets often indicate strong hands, while cautious checks or calls might suggest weakness or uncertainty. If a player suddenly starts betting heavily when a flush draw completes, they could be signaling they've just made their hand. However, they might also be bluffing, attempting to scare you into folding. Differentiating between these scenarios requires practice and observation. To improve hand reading, it's essential to pay attention to how your opponents play on earlier streets. Pre-flop actions can offer hints about the strength of an opponent's hand. Players who raise before the flop might be holding high pairs or strong cards like aces or kings. If these players continue to bet aggressively after the flop and turn, their confidence could indicate a strong hand. Conversely, if they suddenly become passive, it might suggest they missed the board. Beginners should start by making simple reads. Focus on identifying the most apparent threats on the board. For example, if you see a pair on the board, consider the possibility of a full house. If the board is uncoordinated with no obvious straights or flushes, high card hands might be the strongest. Start by categorizing hands into strong, medium, or weak, based on the board texture and the betting action you've observed. With experience, you'll become better at using the board to make educated guesses about your opponent's holdings. Over time, this practice will enhance your decision-making and help you navigate complex situations more effectively. The key is to consistently apply these skills in each hand you play. Observing your opponents, understanding board textures, and analyzing betting patterns will gradually improve your ability to read hands accurately. Hand reading is not just about memorizing possibilities, it's about synthesizing information and making informed decisions based on the data available. Chapter 16: Showdown Order and Etiquette. In Texas Hold'em poker, the showdown is the culminating moment of a hand where players reveal their cards to determine the winner. Understanding the correct order and etiquette of revealing cards is crucial for maintaining fairness and respect at the table. Let's begin with the essential rule when there is an aggressor in the final betting round. The last player to make a bet or raise shows their cards first. This rule ensures clarity about who has taken the lead in the betting, making the process more straightforward for everyone involved. It sets a clear standard and minimizes confusion, allowing the game to flow smoothly. In instances where no bet occurs in the final round, the order of revealing cards starts from the player immediately to the left of the dealer button and proceeds clockwise. This approach is logical because it follows the natural order of play that the players are accustomed to throughout the hand. By sticking to this system, the game maintains its rhythm and players know what to expect, reducing any potential disputes about whose turn it is to show cards. It also allows each player their fair moment to reveal their hand and attempt to win the pot. Players are tasked with forming the best possible 5-card hand using any combination of their 2 whole cards and the 5 community cards on the table. This combination can vary significantly, and it's not uncommon for players to need a moment to assess which cards to use. Despite the personal stake and excitement of the showdown, it's important for players to be prompt in revealing their hands. Delays can break the rhythm of the game and might lead to unnecessary tension. Being prepared to show your cards quickly demonstrates respect for your fellow players by acknowledging that everyone is eager to see the outcome and move on to the next hand. It is a fundamental right of all players to see any hand that has been called at the showdown. This transparency is a cornerstone of fair play and prevents misunderstandings or accusations of foul play. Everyone at the table has contributed to the pot in some form, and thus they are entitled to see the hand that claims the winnings. This practice fosters a sense of trust among players and upholds the integrity of the game. While it might be tempting to hide a losing hand, especially if it was a bluff or a weak holding, showing respect for the process is essential. Politeness in handling cards is another key aspect of showdown etiquette. Cards should be revealed in a calm and orderly manner, without excessive flourish or aggression. Throwing cards or revealing them in a dramatic fashion can be seen as disrespectful and is generally frowned upon. Players should aim to lay down their cards clearly and face up for all to see, ensuring there is no ambiguity about their hand. This level of consideration contributes to a positive and enjoyable atmosphere at the table. Maintaining a calm demeanor during the showdown is important for keeping the game enjoyable for everyone. Even if emotions run high, whether due to a major win or a disappointing loss, players are encouraged to stay composed. Demonstrating good sportsmanship, regardless of the outcome, is a mark of a seasoned and respectful poker player. This attitude helps in maintaining a pleasant table environment, allowing everyone to focus on the game and enjoy the shared experience without unnecessary conflict. Chapter 17. Comparing hands calmly. When a poker hand reaches showdown, the focus turns to identifying the strongest 5-card combination. In Lesson 1, we walked through each hand ranking in detail, but it is worth reviewing them here as a reminder. Repetition builds confidence. Knowing the order of hands is not about memorization for its own sake. It is about recognizing at a glance what beats what, so that decisions at the table are steady and accurate. At the top of the ranking sits the royal flush: ace, king, queen, jack, and 10 of the same suit. It is unbeatable, the dream hand every player hopes to see but rarely ever will. Next comes the straight flush, 5 consecutive cards, all of the same suit, such as 6 through 10 of hearts. Beneath that is 4 of a kind, or quads, which consist of 4 cards of the same rank. Full house follows, a combination of 3 of a kind plus a pair. The next in order is the flush, 5 cards of the same suit in any order. Below that sits the straight, 5 cards in sequence, but of mixed suits. Then comes 3 of a kind, followed by 2 pair, then 1 pair, and finally high card, where no combination is made, and the single highest card decides the winner. Understanding this order ensures there is no doubt about who should win a pot once all the cards are revealed. Beginners often misjudge relative hand strength. For example, thinking a flush beats a full house, or overvaluing a straight when a higher flush is possible. By reviewing the sequence often, these mistakes become less likely. One important detail to emphasize is the role of kickers. A kicker is the side card that breaks ties when players share the same main combination. If 2 players both hold a pair of queens, The one whose other card is higher, say queen with ace versus queen with 10, will win. Kickers are subtle, but critical. Overlooking them is one of the most common errors among beginners. The dealer's role in both casino and home games is to verify the winner when there is uncertainty. Trusting the dealer to confirm hand strength helps reduce disputes. Still, it is valuable for players to be able to read hands confidently on their own. Relying on memory and calm observation ensures that mistakes do not cost chips or cause unnecessary arguments. Just as important as accuracy is demeanor. Players should approach hand comparisons without rushing or letting emotions cloud their judgment. Disappointment at a loss or excitement at a win can both lead to sloppy evaluation. By pausing, taking a breath, and reviewing the board step by step, players avoid errors and preserve the integrity of the game. Calm comparisons create a table atmosphere where trust is strong and every player feels that results are fair. Comparing hands is not about speed, it is about clarity. Every showdown offers a chance to practice discipline, review the order of hands, and reinforce habits of patience. The more often you calmly work through these evaluations, the more automatic the process will become. Over time, this calm clarity will serve not only in showdowns, but in every decision you make at the table. Chapter 18: Side Pots, Simplified. In Texas Hold'em, side pots can seem complex at first, but they occur under specific circumstances and follow straightforward rules. Side pots come into play when at least one player goes all in with a stack that's smaller than other players' bets. It's important to know that poker involves betting in rounds, and sometimes players will wager different amounts based on their chip stacks. This is where side pots become necessary. Imagine a situation where 3 players are in a hand. Player A has 100 chips, Player B has 200 chips, and Player C has 300 chips. All players decide to go all in during a particular round. Player A is only able to put 100 chips into the pot, because that's all they have. Player B can match Player A's 100 chips and add another 100 of their own chips. Player C can match both Player A's and Player B's contributions, making it 300 chips total. Here, the concept of the main pot and side pots comes into play. The main pot is formed from the smallest stack's contribution. In our example, Player A's 100 chips define the main pot, meaning all the players contribute up to 100 chips to this pot. This pot is contested by all 3 players because each has matched this amount. However, there are still additional chips on the table from Player B and Player C's larger stacks, which leads to the formation of side pots. The first side pot is created with Player B and Player C's additional chips. In this scenario, since Player B put in 200 chips total, the side pot would contain Player B's additional 100 chips, along with Player C's matching 100 chips. Thus, only Player B and Player C compete for this side pot, because they are the only ones who contributed to it. Now Player C has even more chips than Player B, which creates yet another side pot. Player C added an additional 100 chips, making a second side pot that only they can win, as Player A and Player B cannot match this amount. While it might sound complicated, remember that the dealer plays a crucial role in managing these pots. The dealer is responsible for distributing the chips correctly, ensuring the game runs smoothly and fairly. When the hand concludes, the dealer will first distribute the main pot. This pot is awarded to the player with the best hand among all players, including the all-in player, as everyone contributed to it. Next, the first side pot is awarded, but only the players who contributed to that side pot are eligible to win it. If player B or player C has the best hand, they will take this side pot. Finally, the last side pot, contributed to only by player C, is given to them if they have the best hand among those eligible. While side pots may initially seem daunting, they are simply a mechanism to ensure fairness when players have different chip stacks. Understanding that they form based on the limits of each player's bets helps clarify their purpose. The clarity and structure of side pots allow players to compete fairly, regardless of their stack size. Once you grasp these concepts, side pots become a straightforward aspect of the game, adding another layer of strategy and excitement to Texas Hold'em. Chapter 19: Awarding Chips. In Texas Hold'em poker, the awarding of chips after a showdown is a carefully orchestrated ritual that underscores the importance of precision and trust at the table. After the final round of betting has concluded and the remaining players reveal their cards, the dealer's role becomes crucial in ensuring that the chips are distributed correctly. The first step in this process is the dealer gathering the losing cards and placing them into the muck. This helps keep the table organized and maintains clarity about which hands are still in play. Once the losing hands have been cleared, the dealer must announce the winner of the hand with clarity and authority. This declaration is an important moment at the table. It confirms the results of the showdown and informs all players of the outcome. Announcing the winner clearly prevents any disputes and ensures that all players understand who is entitled to the chips in the pot. After the winner is declared, the dealer proceeds to push the chips toward the winning player. This action must be done with care and attention to detail. The dealer must ensure that the right amount of chips is awarded, reflecting the bets placed during the hand. The physical act of pushing the chips is more than just a transfer of currency. It is a symbolic moment that signifies the culmination of the hand and the rightful reward for the winner. In instances where side pots have been created, perhaps due to some players being all in, these are resolved before the main pot. Side pots occur when one or more players have wagered all their chips, and subsequent bets form separate pots that only involve players with remaining chips. The dealer must carefully track the amounts in each side pot and award them to the appropriate winners based on the showdown results. Resolving side pots first ensures that each player receives their fair share of winnings before the main pot is distributed. This meticulous handling of chips is fundamental in building trust at the poker table. Players rely on the dealer's accuracy and impartiality to safeguard the integrity of the game. Any errors in chip distribution can lead to disputes, eroding trust, and potentially disrupting the harmonious flow of the game. Therefore, the dealer's attention to detail and adherence to procedures is paramount. The ritual of awarding chips marks the conclusion of one hand and sets the stage for the next. It is a moment of closure where the tensions and strategies of the previous hand are resolved, and players can refocus on the upcoming challenges. As the chips are pushed to the winner and the cards are gathered, the table resets, ready for the next hand to unfold. This seamless transition from one hand to the next is a testament to the rhythm and flow of a well-managed poker game, where each hand is an opportunity to start anew. Chapter 20: Resetting the Table. In Texas Hold'em, after each hand concludes, the table undergoes a calming reset. It starts with mucking the cards, which means all discarded and folded cards from the round are collected and mixed into the muck pile, a stack of face-down cards. This step ensures that no cards from the previous hand are visible or used in the next. The dealer then gathers these mucked cards and the community cards to integrate them back into the deck. This physical act of sweeping the cards away signifies a clean slate, both literally and metaphorically, for the players and the game. The next step is shuffling the deck. The dealer takes the deck in their hands and begins the methodical process of shuffling. Shuffling is crucial as it randomizes the cards, ensuring fairness and unpredictability for the upcoming hand. The sound of the cards riffing together can be quite soothing, a familiar rhythm that signals the end of one round and the beginning of another. This practice is not just routine, it is a fundamental part of maintaining trust at the table. Players rely on the randomness that shuffling provides to ensure that every hand dealt is a fair opportunity. Following the shuffle, the dealer places the deck in front of them, ready for the next deal. At this point, the button, which is a small circular marker that looks like a chip, is moved one position clockwise to the next player. The button signifies the nominal dealer for the hand, determining the order of betting. Moving the button ensures that every player gets an equal chance to act last, a strategic advantage in poker. The rotation of the button is a simple yet essential part of the game, as it maintains the balance and fairness in the sequence of play. Along with the button, the blinds also shift clockwise. The small blind and the big blind are forced bets that players must place before any cards are dealt. This mechanism keeps the game active by ensuring there is always something to play for. The rotation of the blinds is paired with the movement of the button to give each player an equal opportunity to post these bets. It's another aspect of the game that keeps the playing field level, as everyone takes their turn contributing to the pot without exception. As the button and blinds move, players take a moment to restack their chips. This is when each participant organizes their chip stacks, making sure they have their winnings or losses from the previous hand in order. Organizing chips is more than just a tidying exercise. It helps players keep track of their bankroll and make tactical decisions during the hand. Clear chip stacks allow for easy counting and help prevent mistakes in the heat of the game. This entire resetting process might seem routine, but it plays a vital role in maintaining the order, continuity, and fairness of the game. Each step from mucking the cards to moving the blinds is carefully structured to ensure that every hand of poker starts fresh and unbiased. It provides players with the assurance that the game is conducted fairly, where skill and strategy have the chance to shine without interference from poorly managed logistics or confusion. The rhythm of these resetting actions offers both a physical and mental pause, giving players the opportunity to refocus and prepare for the next hand. Chapter 21. Recognizing Position Early. In Texas Hold'em poker, understanding position is crucial to developing a successful strategy. Position refers to where you sit in relation to the dealer button, and it dictates the order in which you act during the betting rounds. This can significantly influence your decision-making process throughout the game. In each hand, the player sitting directly to the left of the dealer button is in the small blind position, followed by the big blind. After the blinds, the next seats are considered early position. Players in these seats are the first to act in the betting round, making it a challenging spot as they must make decisions with minimal information about other players' actions. Early position requires caution and a more conservative approach. Here, you have little to no insight into the strength of your opponent's hands. Thus, it is often wise to play only strong hands in early position. Since you are setting the tone for the round, the potential risk of running into a stronger hand is higher. Many experienced players recommend tightening your starting hand range when in early position. This means focusing on high-value hands like big pairs or strong aces, as these are more likely to hold up against unknown opposition. As the action moves clockwise around the table, the middle position comes next. Here you have a bit more information than the early position players, since you can see how the first few players have acted. This allows for slightly more flexibility in hand selection. In middle position, you can begin to include a few more speculative hands, especially if the early players have shown weakness by checking or folding. It's important to remain cautious, however, as there are still several players to act after you, and they will have more information than you, just as you had more than the early players. Late position, including the cutoff and the button, is where you have the most information available. The button is the best position to be in because you are last to act, giving you the opportunity to see how everyone else has played their hand. With this advantage, you can play a wider range of hands, using the additional knowledge to make more informed decisions. For example, if several players have checked or folded, you might choose to make a play with a weaker hand, leveraging your position to apply pressure with a strategic bet or raise. The strategic advantage of the dealer button cannot be overstated. It allows you to observe the actions of all other players before you must make your decision. This prime spot helps in orchestrating bluffs and extracting maximum value from your strong hands. Being in late position also offers the opportunity to control the size of the pot more effectively, deciding whether to keep it small with a check or to build it with a bet. Understanding and recognizing your position at the poker table is key to developing effective strategies. Beginners should always be aware of their position relative to the dealer button. This awareness helps in making more calculated decisions, ultimately leading to better overall performance in the game. By focusing on the nuances of position, players can gradually evolve their game, transitioning from cautious beginners to confident competitors. Chapter 22: Learning by Watching. When learning Texas Hold'em, a valuable approach is to spend time observing hands, even when you are not directly involved in the action. This kind of passive observation can provide insights into player behavior and strategy without requiring you to risk your chips. One key aspect is to pay close attention to how opponents bet in different situations. Each decision made by a player during a hand can offer clues about their style and the strength of their hand. An aggressive bet might indicate confidence, while a more cautious approach could suggest uncertainty or a weaker holding. During a hand, observe the betting patterns. Notice when players decide to raise, call, or fold, and consider what these actions might reveal about their cards. By watching how different players handle similar situations, you can start to identify patterns in their behavior. For instance, some players may consistently bluff when the pot is small, while others might only do so in more significant pots. These tendencies can become apparent only if you are actively watching and taking mental notes. Showdowns are particularly informative moments. When players reveal their whole cards, you gain a complete picture of how they played their hand from start to finish. This reveal can confirm suspicions or surprise you, but either way, it adds to your understanding of player tendencies. Seeing the cards at showdown helps link their betting behavior with the actual strength of their hand. This knowledge is crucial in building a mental database of player actions and potential bluffs or traps. Watching others also helps you recognize patterns without the pressure of being involved in the hand. You can focus entirely on gathering information. As you observe, try to piece together the story each hand tells. Who seemed confident? Who hesitated? Did someone suddenly shift their strategy? These are all critical observations that over time can improve your ability to read the table and make more informed decisions when you are in a hand. Even when folded, pay attention to the dynamics between players. Sometimes the interplay between opponents can reveal as much as the cards themselves. A player who frequently engages in banter may do so to distract or unsettle others. Watch how others react to this and adapt their play accordingly. Situational awareness like this can be invaluable, especially when you face these players later. Observing the table lets you build a repertoire of strategies and outcomes without depleting your stack. It's like watching a tutorial play out in real time, where every hand offers a lesson. Over time, you'll start to anticipate moves and understand why players make certain decisions. This familiarity with the flow of the game and the behavior of others is a fundamental part of growth in poker. By observing carefully, you position yourself to play more confidently and strategically when it's your turn to act. Chapter 23: Managing Nerves at the Table. When you're new to Texas Hold'em poker, it's common to feel a rush of nerves when you first sit at the table. The excitement, the anticipation, and sometimes the tension of live play can be overwhelming as you look around at more seasoned players. These nerves are perfectly normal. However, they can lead you to a state of stress where you may end up rushing your decisions or making careless bets. You might find yourself folding too early or going all in without thorough consideration. These hasty decisions often result from the pressure you feel to keep up with the pace of the game. To counteract this, one of the most effective methods is to take a moment before acting on each choice. Give yourself the permission to pause. Poker is not just about the cards in your hand, but also the strategy you employ in each round. By taking a few seconds to breathe and think through your options, you allow yourself the space to consider the possible outcomes. This pause can be the difference between a well-thought-out bet and a regrettable mistake. Remember, there's no rush. The best players are those who can maintain their calm and think clearly, regardless of the situation. Breathing steadily is a straightforward and effective technique to help manage this anxiety. When you focus on your breath, you can center yourself and tune out distractions. Inhale slowly through your nose, hold for a moment, and then exhale gently through your mouth. This process helps regulate your heart rate and brings a sense of calm to your mind and body. It's a simple practice, but it can ground you during tense moments, allowing you to focus on the game rather than your nerves. Patience is a virtue that extends beyond waiting for the right cards. It's about waiting for the right moment to act, the right opportunity to raise, or the right time to fold. Exercising patience can enhance your gameplay significantly. When you're patient, you're less likely to be swayed by emotions. Instead, you'll base your decisions on a clear analysis of the situation. You might find it helpful to observe how other players handle their turns, noting which strategies seem effective and which do not. This observation period can also serve to calm your nerves as you become more familiar with the game's flow. Calmness at the poker table transcends the value of any individual hand. While having a strong hand is undoubtedly beneficial, maintaining a cool head can often be more advantageous. A calm demeanor allows you to focus on the dynamics at play, the subtle tells of your opponents, the betting patterns emerging, and the potential risks or rewards each hand presents. This level of focus sharpens your decision-making process, enabling you to make moves based on logic rather than impulse. Over time, as you continue to practice staying calm under pressure, you'll find that your confidence grows alongside your skill level. And in poker, confidence can be as powerful as the cards you hold. Chapter 24: Finding the Rhythm of Play. In Texas Hold'em poker, every hand begins with a shuffle. The deck is given a fresh start, mixing cards in a way that ensures fairness and unpredictability. This shuffle is not just a necessity, it sets the stage for the unfolding drama of the hand. The repetitive act of shuffling can be soothing, a rhythmic prelude that signals the beginning of another opportunity. It's a moment where players can take a breath, reset their focus, and prepare for the possibilities of the upcoming hand. Once the shuffle is complete, the dealer moves to the next step, dealing the cards. 2 cards are dealt face down to each player. These are known as the hole cards. The familiarity of this ritual is comforting in its predictability. Each player knows what to expect and can begin to strategize based on their initial hand. The dealing phase is silent, save for the soft sound of cards sliding across the felt. It's a moment of personal contemplation and anticipation. Betting rounds follow, starting with the player to the left of the dealer. This is where strategy comes into play, and players begin to make decisions based on their hole cards, the community cards that will come later, and their opponent's actions. The rhythm here is crucial. Players assess their options, deciding whether to call, raise, or fold. The betting round is a dance of decisions, each player reacting to others, yet following a well-known pattern. This consistent framework helps beginners find their footing as they learn the nuances of timing and decision-making. Next, we enter the phase of revealing the community cards, beginning with the flop. 3 cards are laid face-up in the center of the table. This shared information invites a new wave of strategic thinking. The turn and the river follow, each adding 1 more card to the communal pool. These stages are predictable in their order and timing, offering a steady cadence that reassures players. The cycle of revealing cards builds tension and excitement, yet remains grounded in its orderly progression. Finally, the resolution of the hand brings the cycle to a close. Players reveal their cards in the showdown, if necessary, and the winner is determined based on the best 5-card hand. This conclusion offers closure to the narrative of the hand, wrapping up the drama that began with the shuffle. The pot is awarded, and the cycle begins anew with another shuffle. The consistency of this process is a source of comfort. Each hand is unique, yet follows the same fundamental structure. The rhythm of these repeated cycles is more than a series of mechanical steps. It's the heartbeat of the game. For newcomers, this rhythm can alleviate the anxiety that often accompanies learning poker. As players become familiar with the structure, they gain confidence. The predictability of shuffle, deal, bet, reveal, and resolve provides a sense of stability. As players grow accustomed to this rhythm, they find comfort in its familiarity. Over time, the steady cycles of Texas Hold'em become second nature, allowing players to focus more on strategy and enjoyment. Chapter 25. Gentle recap of Lesson 2. In the game of Texas Hold'em poker, every player begins by understanding the roles that keep the game fair and engaging. One crucial aspect is the blinds, which are mandatory bets that players to the left of the dealer must place before any cards are dealt. The small blind and the big blind help ensure action in the game, preventing players from simply folding their way to victory. The dealer's position, marked by a button that moves clockwise around the table after each hand, is also significant. This button determines each player's role for the hand, rotating who must contribute the blinds and who acts first in the betting rounds. This setup introduces an essential layer of strategy and fairness, requiring players to adapt their approach based on their position each hand. Position in poker refers to where a player acts in the betting order, and it plays a critical role in decision-making. Players who act later in the round have more information at their disposal because they've seen how their opponents have bet or checked. This advantage allows them to make more informed decisions. For beginners, understanding the importance of position can significantly impact their success at the table. Acting last, or being on the button, is the most advantageous position, as it allows one to observe all other players' actions before deciding their move. Conversely, early position players must act with little information, demanding tighter play and more caution. A key component of poker is the discipline to protect one's hole cards. Hole cards are the two private cards dealt to each player, and maintaining their secrecy is crucial. Allowing opponents to see your cards inadvertently can lead to significant disadvantages, as it provides them insight into your possible strategy. Therefore, players should always take care when viewing their cards, shielding them from wandering eyes. This behavior reflects a broader principle of discipline in poker, which can dictate a player's success. For beginners, adopting a tight and patient play style is often recommended. This means being selective with the hands you choose to play and avoiding the temptation to get involved in too many pots. Patience allows you to wait for strong opportunities and minimizes the risk of being caught in marginal situations. By focusing on strong starting hands and playing them aggressively, beginners can build their confidence while minimizing potential losses from weaker hands. Awareness of board texture is another skill that can sharpen a player's decision-making. The community cards, or the board, can dramatically change the strength of a hand. For example, a board with many connected or suited cards might indicate the possibility of a straight or flush, requiring careful attention. Observing how your hand interacts with the board and how potential hands might be developing is crucial for making strategic decisions. This awareness enhances one's ability to read opponents and predict possible outcomes. Observation and calmness are foundations for success in poker. By carefully watching opponents, players can glean insights into their playing styles and tendencies. Noticing patterns, such as how often they bluff or the types of hands they play, provides valuable information. Staying calm, even when faced with challenging situations, allows players to think clearly and make rational decisions. Poker is a game of mental endurance, as much as it is of skill, and maintaining composure can be just as important as reading the cards. Practice and observation naturally lead to improvement. As players spend more time at the table, they become more attuned to the nuances of the game, developing instincts that guide them through complex hands. With each hand played, experience accumulates, refining skills and enhancing understanding. The journey from beginner to proficient player is not an overnight transformation, but a gradual accumulation of knowledge and intuition. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to starting hands. Every lesson in poker builds on the one before it. In Lesson 1, you learned the basic flow of a hand and the order of betting rounds. In Lesson 2, we focused on the skills that exist inside that flow, protecting cards, handling chips, observing the table, and managing nerves. Together, these lessons give you a strong foundation. You now know how the game moves, and you have the habits that allow you to participate with confidence. The next step is to look more closely at the very first decision you face in every hand, whether to play your starting cards or let them go. Every player receives 2 whole cards, and from that moment forward, the entire hand is shaped by the decision to continue or fold. For beginners, this is the area that determines long-term success more than any other. Strong starting hands make later decisions easier, while weak ones often lead to difficult spots where mistakes are common. Starting hand selection is more than just knowing that pocket aces are strong, or that 7-2 offsuit is weak. It is about developing a framework for when to enter a pot and when to fold, using position, chip stacks, and table dynamics to guide you. Beginners should learn first to recognize the premium hands that are almost always worth playing, such as high pairs and strong ace combinations. At the same time, they should develop the discipline to fold the junk hands that rarely win and too often cost chips when played. The beauty of starting hand selection is that it simplifies poker. By being selective at the beginning, you avoid many of the most complicated decisions later. If you play hands that are statistically strong and positionally sound, the game begins to feel more straightforward. You will not win every pot, no one does, but you will put yourself in situations where winning is more likely. That consistent habit is what turns a beginner into a steady player. Lesson 3 will take you step by step through this subject. You will learn why pocket aces, kings, and queens are considered premium, how ace-king can be powerful but also tricky, and how medium pairs or suited connectors can add depth to your range in the right situations. We will also look at the dangers of weak aces, small pairs, and gapped hands, explaining why these often lead to trouble for beginners. Finally, we will connect hand selection to position, showing how the same cards can be strong on the button, but weak when played from early position. Position deserves special emphasis. Acting later in the hand gives you more information about your opponent's actions, and that information makes marginal hands playable. By contrast, acting early requires stricter discipline, since you must make decisions with little information. Lesson 3 will revisit this idea again and again, teaching you not only what to play but when to play it based on where you sit. Looking ahead, keep in mind that starting hand selection is not about memorizing a rigid chart, but about learning principles. Over time, you will adjust your choices based on the number of players at the table, the tendencies of your opponents, and the stage of the game. What we will provide in Lesson 3 is the foundation, the simple guidelines every beginner needs to get started. From there, experience will allow you to adapt and grow, With the mechanics of play now familiar from lessons 1 and 2, you are ready for this next step. Understanding which hands to play and which to fold will transform the way you approach Texas Hold'em. It will reduce uncertainty, simplify decisions, and give you confidence at the table. Lesson 3 is where strategy truly begins. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this third lesson, we will calmly focus on the first decision every player makes: which starting hands to play. Together we will explore the difference between strong and weak hands, the role of position, and the patient mindset that helps beginners succeed. With soft pacing and clear guidance, this lesson will give you a steady foundation in hand selection, a skill that shapes every game of Texas Hold'em. Chapter 1: The First Decision. Every hand of Texas Hold'em begins with a choice: whether to play the cards you are dealt, or to fold them and wait for a better opportunity. For new players, this is the most important decision of all. It sets the tone for the rest of the hand, and often determines whether you will find yourself in an easy situation or a difficult one later. Good poker begins not with flashy bluffs or big pots, but with the discipline to choose starting hands wisely. Folding is not a sign of weakness. In fact, most successful players fold the majority of the hands they are dealt. Out of 169 unique starting hand combinations, only a small portion are truly strong enough to play consistently. Beginners should understand that patience is a form of power. Each fold preserves chips for moments when the odds are more favorable. By resisting the urge to play every hand, you create a foundation for long-term success. When considering whether to enter a hand, the first thing to look at is the strength of your hole cards. Premium pairs such as pocket aces, kings, or queens almost always deserve to be played. High ace combinations like ace-king or ace-queen are also strong, though they come with more risk if they miss the board. Medium pairs and suited connectors can be playable under the right conditions, but they require more care. Weak, uncoordinated cards, especially low offsuit hands such as 7-2, should almost always be folded. Position adds another layer to this decision. Acting early in the betting order is more dangerous, because you must choose without knowing what others will do. The same hand that looks playable on the button, where you act last, may be too risky under the gun. Beginners should lean toward playing only the strongest hands when they are in early position, and widen slightly when they have the advantage of acting later. This awareness helps prevent difficult spots against stronger players. Chip management is also part of the first decision. Every chip you place in the pot represents a commitment. Putting money in with a poor hand often forces you into tough choices later, calling bets with little chance of winning or bluffing with weak odds. By folding early, you avoid these traps. When you do choose to enter a pot, it should be with a hand strong enough to justify that investment. Finally, it is important to approach each starting hand with calm clarity. Do not let boredom or frustration push you into playing cards that do not deserve attention. The discipline to fold is one of the most valuable skills a beginner can develop. It keeps you out of trouble and ensures that when you do play, you are entering with purpose. In this way, the first decision is not just about one hand, it is about shaping the kind of player you will become. Careful choices now create confidence for every decision that follows. Chapter 2: Premium Starting Hands. Among all possible hole cards in Texas Hold'em, 3 pairs stand above the rest: pocket aces, pocket kings, and pocket queens. These are known as premium starting hands. They are rare, appearing less than 2% of the time, but when they do arrive, they offer the strongest possible beginning. Understanding how to play these hands correctly gives beginners confidence and prevents mistakes that can waste their value. Pocket aces are the best starting hand in the game. 2 aces pre-flop are favored against any other single holding. While they will not win every time, they are ahead statistically in almost every matchup. The goal with aces is to build the pot while protecting against too many opponents. Raising pre-flop is standard, because limping in invites multiple players to see the flop cheaply. Against several opponents, even aces can be cracked by straights, flushes, or sets. By raising, you thin the field and give your hand the best chance to hold up. Pocket kings are only slightly behind aces in power. They dominate nearly all hands, except when facing aces. Kings are strong enough to raise and re-raise confidently, pre-flop. However, beginners should be aware of the rare but possible danger if an opponent shows unusual strength. For example, if another player continues to re-raise aggressively, it may indicate aces. Even so, kings should nearly always be played with confidence. After the flop, caution may be needed if an ace appears on the board, since many opponents play ace-high hands. Pocket queens are the 3rd premium pair. They are excellent, but more vulnerable than aces or kings, particularly when the flop brings an ace or king. Pre-flop, queens deserve a raise, and in many cases a re-raise, to narrow the number of opponents. The fewer players in the hand, the more likely queens remain best. However, beginners should practice care when faced with multiple callers or heavy aggression. A flop with overcards can shift the balance quickly, and learning to release queens when clearly beaten is part of long-term discipline. Premium hands are rare gifts, but they still require thoughtful play. Beginners should avoid slow playing too often, especially in games with many loose players. Building the pot pre-flop and keeping opponents honest with firm raises is usually the best path. At the same time, players should remember that no hand is unbeatable. Premium pairs win often, but they do lose, and part of poker's challenge is handling those losses calmly. By playing aces, kings, and queens with both confidence and respect, beginners learn to maximize strength while keeping their emotions steady. Chapter 3: Big Ace Hands. After premium pairs, the next strongest group of starting hands are the big aces, most often ace-king and ace-queen. These hands are not pairs, but they carry strong potential. They are sometimes called Broadway aces because they combine with the highest face cards. Beginners must learn to treat them with both respect and caution. They can win big pots when they connect, but they can also lead to expensive mistakes if overplayed. Ace-king, suited or offsuit, is widely considered the best non-pair hand in Texas Hold'em. It has the potential to make the highest straight, the strongest top pair, and when suited, the nut flush. Before the flop, ace-king is usually worth raising or re-raising, especially in later positions. Against many weaker aces and Broadway hands, it is favored. However, it is important to remember that ace-king is still just high cards before the flop. If it does not connect with the board, it may remain only ace-high. Beginners should avoid treating it like pocket aces, which are guaranteed to start ahead of nearly every hand. Ace-queen follows closely behind. It is strong enough to raise pre-flop, but more vulnerable than ace-king. The danger with ace-queen is domination when an opponent holds ace-king or even pocket queens. If an ace comes on the board, ace-queen may still lose to ace-king's higher kicker. For beginners, the key is to play ace-queen confidently, but to recognize spots where it may not be best. Position is especially important with ace-queen. From early position, caution is wise. From late position, ace-queen can often be played aggressively. Big aces highlight why position matters so much. Entering pots from early position with ace-king or ace-queen can still be correct, but the difficulty increases because you must act before seeing what others do. In late position, these hands gain extra value because you can watch opponents act first. A raise from late position with ace-king applies pressure and often narrows the field, giving the hand the best chance to shine. For beginners, the key lesson with ace-king and ace-queen is balance. These hands are strong, but they are not guaranteed winners. They should be raised pre-flop in most situations, but once the flop appears, re-evaluation is necessary. If they connect, they can make the strongest possible pairs and powerful draws. If they miss, however, players must be willing to fold. Overcommitting with nothing but ace-high is a common mistake. By treating big aces as high-potential tools rather than certain victories, beginners learn to use them for maximum value while avoiding costly traps. Chapter 4: Medium pocket pairs. Pocket pairs are among the most exciting hands a beginner can receive, and medium pairs, pocket tens, nines and eights, with sevens often grouped in, offer both promise and challenge. They are stronger than small pairs, because they often outrank many cards that appear on the flop, yet they are more vulnerable than the premium pairs covered earlier. Learning how to play medium pairs correctly is about patience, observation, and knowing when to press forward or let go. The value of medium pairs lies in their potential to improve. The most important upgrade they can make is turning into three of a kind, known as a set. The chance of flopping a set with any pocket pair is about 12%, or roughly once in every 8 flops. This means that most of the time, medium pairs will remain just a single pair after the flop. When they do hit a set, however, they are often well hidden and can win very large pots. For this reason, many players enter the pot with medium pairs looking for an opportunity to set mine, calling a raise or seeing a flop cheaply with the hope of hitting that rare but powerful improvement. Before the flop, medium pairs are usually worth playing, but how you proceed depends heavily on position. In early position, where you must act before most players, it is often best to play cautiously, either calling or making a modest raise to see how others respond. In later position, with fewer players left to act, medium pairs can be raised more confidently, sometimes even used as semi-bluffs to pressure weaker holdings. Position provides the information that helps guide whether these pairs should be played aggressively or more passively. After the flop, the strength of medium pairs depends on the board. If overcards appear, such as a king, queen, or ace, your pocket pair may suddenly look vulnerable. An opponent who calls or raises strongly could easily be ahead with a higher pair. Beginners should avoid clinging to medium pairs when faced with heavy aggression on boards filled with higher ranks. Folding in these spots is not weakness. It is the discipline that preserves chips for stronger opportunities. Conversely, if the flop comes with low or uncoordinated cards, medium pairs can remain strong and deserve protection with a solid bet. Medium pocket pairs teach beginners important lessons. They show the value of patience, the risk of overplaying, and the reward of discipline. By aiming to see flops affordably, respecting overcards, and seizing the rare but powerful moment of flopping a set, players learn to manage risk and maximize potential. These hands are not always glamorous, but handled correctly, they become reliable tools in a beginner's journey toward confident play. Chapter 5: Small Pocket Pairs. Pocket pairs are exciting for beginners, but the smallest ones, deuces through sixes, require the most discipline. Unlike premium or medium pairs, small pairs rarely stand on their own after the flop. They are often vulnerable to overcards and can be difficult to play profitably without a clear plan. Learning to handle these hands teaches patience, chip management, and the wisdom of folding when the situation is not favorable. The main value of small pocket pairs comes from their potential to improve into three of a kind. The chance of flopping a set is the same as with any pair, about 12%, or once in 8 flops. When it happens, the hand becomes very strong, often disguised, and capable of winning a large pot. However, in the other 7 out of 8 flops, small pairs remain weak, frequently overshadowed by higher cards on the board. For example, pocket fours on a flop of King 10-7 are simply a small pair with little hope against opponents holding higher cards. Beginners must learn to recognize that most flops will not provide the help these hands need. Before the flop, small pairs can be played cautiously, but only in the right spots. In early position, folding is often best, since playing them out of position creates difficult post-flop decisions. In later position, or when the cost to see a flop is small, small pairs can be worth calling with the goal of set mining. The key is chip management. You should only invest if the potential reward is large enough compared to the amount you risk. If you face a big raise that would cost too much of your stack, folding is the smarter choice. After the flop, the strength of small pairs is easy to measure. If you hit a set, the hand is powerful and usually worth playing strongly. If you miss, folding quickly is often the correct path. Beginners sometimes fall into the trap of hanging on with a low pair, calling bets in the hope of improving on later streets. This approach usually leads to losing more chips than necessary. By keeping play simple, betting when strong, folding when weak, small pairs become much easier to manage. Small pocket pairs remind beginners that not every hand needs to be played. Folding is often the best choice, and patience is rewarded over time. When they do improve to a set, they can deliver memorable wins, but most of the time they should be treated carefully and folded when conditions are poor. By approaching them with discipline and respect for the odds, players learn one of poker's most valuable lessons. Strength lies not in playing every hand, but in knowing which hands to release and which to pursue. Chapter 6: Suited Connectors. Suited connectors are hands made up of 2 cards that are both suited and consecutive, such as 7-8 of hearts or 9-10 of spades. These hands hold special value because they have the potential to create straights, flushes, or even straight flushes. While they are rarely strong before the flop, their power comes from the way they can connect with the board, to form disguised and often very strong holdings. Beginners should approach suited connectors with both patience and understanding of the odds. One of the main appeals of suited connectors is their ability to make draws. The chance of flopping a flush draw with suited cards is about 11%, and by the river, a flush will arrive around 6.5% of the time. When the cards are connected, such as 9-10 suited, the odds of hitting an open-ended straight draw on the flop are about 9%. These draws give suited connectors their strength, but they should not be relied upon every time. Most of the time, the flop will miss, leaving only weak high card value. This is why disciplined selection of when to play them is so important. Position plays a major role in using suited connectors effectively. In early position, they are often too risky, since you will be forced to act without information on other players. Calling with them early can lead to difficult situations where you miss the board and face pressure. In late position, however, suited connectors gain much more value. Acting last allows you to control the pace, decide when to see a flop cheaply, and apply pressure if the situation looks favorable. Beginners should view suited connectors as playable primarily from the middle and late seats. Another key factor is stack size. Suited connectors work best when you and your opponents have deep stacks relative to the blinds. The potential to win large pots when they hit their disguised straights or flushes is what makes them profitable. If stacks are shallow, the risk of committing too many chips with weak draws outweighs the benefits. Beginners should keep this in mind and fold suited connectors more often in short-stacked situations. For beginners, suited connectors can be fun and rewarding, but they should never be overvalued. The majority of the time, they will miss the board, and folding calmly is the correct choice. When they do connect, they can deliver hidden strength that opponents may not expect. By using them selectively in good position, with awareness of odds and chip stacks, players can add a versatile tool to their strategy without falling into costly traps. Patience and discipline turn suited connectors from speculative cards into valuable part of a balanced approach. Chapter 7. Suited aces. Suited aces are hands where an ace is paired with another card of the same suit, such as ace-5 of hearts or ace-10 of spades. These hands attract attention because they carry the potential to make the strongest possible flush, the nut flush. Holding the ace ensures that if a flush is completed, no other player can have a higher flush. For beginners, this makes suited aces tempting, but it is important to recognize both their strengths and their limitations. The main value of suited aces lies in their flush potential. The odds of flopping a flush draw with two suited cards are about 11%. By the river, the chance of completing a flush is roughly 6.5%. With a suited ace, the security comes from knowing that if the flush arrives, you hold the nut flush, which cannot be beaten by another flush. This makes them stronger than most suited hands. However, most of the time the flush does not appear, and the ace may stand alone with only a weak kicker. This can create dangerous situations where you make top pair but lose to another player with a stronger ace. The risk with suited aces is domination. For example, if you hold ace-5 suited and the flop comes ace-high, you may feel confident with top pair. But an opponent with ace-queen or ace-king will have you outkicked, and in many cases you may end up committing chips while drawing nearly dead. Beginners must be careful not to overvalue top pair when the kicker is weak. Recognizing when a kicker problem exists and folding in tough spots is an important part of learning. Position plays an important role in handling suited aces. From early position, playing weak suited aces can be dangerous, since you must act before knowing what others will do. Entering pots with ace-2 suited through ace-6 suited is often best avoided from these early seats. In late position, especially when play is folded around, they can be used more effectively. The ability to act last allows you to control the pot size and decide whether to pursue a draw or release the hand without heavy losses. Stack size also affects the strength of suited aces. They perform better in deep stacked situations where the potential reward of hitting a flush outweighs the small investment to see a flop. In shallow stacked games, the opportunity to chase and realize their equity is limited, making them less profitable. Suited aces are useful hands when approached with care. They provide the opportunity to win large pots with nut flushes, but they also create traps when overplayed. Beginners should remember that while the ace provides strength, the kicker often determines whether the hand is truly powerful. By playing them selectively, favoring later positions, and folding when trouble arises, suited aces become valuable tools in a balanced strategy rather than costly mistakes. Chapter 8. Weak hands to avoid. In Texas Hold'em, not all starting hands deserve to be played. Some are so weak that they consistently lose money in the long run. The most famous example is 7-2 offsuit, considered the weakest starting hand in the game. It is uncoordinated, unsuited, and offers almost no potential to improve. Even when it makes a pair, that pair is usually low and easily beaten. For beginners, understanding which hands to avoid is as important as knowing which ones to play. 7-2 offsuit illustrates why some hands should be discarded immediately. Against a random hand, 7-2 offsuit wins only about 4% of the time by the river. It lacks straight potential, it cannot make a flush, and it rarely wins without significant luck. Playing hands like these is not just unwise, it actively puts you at a disadvantage. Folding them immediately is always the correct choice. Other weak hands fall into similar categories. Offsuit combinations with large gaps, such as Jack-4 offsuit or 10-5 offsuit, rarely connect with the board in meaningful ways. Low unsuited cards, like 8-3 offsuit, suffer the same problem. These hands not only lack high card strength, but also fail to provide opportunities for straights or flushes. When they do make pairs, they are usually bottom pairs, easily dominated by stronger holdings. Beginners must train themselves to recognize that entering the pot with such hands is an unnecessary risk. Weak suited cards can also be misleading. Many beginners see a hand like 4-9 suited and believe the suit adds significant value. While it technically can make a flush, the chances remain low. Worse still, if a flush is made, it is rarely the best one. Higher suited cards dominate smaller ones, and losing to a stronger flush is both common and costly. This concept is known as reverse implied odds, where hitting your hand can still result in losing chips because it is second best. Curiosity is often the reason beginners play weak hands. Folding several times in a row may create impatience, and when a poor hand arrives, the temptation to play it just to see what happens can be strong. This approach drains chips steadily and leads to frustration. Patience is key. Folding weak hands is not boring. It is a necessary discipline that separates successful players from those who chase losses. For beginners, the lesson is clear. Not every hand is worth playing. Weak, uncoordinated cards rarely bring success and often create trouble. By recognizing these hands and folding them without hesitation, you protect your chips and reserve your energy for stronger opportunities. In the long run, avoiding weak hands is one of the simplest and most powerful steps toward becoming a disciplined player. Chapter 9. The role of position. One of the most important concepts in Texas Hold'em is position, the order in which players act during a hand. Unlike many games where turns rotate in a fixed way, poker's betting order changes every hand as the dealer button moves clockwise. This shifting order creates advantages and disadvantages that strongly influence which hands are profitable to play. For beginners, understanding position is as important as learning which cards to hold or fold. The strongest position at the table is the dealer button. From here, a player acts last on every betting round after the flop. Acting last provides the greatest amount of information. You see who bets, who checks, and who folds before making your own decision. This allows you to play a wider range of hands, apply pressure through raises, and control the size of the pot with greater precision. In many cases, position can turn a marginal hand into a playable one, simply because you hold the advantage of acting last. The blinds, in contrast, are considered the weakest positions. The small blind and big blind must post chips before the cards are dealt, and they are forced to act first on every round after the flop. Even when holding decent cards, these positions are difficult to profit from long term. Many beginners underestimate how challenging it is to play from the blinds, and they often lose more chips here than in any other seat. Recognizing the disadvantage of these spots helps you approach them cautiously. Early positions, such as under the gun, also present challenges. Acting first before most of the table requires discipline, since you have no information on how others will act. The best strategy in early position is to play only strong hands and avoid speculative ones that may leave you in tough situations. As the action moves clockwise, through middle positions and into late position, the strength of playable hands expands. By the time you reach the button or the cutoff seat, the position just before the button, you can profitably play many more hands than you could from early seats. Position not only influences which hands to start with, but also how to bet them. A raise from early position is often respected as a sign of strength, since it suggests the player is willing to act without knowing what others will do. A raise from late position, however, may be more suspicious, as it could simply be an attempt to steal the blinds. Beginners should pay close attention to how position affects the meaning of a bet. A hand's strength cannot be measured in isolation. It must always be considered alongside where you are sitting. For new players, mastering position begins with awareness. Each time the button moves, take note of where you sit and how that influences your options. Strong hands gain even more value in position, while weaker ones become easier to fold out of position. By building this habit, you will develop a natural sense for when to enter a pot and when to step aside. In the long run, position is not just a factor, it is one of the foundations of winning poker. Chapter 10. Early Position Tightness. Playing from early position is one of the most challenging tasks in Texas Hold'em. When you act before most of the table, You must make decisions without knowing how others will respond. This lack of information increases the risk of entering pots with weak or speculative hands. For beginners, the best adjustment is to tighten your starting hand range significantly. Tight play from early position helps protect your chips and prevents you from getting trapped in difficult situations. Under the gun, or UTG, is the seat immediately left of the big blind. Acting first before the flop means you have no insight into the intentions of the rest of the table. A raise from this position should come only from strong holdings such as premium pairs or ace-king. These hands are durable enough to withstand action from multiple players. Medium pairs and speculative hands, such as suited connectors or weak aces, should usually be folded here. Even if they look appealing, they often create trouble when the flop does not improve them. The risk of playing too loosely from early position lies in being outnumbered. If you enter the pot with a marginal hand, several players still have the chance to call or raise behind you. When that happens, your hand is often forced to compete against stronger ranges, and you will have to act first in later betting rounds. This disadvantage makes it difficult to win without significant strength. By contrast, waiting for stronger hands ensures that when you do enter the pot, you are starting from a position of relative safety. Position also shapes the way bets are interpreted. A raise from under the gun carries more weight than a raise from late position. Other players will assume you are strong because they know you chose to act without seeing their decisions. This reputation can be used to your advantage, but only if your range truly is strong. Beginners should avoid the temptation to use early position as a bluffing spot, since experienced players will often challenge weakness and force you into hard decisions. Chip management is another reason to stay tight in early position. Each chip committed to the pot should be invested with care. Losing small amounts repeatedly by playing weak hands early adds up quickly. By folding more often, you preserve your stack for better opportunities. Patience at the front of the table creates strength later, when position allows for wider ranges and more flexibility. For beginners, early position tightness is not just a recommendation, it is a safeguard. By narrowing your range to the strongest hands, you minimize risk and build confidence. Each fold made in early position is an investment in your future decisions, preserving chips for when position and strength align. Over time, this habit becomes second nature, forming one of the cornerstones of solid poker strategy. Chapter 11: Middle Position Choices. Middle position sits between the caution of early seats and the freedom of late seats. When you are in middle position, you act after several players, but still have opponents left behind who may enter the pot. This balance of risk and opportunity makes middle position one of the most important areas for beginners to understand. It teaches how hand ranges expand as the betting order shifts, and why certain hands that are unplayable up front become reasonable here. The advantage of middle position is that fewer players remain to act after you. In early position, you must worry about the entire table. In middle position, several opponents have already folded or acted, reducing the likelihood that someone behind you holds a premium hand. This increased safety allows you to add more hands to your range compared to under the gun or early seats. For beginners, this means learning to recognize which hands become playable and why. Strong holdings, such as premium pairs and ace-king, remain valuable in any position, but middle position introduces the chance to play a wider variety of solid but not top-tier hands. Pocket pairs from 7s through 9s are common examples. These hands may be too risky to play under the gun, but in middle position they are worth raising or calling depending on the action. Big aces like ace-jack or ace-queen also gain strength here, especially when action has been quiet. Suited connectors such as 9-10 suited or 8-7 suited can also be considered, provided the cost to see the flop is reasonable. Playing in middle position is not just about opening more hands, it is also about interpreting the action in front of you. If an early player raises, you must evaluate whether your hand is strong enough to continue. Calling with suited connectors or mid-pairs can be correct if the raise is modest and stacks are deep, since you may win big if the board connects. However, facing heavy aggression, folding remains the best option with speculative hands. Learning to adjust to the flow of the action is a key skill that middle position develops. For beginners, middle position is where strategy begins to feel more flexible. It allows you to practice expanding your range while still requiring discipline. Playing too loosely here can lead to trouble from players in late position who act with more information. The lesson of middle position is balance. You are free to play more hands, but only if you remain mindful of who is left to act. By treating this seat as a bridge between early caution and late opportunity, you build the foundation for understanding how position truly shapes poker decisions. Chapter 12: Button Advantage. The dealer button is the most powerful position in Texas Hold'em. Sitting on the button means you will act last on every betting round after the flop. This advantage gives you the most information, the greatest control over pot size, and the widest selection of playable starting hands. For beginners, understanding how to use the button properly can transform your results, because the strength of position often matters as much as the strength of the cards. Acting last is the core reason the button is so valuable. When players before you bet, check or fold, they reveal information about the strength of their hands. By the time action reaches you, you already know how many opponents are in the pot and how they are approaching it. This allows you to tailor your decision with greater accuracy. A hand that might be too weak to play from early position, such as 9-8 suited, can become profitable from the button because you have full knowledge of the action before making your choice. The button is also the best seat for stealing blinds, because the small blind and big blind are forced to post chips. They often defend with weaker ranges. From the button, you can raise with a wider variety of hands, such as suited connectors, one-gappers like Jack-9 suited, or even weaker aces, because you only need to get through 2 players. If they fold, you win the blinds uncontested. Over time, these small pots accumulate and add significantly to your stack. Another strength of the button is pot control. By acting last, you decide whether a pot grows larger or stays smaller. If you want to build a pot with a strong hand, you can raise after others call. If you want to keep the pot modest with a marginal holding, you can check behind. This flexibility makes it much harder for opponents to put you in difficult spots, while giving you the opportunity to pressure them instead. While the button offers freedom, it still requires discipline. Beginners should avoid overusing the position by raising with hands that are completely unplayable. Trash hands, such as 7-2 offsuit, remain poor even from the button. The key is to widen your range compared to earlier seats, not to abandon selectivity altogether. Thoughtful use of the button means mixing solid raises with timely folds, keeping opponents uncertain about your range. For beginners, the button is the position where skill and opportunity meet. It rewards observation, encourages selective aggression, and teaches how information translates into better decisions. By respecting its power and using it wisely, you can make the most profitable seat at the table work to your advantage while maintaining the discipline that good poker always requires. Chapter 13: Small Blind Strategy. The small blind is one of the most difficult positions in Texas Hold'em. At first glance, it may seem like an advantage because you are already partially invested in the pot. In reality, the small blind is a challenging seat because you are forced to act first after the flop in nearly every hand you play. Beginners often lose more chips from the small blind than anywhere else at the table. Understanding how to approach this position with discipline and caution is essential to keeping losses under control. The small blind is posted automatically each hand, usually equal to half of the big blind. Because you already have chips committed, the temptation is to defend too widely. Many beginners fall into the trap of calling raises with weak holdings simply because they feel priced in. While it costs less to continue from the small blind compared to other seats, the disadvantage of acting first after the flop outweighs that discount. Entering pots with weak hands here often leads to difficult decisions and long-term losses. The best way to handle the small blind is to focus on strength and clarity. Strong holdings, such as premium pairs, ace-king, or ace-queen, should be raised or re-raised confidently. Medium hands can sometimes be defended, but only with careful thought to the situation. Suited connectors or smaller pairs can be playable when the action is slow and the price is right, but they require discipline if the board does not connect. Beginners should avoid defending with low offsuit hands, which rarely improve and leave you struggling out of position. Position is the central challenge of the small blind. After the flop, the small blind must act first, giving opponents the chance to respond with more information. This disadvantage means that hands which might be profitable in later seats become difficult here. For example, Jack-10 suited can be strong on the button, but from the small blind it often loses value because you cannot control the pace of the hand. Recognizing this difference prevents costly mistakes. Another key skill in the small blind is knowing when to fold. Many pots are best surrendered, even when the initial investment feels wasted. The half blind you have already committed is a small price compared to the chips you could lose by chasing weak hands out of position. Treat the small blind as a routine expense, not as a reason to play every pot. Folding calmly and waiting for better opportunities elsewhere is often the wisest course. For beginners, the small blind is a lesson in restraint. It teaches that not every chip invested must be defended, and that position can outweigh price. By tightening your range, respecting the difficulty of acting first, and folding when necessary, you turn the small blind from a costly leak into a manageable part of the game. Chapter 14: Big Blind Strategy. The big blind is one of the most unique positions in Texas Hold'em. Unlike every other seat, you are forced to put in a full bet before seeing your cards. This automatic investment creates situations that beginners often find confusing. Sometimes you will want to defend your blind and see a flop. Other times, folding is the best choice, even though you have already committed chips. Learning how to approach the big blind helps reduce frustration and turn a required expense into manageable strategy. One of the main advantages of the big blind is that you act last before the flop. Every player at the table has already made a decision to fold, call, or raise, which gives you valuable information. If the action folds all the way around, you win the pot without lifting a finger. If there are only limpers, you can choose to check and see a flop for free, or raise to apply pressure. When facing a raise, you can evaluate the size of the raise, the strength of your hand, and the tendencies of your opponents before deciding how to respond. Defending the big blind is often necessary, but it should not be automatic. Many beginners make the mistake of calling too frequently with weak hands, believing they are already invested. In reality, the disadvantage of acting early after the flop means that you should defend selectively. Strong hands such as premium pairs, ace-king, or ace-queen are clear candidates for re-raising. Medium pairs and suited connectors can sometimes be defended, especially against smaller raises, but should be folded if the price is too high. Weak offsuit hands, even though partially paid for, usually belong in the muck. The size of the raise matters greatly in the big blind. When an opponent makes a small raise, defending with a wider range can be correct, because the cost is lower relative to the pot. Against large raises, however, you must tighten up. Calling big bets with speculative hands out of position leads to long-term losses. Beginners should remember that folding is never a mistake when unsure. The chips saved can be used in more favorable situations later. After the flop, the challenge of the big blind is acting early. Because you are seated just before the small blind in the betting order, you will usually need to make the first decision. This disadvantage means you should avoid playing marginal hands too aggressively. Check and observe when unsure, and bet or raise only when your hand is strong, or when you have a clear plan to apply pressure. Trying to force results with weak holdings from the big blind often backfires. For beginners, the big blind is a lesson in selective defense. You cannot control the fact that chips are forced into the pot, but you can control how you respond. By defending with strong hands, folding weak ones, and adjusting to raise sizes calmly, you turn the big blind into an opportunity to practice discipline. Over time, this seat teaches that even when money is committed automatically, patience and judgment remain your strongest tools. Chapter 15: Folding as Discipline. For beginners, folding is often the hardest decision to accept. It feels passive and unsatisfying, as though you are missing chances to win. In reality, folding is one of the most powerful skills in poker. Strong players fold the majority of their starting hands, often as much as 70 to 80% of the time. This discipline protects their chips, keeps them out of difficult situations, and ensures that when they do enter a pot, they are doing so with purpose. Folding is not weakness, it is the quiet strength that allows poker strategy to function. The math behind folding is straightforward. Out of the 169 possible unique starting hands in Texas Hold'em, only a small fraction are profitable to play consistently. Premium pairs and big aces account for a handful of combinations. When you add medium pairs, suited connectors, and certain strong Broadway cards, the list remains selective. That means most of the cards you are dealt do not deserve further play. Beginners who fold too rarely often find themselves trapped in pots with dominated hands, forced to make costly decisions on later streets. Folding also serves as chip preservation. Every hand you fold costs nothing more than the blinds you are required to post when they reach your position. By resisting the temptation to play weak hands, you avoid investing chips in low probability situations. This patience pays dividends. The chips you save today are the same chips you can use tomorrow when a strong hand arrives, giving you the chance to win a larger pot. Folding should be seen as an investment in future opportunities, not as a missed chance in the present. The discipline of folding is especially important in early position. When you must act first, you are at a disadvantage, and playing marginal hands can quickly lead to trouble. Hands that may be worth calling in late position should often be released up front. Beginners should remind themselves that folding early builds strength later, when position and information provide more favorable opportunities. Over time, folding becomes second nature. The discomfort fades, replaced by the understanding that letting go of weak cards is part of winning play. Patience brings confidence, and confidence allows you to strike when the odds are in your favor. By practicing folding as discipline, beginners learn one of the most important lessons of Texas Hold'em. Strength comes not from playing every hand, but from choosing the right hands to play and calmly discarding the rest. Chapter 16: Common Beginner Mistakes. Every poker player makes mistakes when they first begin, but certain errors appear so frequently that they become predictable. Recognizing these patterns early helps beginners avoid wasting chips and builds habits that lead to steady improvement. Most mistakes come from impatience, misunderstanding probabilities, or ignoring position. By learning to spot these errors, new players can save themselves from many costly lessons. One of the most common beginner mistakes is overplaying weak aces. Hands such as ace-4 offsuit or ace-7 offsuit may look attractive because they contain an ace, but they often lose to stronger aces with higher kickers. When an ace appears on the board, a beginner may feel confident with top pair, only to be dominated by opponents holding ace-queen or ace-king. This situation is called being outkicked, and it can drain chips quickly. The solution is simple: play only stronger aces, especially from early positions, and fold the weaker ones unless conditions are especially favorable. Another mistake is chasing poor suited hands. Beginners often believe that any two suited cards deserve to be played because they have the potential to make a flush. In reality, the odds of making a flush by the river are only about 6.5%. Worse still, when small suited cards do make a flush, they are often beaten by higher flushes. This trap is known as reverse implied odds. A hand like 5-9 suited may look pretty, but it usually costs more than it earns. Suited cards have value only when combined with other strengths such as high rank or connectivity. Defending blinds too widely is another leak. Because players in the small blind and big blind already have chips in the pot, beginners often feel obligated to call with weak hands. This thinking leads to difficult situations, since blinds must act first after the flop, making them the hardest seats to play profitably. Folding weak holdings and defending only with stronger ranges is the discipline required to reduce losses from the blinds. Calling too often is also a widespread error. Beginners frequently prefer calling to raising because it feels safer, but passive play allows opponents to dictate the action. Constantly calling with mediocre hands leads to slowly bleeding away chips. Stronger strategy involves folding the weak hands and raising the strong ones, building pots on your own terms instead of reacting to others. Finally, emotional decisions create problems for new players. Frustration, boredom, or eagerness to win a pot can push beginners into playing hands they should fold. This condition, often called tilt, disrupts focus and leads to reckless bets. Developing calm routines, such as taking a breath before each action, helps prevent emotions from guiding choices. Learning poker is not about avoiding every error, but about recognizing patterns and adjusting over time. By steering clear of weak aces, poor suited cards, blind over-defenses, and passive calling, beginners give themselves a strong foundation. Poker rewards patience, discipline, and awareness, and avoiding these common mistakes is the first step toward lasting improvement. Chapter 17: Adjusting to Table Flow. Every poker table develops its own rhythm. Some tables are tight, with players folding frequently and entering pots only with strong hands. Others are loose, with players calling and raising often, eager to see every flop. For beginners, recognizing the flow of the table is essential. A hand's value does not exist in isolation. It changes depending on how your opponents are playing. Adjusting to this flow allows you to take advantage of mistakes while avoiding situations that drain chips. At a tight table, where players are selective and pots remain small, aggression becomes more effective. Opponents fold more often, which allows you to raise with a wider range of hands, especially from late position. Stealing blinds becomes easier, and continuation bets on the flop are more likely to succeed because players without strong holdings will simply let go. For example, a hand like King 10 suited may not be ideal in a loose game, but at a tight table it can be raised profitably, especially when players are reluctant to defend their blinds. The key adjustment is to widen your range slightly and use position to apply pressure. At a loose table, the opposite adjustment is required. When players are calling frequently with weak hands, bluffing loses much of its power. Instead, value betting becomes the most profitable strategy. Focus on playing stronger hands, and when you connect with the board, bet confidently, knowing that opponents are likely to pay you off. In these environments, patience is critical. You will need to fold more often while waiting for strong opportunities, but when they come, the reward is greater because loose opponents will chase too far and contribute extra chips to the pot. Stack sizes also influence table flow. In games where players are deep stacked, speculative hands such as suited connectors gain value, since the potential reward is larger when they hit. At shallow tables, where stacks are small compared to the blinds, these hands lose much of their profitability because there is not enough room to win big. Beginners should be aware of how chip depth interacts with the general looseness or tightness of the table. Reading table flow requires observation. Pay attention to how often players fold to raises, how frequently they call from the blinds, and whether they chase draws. Even a few orbits provide valuable information. Adjusting does not mean abandoning discipline. It means fine-tuning which hands to play and how aggressively to play them. For instance, at a tight table you may raise more from late position with medium-strength hands, while at a loose table those same hands should be folded unless the situation is ideal. For beginners, adjusting to table flow is a vital step in moving from rigid rules to flexible strategy. By learning to play more aggressively at tight tables and more selectively at loose ones, you align your actions with the rhythm of the game. Over time, this adaptability becomes one of the most important tools in your poker development. Chapter 18: Sample Starting Ranges. One of the most useful tools for beginners is a sample range, a guide to which starting hands are worth playing from each position at the table. While advanced players adjust constantly, having a clear framework helps new players avoid costly mistakes. A range is not a rigid rulebook, but a starting point, giving you confidence about when to fold, call, or raise. By following structured ranges, beginners learn to enter pots with stronger hands and develop the discipline needed for long-term success. From early position, such as under the gun, ranges should be extremely tight. You are acting with little information, and many players remain to act behind you. Only premium pairs like aces, kings, and queens, along with ace-king and sometimes ace-queen suited, should be considered for raising. Medium pairs can occasionally be played, but folding is often safest. The goal in early position is not to chase marginal spots, but to protect yourself from being outnumbered and out of position. In middle position, the range widens slightly. Fewer players remain to act, which reduces the likelihood that someone holds a premium hand. Alongside the strong early position hands, you can add pocket pairs down to sevens, suited Broadway hands such as king-queen or queen-jack suited, and suited connectors like 9-10 suited. These hands gain value because the risk of being dominated decreases, and you can often see a flop at a reasonable price. Still, discipline is important. Avoid weak aces and gapped hands that create more trouble than opportunity. Late position, particularly the cutoff and the button, allows for the widest ranges. Here you act after most of the table and have the greatest amount of information. You can raise with a variety of hands that would be unplayable earlier, including smaller suited connectors, one-gap suited hands, and weaker Broadways such as Jack-10. Suited aces down to Ace-5 also gain value in late position, since the ability to act last lets you control the pot size and pressure the blinds. The button is especially powerful, as you can profit from stealing blinds and applying pressure with a broader selection of hands. The blinds require their own adjustments. The small blind is the toughest seat because you must act first after the flop. Defend it cautiously with strong hands and fold weak ones, even if the price feels discounted. The big blind, already invested, allows for some defense when facing smaller raises, but folding weak hands remains the better option against large bets. Over time, practice will teach you how to balance these defenses, but for beginners, playing tight in the blinds is safest. For beginners, building sample ranges is about creating structure. It prevents overplaying weak hands, builds awareness of position, and develops patience. By using tight ranges early, widening in middle seats, and opening more aggressively from late positions, you gain confidence and consistency. Over time, these sample ranges serve as training wheels, guiding you toward the balanced strategies that experienced players rely on. Chapter 19: The Value of Suitedness. Many beginners become excited whenever they see two cards of the same suit. Suited hands do carry extra value, but it is important to understand exactly how much value they provide. While suitedness can lead to flushes and strong draws, it is not enough by itself to turn weak hands into profitable plays. Learning the true strength of suited cards helps beginners avoid the common mistake of overvaluing them. The main appeal of suited cards is the potential to make a flush. The chance of flopping a flush draw with 2 suited cards is about 11%, or roughly 1 in 9 flops. By the river, the probability of completing a flush is about 6.5%. These are useful opportunities, but they occur far less often than many beginners imagine. Most of the time, suited cards miss the board completely or connect only weakly. This is why suitedness should be viewed as a bonus, not as the main reason to play a hand. Another benefit of suited cards is the ability to make semi-bluffing plays when holding a draw. For example, a player with 9-10 of hearts on a flop with 2 hearts has both straight and flush potential. Betting or raising in this situation applies pressure, since opponents may fold weaker holdings while you still retain the chance to improve if called. Suitedness therefore adds flexibility, giving you more options in how to play a hand. However, this strength is most valuable when combined with other qualities such as high card strength or connectivity. The danger of suited hands lies in reverse implied odds. A hand like 5-9 suited may look attractive, but even when it makes a flush, it can easily lose to higher suited cards. If an opponent holds Ace-X of the same suit, their flush will always beat yours. Beginners must recognize that making a low flush can still result in losing a large pot. For this reason, low-suited cards should be folded in most situations, while higher-suited hands with ace or king high offer more reliable protection. Position also influences how suited cards should be played. In early position, speculative suited hands are rarely worth entering the pot with, since you will act without information. In late position, they gain more value because you can choose whether to see a flop cheaply or apply pressure with a raise. The ability to act last makes suited cards more profitable, particularly when they have straight potential in addition to flush potential. For beginners, the lesson is that suited cards should not be overvalued. They provide extra potential, but most of the time they remain ordinary hands. By treating suitedness as a small bonus, rather than the defining feature of a hand, you avoid costly mistakes and develop a realistic view of hand strength. Patience and position remain far more important factors than the color of your cards. Chapter 20: The Danger of Gapped Hands. When a player first begins to learn poker, many hands look more inviting than they actually are. Among the most misleading are the ones with gaps between their ranks, often called gapped hands. These are cards that appear close to working together, but leave dangerous spaces that limit their true strength. A common example is 9-7 offsuit. At a glance it feels playable, because both cards are middle ranks and seem like they could build into a straight. But when we slow down and study the math, the picture becomes less attractive. A straight made with 9-7 requires connecting to 5 other ranks, and the missing 8 creates fewer possible ways to complete the sequence. The gap, though only 1 rank wide, cuts down the hand's potential in a way that is often hidden to beginners. Another familiar example is Jack-8. It looks lively because the Jack is a face card and the 8 is high enough to feel useful. But the 2-card gap between them makes straight possibilities scarce. More importantly, the Jack itself is vulnerable when paired with such a weak companion. If the board brings a Jack, you may find yourself celebrating top pair, but you will almost always be outkicked by an opponent holding Jack-10, Jack-Queen, or even stronger. This is the subtle trap that gapped hands create. They promise excitement but deliver disappointment. leaving you second best more often than not. It helps to remember that straights and strong combinations depend on connectivity. When cards are close together in rank, like 9-8 or 10-9, they support each other. Each new card on the board opens multiple pathways to improvement. Remove that connection by inserting a gap, and the web of possibilities weakens. You might still hit your dream straight once in a while, but the frequency is so low that the chips you lose chasing it will outweigh the rare times you succeed. Another hidden danger comes from dominated pairs. Suppose you hold 10-7, and the flop brings a 10. You may feel strong with top pair, but what happens if another player holds ace-10, king-10 or queen-10? Their kicker instantly outranks you, and your celebration turns into a slow drain of chips. These situations occur often with gapped hands because the lower card in your holding rarely helps, while the higher card is still vulnerable to being outclassed. For beginners, the best approach is to keep life simple. Avoid gapped hands, especially when they are off-suit and offer no help from matching suits. They may tempt you with the illusion of potential, but their flaws outweigh their promise. Each time you fold 9-7 off-suit or resist the pull of Jack-8, you are saving yourself from frustration later in the hand. In poker, preservation is power, and folding hands that lose more often than they win is the surest way to protect your stack. By learning to recognize the danger of gapped hands, you are taking another steady step toward disciplined play. Chapter 21: Pair plus Kicker. One of the most important concepts in poker is the idea of the kicker. Many new players hear the word but do not fully appreciate how it can decide the outcome of close situations. A kicker is simply the side card that sits beside your main paired rank. At first glance, it might seem unimportant, but in truth, it often determines whether your pair stands tall or crumbles against a stronger version of the same hand. Imagine holding ace-3. It feels exciting to see an ace in your hand, because aces are the strongest rank in poker. Then the flop comes with another ace, giving you top pair. Your heart may lift, and you may believe you are far ahead. But what if your opponent holds ace-queen? They also have a pair of aces, but their queen acts as a higher kicker than your 3. When the rest of the board fails to provide help, their ace-queen dominates your ace-3. Even though both of you made top pair, the strength of the kicker turns their hand into the winner. This lesson repeats itself over and over. Take another example, king-2. Like the ace, a king looks powerful at first, but paired with such a weak side card, it creates the same trap. If the board brings a king, you are again likely to be outmatched by opponents holding king-10, king-jack, or king-queen. The smaller your kicker, the more often you will be second best. And in poker, being second best can be more painful than missing entirely. It is worth slowing down to appreciate why kickers matter so much. Poker hands are compared in order, starting with the highest ranking combination and moving down. When two players tie on the main rank, the kicker is used to break the tie. That single card can tilt the entire pot one way or the other. For beginners, this is often a surprise. They may believe that any ace is good enough, or that pairing a king ensures victory. In truth, weak kickers silently drain chips across many hands, each small loss adding up over time. A calm, disciplined approach is to treat weak aces and weak kings with caution. Hands like Ace 2, Ace 3, King 2, and King 3 look playable, but they place you in dangerous situations when you connect with the board. The joy of making top pair is quickly replaced with frustration when a stronger kicker reveals itself at showdown. Rather than chasing that fleeting excitement, fold these hands and wait for more reliable companions. Ace Queen, Ace King, or even Ace 10 offer stability. Their kickers are strong enough to stand against most opponents and provide you with confidence rather than fear. The lesson here is simple but powerful. Do not underestimate the side card. The kicker is not decoration. It is often the deciding factor. Beginners who learn this early will avoid some of the most common traps in poker. Remember, when two players share the same pair, it is the kicker that writes the ending. By valuing strong kickers and folding weak ones, you place yourself on the winning side of those endings more often than not. Chapter 22: Position over cards. When people first learn poker, their focus is almost entirely on the two cards in front of them. They look at their hand, judge whether it feels strong or weak, and base their decision on that alone. But as the game unfolds, experienced players learn that where you sit at the table can be just as important as what cards you are dealt. Position, the order in which you act, is one of the most powerful advantages in poker. It often allows you to win more with average cards and lose less with weak ones, simply because you get to see what everyone else does before making your choice. Consider the button, the seat that acts last in every betting round after the flop. From here, you can watch every other player make their move. Some may check nervously, others may bet strongly, and by the time it is your turn, you have gathered valuable information. Now imagine holding a hand like Queen 9 offsuit. In early position, where you must act first with no knowledge of what others will do, this hand is dangerous. It is too weak to raise confidently and too fragile to call against strength. But on the button, after watching a round of checks, Queen 9 suddenly becomes playable. You may decide to raise and use your position to apply pressure. The cards themselves have not changed, yet the seat has transformed their value. This is the hidden magic of position. Information becomes power. Acting later means you can make decisions with clearer vision, guided by what has already been revealed. Acting early, on the other hand, demands stronger starting cards because you are stepping into the unknown. You must put chips into the pot without knowing whether someone behind you is waiting with a monster hand. That uncertainty is why early position requires discipline, while late position provides flexibility. Many beginners underestimate this truth. They focus only on card strength and forget that even modest holdings gain value when played last. Hands like suited connectors or medium pairs flourish on the button because you can decide whether to chase or fold with the safety of full knowledge. The same hands played from the earliest seat can quickly become a trap, draining chips in situations where you are guessing rather than acting with confidence. To grow as a player, it helps to start thinking of position as an invisible force on every hand. Ask yourself, where am I sitting, and what does that mean for my cards? Over time, you will see patterns emerge. You will learn that marginal hands in late position can be profitable, while even strong-looking hands in early position can be dangerous. The lesson is clear: position often matters more than cards. Beginners should value it highly, treating the button and the late seats as sources of safety and opportunity. By embracing the power of position, you shift the game in your favor, turning average cards into tools and weak spots into strengths. Chapter 23: Folding as Strength. One of the quietest but most powerful habits a poker player can build is learning to fold. To a beginner, folding often feels like giving up. It feels like you are missing out on the chance to win, or that you are showing weakness by stepping aside. But in truth, folding is not surrender. It is strength, discipline, and one of the most reliable tools for long-term success at the table. Poker is a game of patience. Most starting hands you are dealt will not be good enough to play. It may surprise you to learn that experienced professionals fold the majority of the hands they receive. They do not feel shame in this. Instead, they understand that folding protects their chips. Every chip you save by folding a weak hand is a chip you can use later when a strong opportunity arises. In this way, folding is not about missing out. It is about preserving your resources for the right moment. Think of a hand like 7-2 offsuit, the weakest holding in Texas Hold'em. If you play it, your odds of success are slim, and even if you happen to make a pair, it will rarely stand up against stronger cards. By folding, you avoid the slow drain of chips that comes from chasing impossible dreams. This same idea applies not only to obvious weak hands, but also to those that look tempting, yet hide dangers, like weak aces or gapped hands. Folding spares you from those traps and keeps your stack intact. Folding also allows you to control the rhythm of your game. Instead of being pulled into pots just because you want to see the action, folding reminds you that patience is part of poker's natural flow. Each time you fold, you give yourself space to observe your opponents. You watch how they bet, how they react, and what kinds of hands they reveal at showdown. These observations become valuable lessons, all gathered while you risk nothing more than the blinds. Folding becomes not only an act of discipline, but also a window into the habits of others. For many new players, the hardest fold to make is the one where you have connected with the board but suspect you are beaten. It could be top pair with a weak kicker, or a middle pair when the betting turns heavy. In these moments, pride whispers to keep going, but wisdom encourages you to let go. Laying down that hand may sting in the moment, but in the long run, it saves you far more than it costs. Folding then is not a mark of weakness, but a badge of self-control. It shows that you are playing the long game rather than chasing short-term thrills. Every disciplined fold strengthens your chances of lasting deep into a session where patience is rewarded and reckless players have already faded. Remember, the best players in the world fold more hands than they play. By following their example, you place yourself on the path of steady growth. Folding is strength, and strength is what builds success. Chapter 24: Patience builds success. Poker is often described as a game of skill wrapped inside a game of waiting. The truth is, strong starting hands appear far less often than most beginners expect. For long stretches, you may be dealt nothing but weak combinations, hands that offer little promise no matter how you try to convince yourself otherwise. In these moments, patience becomes your most valuable ally. It is not easy to fold over and over, but every fold is a quiet investment in your long-term success. When we talk about patience, we mean more than simply sitting still. We mean the ability to accept the slow rhythm of the game without forcing action. Impatience is one of the most common reasons beginners lose. They grow restless, eager to play a pot, and before long they are placing bets with hands they would normally recognize as weak. The result is predictable. Chips are lost, confidence slips away, and frustration builds. Patience prevents this downward spiral. It allows you to wait calmly until the right cards arrive. Strong starting hands like pocket aces, pocket kings, ace king, or suited connectors are rare. But when they appear, they carry weight and potential. By waiting for these opportunities, you place yourself in situations where your odds are naturally better. Poker rewards those who are selective, who are willing to let go of dozens of poor hands so they can strike hard with the few that matter. This is not a passive choice. It is an active decision to conserve your energy and chips for the right moment. Patience also protects you from the emotional swings of the game. Poker can feel like a storm of uncertainty, with wins and losses swirling around you. If you chase every hand, you are caught in that storm without shelter. But if you wait, choosing only the hands that give you stability, you stand firm while others exhaust themselves. In this way, patience is both a shield and a compass, guiding you steadily through the unpredictable flow of the game. For beginners, it helps to reframe patience as participation. Folding does not mean you are excluded from the action. On the contrary, you are still observing, still learning, still gathering insight into how others play. You are part of the game, even when you are not placing chips in the pot. Patience makes the moments when you do play feel more focused, more deliberate, and far more rewarding. The greatest players in the world are not those who win every hand, but those who know which hands to avoid. They understand that poker is not a sprint, but a long journey, measured by thousands of decisions made calmly over time. Each patient fold is a step along that journey, bringing you closer to success. By embracing patience, you align yourself with the natural pace of the game, steady and unhurried. In poker, as in life, those who wait with discipline are often the ones who win in the end. Chapter 25, Gentle Lesson Recap. As we come to the close of this lesson, it is worth pausing to reflect on the journey we have taken together through the world of starting hands. Step by step, we have explored how to recognize strength, how to avoid weakness, and how to build a foundation for steady, confident play. Each idea may seem small on its own, but together they form the heart of poker strategy. When learned with patience, they can transform the way you approach the game. We began with premium holdings, those rare but powerful hands like pocket aces, pocket kings, and ace king. These cards are the cornerstones of poker, the ones that give you a natural advantage before the first bet is even made. By valuing them highly and playing them with care, you set yourself up to capture pots that build your confidence and your stack. Alongside these, strong aces such as ace-queen or ace-jack offer reliability. Their kicker strength protects you from the dangers that come with weaker companions. From there, we touched on the beauty of pairs and suited connectors. Middle and small pairs may not shine as brightly as aces, but when treated wisely, they carry hidden potential. Suited connectors like 9-8 or 7-6 remind us that not every winning hand begins with strength. These combinations reward you when the board aligns, creating straights or flushes that surprise your opponents. By mixing these into your range, you add depth and variety to your play, Position 2 became an important companion on this journey. We saw how the power of acting later can transform average hands into profitable ones. On the button or in late position, you gain vision into how others act, and that vision is worth as much as the cards you hold. Position shapes which hands deserve your attention, and it teaches you that sometimes the seat matters more than the strength of your holding. We also learned that folding is not weakness, but wisdom. Every hand you choose not to play is a quiet victory over impatience. Folding spares your chips, shields you from costly mistakes, and teaches you to see the bigger picture. Alongside folding, patience became another guide. Poker unfolds slowly, with strong hands appearing only from time to time. Waiting for them, embracing the rhythm of the game, is not a burden, but a strength. Put together, these lessons form a soft but solid truth. Success in poker begins with the choices you make before the flop. By mastering starting hands, you prepare yourself for everything that follows. You are not just learning which cards to play, you are learning discipline, awareness, and the calm rhythm that defines good poker. As you move forward, carry these lessons gently with you. Let them guide your play, not as strict rules, but as steady companions. The first big step toward long-term success is already behind you. You understand the importance of starting hands. With practice, patience, and a quiet confidence, the path ahead becomes brighter and more secure. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to the power of position. With a strong foundation in starting hand selection now built, it is time to turn our focus to the next great pillar of poker strategy: position. Where you sit at the table and the order in which you act is one of the most powerful forces shaping every decision you make. Cards will come and go. Sometimes you will be dealt monsters, sometimes only trash. But position is constant. It frames how those cards should be played and often determines whether they bring profit or pain. Think for a moment about the way hands unfold. In early position, you act first. You place your bet or your call without knowing what anyone else will do. Behind you, several players remain to act, each with the chance to raise or re-raise. Even if you hold a decent hand, the uncertainty makes your choice risky. By contrast, on the button, the seat that acts last, you hold a clear advantage. You have seen everyone else declare their intentions. You know who is strong, who is weak, and who is cautious. With that knowledge, even modest hands can be played with confidence. This is why players often say that position is power. It can outweigh the raw strength of your cards. A hand like Queen 9 offsuit may be too fragile to play under the gun, but from the button it becomes a tool, sharpened by the information gained from acting last. Position allows you to bet when others have shown weakness, to fold when danger is clear, and to control the size of the pot with far greater accuracy. In the next lesson, we will explore position in detail. We will look at early, middle, and late positions, examining how each one shapes your starting hand choices. You will see how a hand that deserves a fold in one seat can be raised confidently from another. You will learn how position affects not only the cards you play, but also the way you bet, the timing of your decisions, and the rhythm of your overall strategy. This knowledge will complete the picture we began with: starting hands. For while hand selection is crucial, It cannot be separated from the seat you occupy. Together, hand strength and position create the true foundation of poker. Without one, the other is incomplete. With both, you begin to see the game as experienced players do, not as a random shuffle of cards, but as a flow of opportunities shaped by timing, discipline, and perspective. As you move forward, carry the lessons of patience and discipline with you. Starting hand selection has shown you how to build a foundation of strength. Position will show you how to bring that foundation to life, turning choices into strategy and strategy into results. In poker, as in life, where you stand matters as much as what you hold. The path ahead is about to reveal why the seat itself can be more powerful than the hand you are dealt. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this fourth lesson, we will study the power of position in Texas Hold'em. Position is one of the most influential concepts in poker, shaping every decision from which hands to play to how much to bet. By the end of this lesson, you will understand why acting last is such a powerful advantage, and how to adjust your strategy based on where you sit at the table. Chapter 1. What position means. In Texas Hold'em, position is the hidden force that influences nearly every decision at the table. It refers to the order in which players act during a hand, and while it might seem like a simple detail, its impact on strategy is enormous. Players who act later in a betting round have the advantage of seeing how others have acted before them, while those who act earlier must make decisions without that knowledge. This difference shapes hand selection, bluffing, bet sizing, and ultimately long-term success in the game. Imagine two players holding the exact same cards, one seated under the gun and the other on the button. The player under the gun must decide what to do with no information about the rest of the table. A raise here is risky, since any of the remaining players could hold stronger hands. The player on the button, however, sees all the action before making a choice. If the table folds, that player can raise with confidence. If there is aggression, they can fold without committing chips unnecessarily. The same cards carry different values, simply because of position. Early position is the most challenging. Decisions here must be made cautiously, since many players are still waiting to act. Middle position offers a balance, giving you some information while still requiring discipline. Late position, including the cutoff and button, is the most powerful. From these seats you can play a wider range of hands profitably because of the information advantage. Position also influences post-flop play. Acting last means you get to see how opponents respond to the board before deciding whether to check, bet, or raise. This allows you to control the pot size, bluff more effectively, and extract value with strong hands. Acting first, on the other hand, means you are constantly vulnerable to raises and bluffs. For beginners, the lesson is simple. Always be aware of your position. Before deciding what to do with your cards, consider not only their strength, but also where you are seated relative to the button. Understanding position will help you avoid difficult situations, conserve chips, and create profitable opportunities. It is not just about what you play, but when you play it. Chapter 2. The Dealer Button. The dealer button is the anchor of position in Texas Hold'em. This small marker rotates clockwise after each hand and determines everything about how the game flows. The two players to the left of the button post the small and big blinds. Pre-flop, Action begins with the seat under the gun and circles back toward the blinds. After the flop, turn, and river, the button acts last in every betting round. This rotation creates fairness, ensuring that no one keeps the best seat indefinitely. Over time, everyone at the table must post blinds, and everyone gets to enjoy the advantage of the button. For beginners, the key takeaway is awareness. Always know where the button is, because it tells you who will act first and who will act last. At this stage, the lesson is not about how to exploit the button strategically. That will come later. Instead, treat the button as the compass of every hand. It sets the order of play, the location of the blinds, and the rhythm of the game. Once you understand how the button defines position, you are ready to build strategy around it. For beginners, the takeaway is clear. Always know where the button is, and adjust your strategy accordingly. When you are on the button, expand your range and use your position to dictate the action. When you are not, remember that someone else holds this advantage over you. Treat the button as the most valuable seat in the game, because it truly is. Chapter 3: Early Position Challenges. Early position in Texas Hold'em, often referred to as under the gun, and the seats that follow it, is the most difficult area for beginners to play. The challenge is built into the structure of the game. When you act first, you have the least information. You must commit chips before knowing what anyone else will do, and this makes mistakes more costly. Because of this disadvantage, hand selection in early position must be much tighter than in other seats. Premium pairs such as aces, kings, queens, and jacks, along with ace-king and ace-queen, are strong enough to withstand action from players behind you. Beyond these, most hands should be folded. Playing speculative hands, like suited connectors or small pairs, may seem tempting, but the risk of facing raises from behind is too great. The disadvantage does not end after the pre-flop round. If you enter a hand from early position, you will act first on every street post-flop, unless a player in the blinds is still involved. This means you are constantly giving your opponents opportunities to respond to your moves. Bluffing becomes harder because players can call and then see how you act again. Extracting value with strong hands is also more difficult, since opponents can control the pot size more easily when they act after you. A common mistake beginners make is treating early position like any other seat. They play too many hands and end up trapped in difficult situations against stronger ranges. The correct approach is discipline. Fold more, play only the strongest hands, and accept that early position is a place for caution. The long-term benefit of this discipline is significant. By avoiding marginal hands in early position, you prevent costly losses and save chips for more favorable spots later in the orbit. Respecting early position will sharpen your understanding of poker's structure and prepare you to exploit the advantages that come when you finally reach late position. Chapter 4: Middle Position Flexibility. Middle position in Texas Hold'em sits at the balance point between caution and opportunity. It includes the seats that follow early position but come before the cutoff and button. While it does not grant the full freedom of late position, it provides more information than early seats and therefore more strategic options. Learning how to approach middle position teaches beginners to adapt as circumstances change, instead of relying solely on rigid rules. When you are in middle position, you already know how several players before you have acted. If they fold, you know that the strongest hands are less likely to be in play. If an early position player raises, you must assume strength and adjust accordingly. This added layer of information improves decision-making, though you still face uncertainty from the players behind you. For that reason, middle position is often described as a testing ground for developing stronger instincts. The range of hands playable in middle position widens compared to early seats. Strong pairs and premium aces remain safe choices, but now you can introduce medium pairs, suited connectors, and occasionally suited aces into your range. These hands become more valuable when fewer players are left to act, and the likelihood of being dominated decreases. For example, holding pocket eights in early position might feel risky, but from middle position, they are often strong enough to raise confidently. Middle position also offers opportunities to punish passivity. If the players before you limp or call without showing aggression, you can raise with hands that would otherwise be folded. This isolation raise works by forcing weaker players to either commit more chips or step aside, giving you control of the pot. Even medium strength holdings can shine when backed by timely aggression in middle position. Still, there are risks. Several players remain to act after you, and they may raise or re-raise with stronger holdings. Beginners often fall into the trap of playing too many speculative hands here, only to be pushed out by a raise from late position. The best approach is to treat middle position as a balance. Expand your range slightly, but stay disciplined and ready to fold when necessary. The lesson is clear. Middle position is a transition zone. It rewards awareness and flexibility, but it punishes carelessness. By respecting its balance of risk and opportunity, you learn to widen your play at the right time without stepping too far. Mastering middle position lays the groundwork for taking full advantage of late position, where the true power of poker is revealed. Chapter 5. Late Position Advantage. Late position is where poker players hold the greatest power. It includes the cutoff seat, which is the position directly before the button, and the button itself. These are the two most profitable seats in Texas Hold'em, because they allow you to act after nearly everyone else in the hand. Acting last means you have the most information, and in poker, information translates directly into advantage. Imagine holding a modest hand, like Jack-9 suited. From early position, it is often a fold. You would be forced to act without knowing if stronger hands are lurking behind you. But on the button, Jack-9 suited becomes a tool. If everyone folds, you can raise to steal the blinds. If one or two players enter the pot weakly, you can use your position to apply pressure, knowing you will act last on the flop, turn, and river. The same cards that were worthless in early position now have potential because of position alone. Late position also gives you control over the size of the pot. If you want to keep the pot small with a marginal hand, you can check behind. If you want to build the pot with a strong hand, you can bet or raise. This ability to manage the pot on your terms is a key reason late position players win more over time. Bluffing is particularly powerful in these seats. When players check to you, they often signal weakness. Your bet is more believable because you act last and can represent strength confidently. Even if your cards are weak, the pressure of your position makes opponents fold often enough to profit. Over time, this edge becomes one of the biggest sources of winnings in poker. Beginners should practice expanding their ranges in the cutoff and button. Play strong hands as usual, but also add in more speculative cards like suited connectors or medium pairs. These hands perform far better when backed by positional power. Recognize that the cutoff and button give you freedom no other seats provide, and use them wisely. The lesson is simple. Treat late position as a gift. It allows you to play more hands, bluff effectively, and control the action. While strong cards always matter, position often matters more. By focusing on these seats, you will see your results improve quickly and gain insight into why experienced players value them so highly. Chapter 6: Small Blind Difficulties. The small blind is one of the most difficult seats in Texas Hold'em. At first glance, it might not seem so bad. You only have to post half of the minimum blind bet, and you are just one seat away from the dealer button. But beneath this appearance lies a structural disadvantage that makes the small blind one of the least profitable positions at the table, especially for beginners. The first challenge is that you are required to invest chips before you even see your cards. This creates a temptation to play more hands than you should, simply because you already have money in the pot. Many new players fall into this trap, defending hands that they would fold in other positions. The problem is that the small blind forces you into difficult situations after the flop. Even if you start with a hand that looks playable, you will be out of position for the remainder of the hand. Being out of position is the small blind's greatest weakness. Once the flop is dealt, the small blind acts first on every betting round. This means you must make your decision without knowing what players behind you will do. If you bet, you risk being raised. If you check, you give away initiative. Every choice is harder, and that lack of information eats away at your profitability over time. Consider a common example. You hold King 10 offsuit in the small blind, and the action folds around to you. It looks like a reasonable hand, and with chips already invested, you may feel compelled to play. But acting first post-flop with this type of hand is treacherous. If the flop comes king high, you have top pair, but a vulnerable kicker. If it comes 10 high, you are ahead but easily outdrawn. In both cases, players with position over you can control the hand and force mistakes. The small blind should therefore be played with extreme caution. Strong hands such as premium pairs, ace-king, or ace-queen can still be raised confidently, but marginal holdings should often be folded. Defending too wide from the small blind is a common leak for beginners and leads to steady chip loss. Advanced players sometimes mix in strategies like completing the small blind, calling rather than raising, with speculative hands, especially in multi-way pots. But even these tactics are risky without a solid understanding of post-flop play. For beginners, the safest path is to treat the small blind as a seat where discipline matters most. The key takeaway is simple. Do not let the chips you post in the small blind dictate your decisions. Accept that this position is inherently disadvantageous and fold more hands than you play. Save your aggression for seats where position works in your favor. By respecting the challenges of the small blind, you protect your bankroll and build habits that will serve you as your skills grow. Chapter 7: Big Blind Responsibilities. The big blind is unique in Texas Hold'em because it is the only seat where you are required to put in a full minimum bet before seeing your cards. Like the small blind, this is a forced bet, but the big blind comes with its own challenges and opportunities. Understanding how to approach the big blind is critical, because it is a position that requires careful defense and discipline. One advantage of the big blind is that you often have pot odds working in your favor. Because you have already invested a full bet, it sometimes makes sense to call with a wider range of hands than you would in other positions. For example, if an opponent raises 2 or 3 times the big blind, the amount you must call compared to the size of the pot is relatively small. This mathematical factor means that defending the big blind can occasionally be profitable with hands that would normally be folded. However, this advantage is offset by the positional disadvantage you face after the flop. Like the small blind, you will act before most players in every betting round. This makes it harder to extract value with strong hands, and more difficult to bluff with weak ones. Beginners often overdefend the big blind, calling with too many weak hands and then losing money when they cannot play profitably out of position. The best strategy for beginners is to defend selectively. Premium hands should be played strongly, often with re-raises to put pressure back on the initial raiser. Medium-strength hands, like suited connectors or small pairs, can be defended if the price is right, but only with caution. Weak offsuit hands should still be folded, regardless of the temptation to see a flop cheaply. Another responsibility of the big blind is recognizing when to apply pressure. If multiple players limp into the pot without raising, you have the option to raise and punish this passive play. Doing so not only builds the pot, but also discourages opponents from limping too often in future hands. This isolation raise works best with solid holdings and reinforces the big blind's role as a defensive but also potentially aggressive position. It is also important to remember that the big blind will be your seat once every orbit. Over the course of a session, this adds up. Learning to minimize losses from the big blind and maximize opportunities when holding strong cards is a skill that separates disciplined players from those who bleed chips. For beginners, the guiding principle is balance. Do not fold every hand, or you will miss valuable opportunities. Do not call every raise, or you will drain your stack quickly. Instead, defend wisely, respect your positional disadvantage, and choose battles carefully. By mastering the responsibilities of the big blind, you turn a mandatory investment into a manageable and sometimes profitable seat. Chapter 8: Under the Gun Decisions. The first seat to act pre-flop in a Texas Hold'em hand is called under the gun, or UTG for short. This name comes from the pressure of being first to make a decision, with all the other players still waiting to act behind you. In a full ring game with 9 or 10 players, this means you are effectively making a decision while under fire, knowing that any one of the many opponents yet to act could hold a stronger hand. Because of this structural disadvantage, UTG is one of the trickiest positions for beginners to navigate. The key principle for playing UTG is discipline. Since you act before anyone else, your range of playable hands should be extremely tight. Premium pairs, aces, kings, queens, are always strong enough to raise. Jacks and tens can be profitable, but may lead to difficult spots against re-raises, especially from aggressive opponents. Ace-king, suited or offsuit, is also powerful and belongs in your opening range. Beyond these, most hands are not worth playing from UTG in a full table. Marginal holdings like ace-jack offsuit, king-queen offsuit, or pocket eights may appear tempting, but they are often dominated by stronger hands that opponents are more likely to play behind you. Another reason UTG requires caution is that you must act first, not only pre-flop, but also in most post-flop situations. If you raise and get called, you will be out of position for the rest of the hand unless a blind is involved. This makes bluffing more difficult, since opponents can wait for your action before deciding how to respond. It also makes extracting value from strong hands trickier, because you must reveal information before your opponents do. Beginners often make the mistake of loosening up UTG because they feel folding too often is predictable. In truth, predictability in this seat is a strength, not a weakness. If your opponents know that you only raise with premium hands from UTG, that reputation will discourage them from playing back at you with weaker holdings. Over time, this image helps protect your strong hands and makes your raises more respected. A useful way to think of UTG is as a defensive seat. You are protecting your chips from being lost in marginal situations. Every fold is a victory because it prevents you from entering difficult post-flop battles with a positional disadvantage. Save your speculative play for later seats, where you will have more information to work with. In short, the lesson for beginners is simple: play tight, stay disciplined, and accept that UTG is a position for caution. By respecting its limitations, you avoid the most common beginner trap of overplaying weak hands and giving away chips before the action has even begun. Chapter 9. The Cutoff Seat. Just before the dealer button sits the cutoff seat, one of the most valuable positions in Texas Hold'em. Acting late in the betting round gives you the ability to see nearly all of the action before making your decision. While it is not quite as powerful as the button, the cutoff offers nearly all the same advantages and can be used as a launching pad for aggressive and profitable play. From the cutoff, you can play a wider range of hands than in early or middle positions. Premium pairs and strong aces are always welcome, but now medium pairs, Broadway combinations like King-Queen or Queen-Jack, and even suited connectors gain value. These hands become more profitable because you can observe how the table acts before committing chips. If the action folds to you, raising from the cutoff often forces only the blinds to respond, and both blinds will be out of position for the rest of the hand. This blind stealing opportunity makes the cutoff one of the most profitable seats over the long run. The cutoff also allows you to exploit passive play. If players before you limp in without raising, you can often raise to isolate them. This isolation raise works especially well against weaker players who limp with speculative holdings. By taking control of the pot early, you put them in tough spots out of position, while you enjoy the advantage of acting later on each street. However, the cutoff does come with one risk: the dealer button. Because the button acts after you, an aggressive player seated there can re-raise and put you in difficult situations. This means you cannot simply raise every time you are in the cutoff and expect to get away with it. Balance is key. Use your positional edge to widen your range, but stay mindful of the fact that the one seat stronger than yours is immediately to your right. The cutoff is also excellent for bluffing and semi-bluffing. If everyone checks to you, a bet from this seat is often enough to win the pot. If you hold drawing hands such as 9-10 suited or Ace-5 suited, you can apply pressure while still giving yourself outs to improve. Over time, these plays add significant value to your strategy and make you more difficult to read. For beginners, the message is clear: recognize the power of the cutoff. Use it to expand your hand range, steal blinds, and apply pressure on passive opponents. But always respect the potential of the button to push back. By learning to balance opportunity with caution, you turn the cutoff into one of your most profitable positions at the table. Chapter 10: Button Play. The button is the single most profitable seat in Texas Hold'em. Every advantage of position converges here, and learning how to use it separates strong players from beginners. When you are on the button, you act last in every post-flop round. This means you can watch how the action develops before committing chips, giving you the power to control pots, apply pressure, and extract maximum value. From the button, your playable hand range expands more than anywhere else. Premium hands remain strong, but now medium pairs, Broadway combinations, suited connectors, and even weaker aces gain value. These hands may be risky in early position, but on the button they become profitable tools because you can choose how to respond after seeing everyone else's action. One of the biggest benefits of the button is the opportunity to steal blinds. If the action folds around to you, a simple raise can often win the pot uncontested. Even when the blinds call, you retain the advantage of acting last on every street. Over time, these blind steals add significant profit to your results. The button also allows precise control of pot size. With a strong hand, you can raise larger to build the pot. With a marginal hand, you can check behind to keep the pot manageable. This flexibility lets you tailor your decisions to your goals, something players in earlier seats cannot do as easily. Bluffing is especially powerful from the button. Since you see how opponents act before you, you can identify weakness and respond with timely bets or raises. Opponents are more likely to believe your story when you represent strength from the final seat. Semi-bluffs, where you hold a drawing hand that can still improve, are particularly effective here. For beginners, the message is clear. Treat the button as a green light to play more hands, but not as an excuse to play recklessly. Expand your range, apply pressure, and recognize that you have the most control of the hand. When you are not on the button, remember that someone else has this advantage over you, and adjust accordingly. By mastering button play, you take the most important step toward turning positional awareness into a real strategic edge. This seat is where strong players maximize profit, and beginners often fall behind. Use it wisely, and it will become your most reliable weapon in poker. Chapter 11: Position and Hand Selection. One of the clearest ways to see the power of position is in how it affects which starting hands are profitable to play. A hand that is safe to raise in late position may be far too risky from early position, even though the cards themselves have not changed. Position doesn't just influence strategy after the flop, it shapes the very first decision you make when choosing to fold, call, or raise. Strong hands like aces, kings, queens, and ace-king are profitable from any seat. Their raw strength is great enough to overcome positional disadvantage. But as hands become weaker or more speculative, position begins to determine whether they should be played. For example, pocket eights are often too risky to open under the gun at a full table, but from the cutoff or button, they become strong tools for stealing blinds or seeing cheap flops. Likewise, suited connectors such as 9-10 suited are best played from late position, where you can control the action, rather than from early position, where you risk facing raises from stronger ranges. The principle is simple. The earlier you act, the stronger your starting hand should be. The later you act, the wider your range can become. This structure creates a natural balance. Beginners who follow it will avoid the costly mistake of playing too many weak hands from early seats, while still learning how to capitalize on positional advantage in later ones. Position also influences how you react to raises. In early position, calling a raise with a hand like King-Queen offsuit can lead to trouble, because you are out of position for the rest of the hand. In late position, that same call becomes much safer, because you will see how your opponent acts on future streets before making your decisions. Another key point is that hand selection is not static. It changes based on table dynamics. At a tight table where players fold often, you can expand your late position range to include more speculative holdings. At a loose table where players call frequently, you should tighten up, even in late position, to avoid getting caught in multi-way pots. For beginners, the rule of thumb is this: respect the seat you are in. Build your hand ranges around position first, and the cards second. Strong hands are always playable, but marginal ones depend heavily on where you sit. By combining discipline with positional awareness, you turn hand selection into a tool that saves chips in bad spots and earns profit in good ones. Chapter 12: Position and Bluffing. Bluffing is one of the most exciting aspects of poker, but it is also one of the most misunderstood. Beginners often bluff too frequently or in the wrong spots, leading to costly mistakes. The single most important factor that determines whether a bluff is likely to succeed is position. When you act last, your bluffs carry more credibility and give you more opportunities to control the outcome of the hand. The reason position strengthens bluffs is simple: information. By acting after everyone else, you see whether players are strong, weak, or uncertain before committing chips. If multiple players check to you on the flop, that hesitation often signals weakness. A well-timed bet in late position can pick up the pot even when you hold nothing. In early position, by contrast, you must bet without knowing what players behind you will do. A bluff here risks running into strong hands or aggressive raises, making it far less effective. Position also allows you to tailor your bluffs more effectively. In late position, you can size your bets based on what the situation calls for. A small bet might be enough to fold out weak hands, while a larger bet can put serious pressure on middle-strength holdings. Because you have seen how others act first, your bets carry more weight and are more likely to succeed. Another benefit of late position is the ability to run multi-street bluffs. If you bet the flop and are called, you can continue representing strength on the turn and river. Each time, your opponent must act before you, often revealing hesitation that encourages you to fire again. From early position, multi-street bluffs are much harder to execute, since you risk being raised at any point. Semi-bluffing, betting with a drawing hand like a flush or straight draw, is especially powerful in position. Even if your opponent calls, you still have outs to improve and win the hand. If they fold, you win the pot immediately. This combination of fold equity and drawing potential makes semi-bluffs some of the most effective weapons in late position. For beginners, the lesson is clear: choose your bluffs carefully and use position to your advantage. Bluffing without awareness of seat location is gambling, not strategy. Bluffing in position is calculated, disciplined, and profitable. By learning to connect bluffing opportunities to positional advantage, you will avoid common beginner mistakes and develop one of the most important tools in poker strategy. Chapter 13: Position and Bet Sizing. Bet sizing is one of the most important tools in poker, and its effectiveness is heavily influenced by position. The size of your bets communicates strength, weakness, or uncertainty to your opponents, and when combined with the advantage of acting last, it becomes a powerful weapon. Understanding how position affects bet sizing helps beginners avoid costly errors and turn chips into leverage. When you act from late position, you have the luxury of tailoring your bet sizes based on the information already revealed. If the table checks to you on the flop, a small continuation bet may be enough to take the pot. Because no one else has shown aggression, your bet carries credibility, and you risk fewer chips to achieve the same result. In early position, however, a small bet often looks weak, inviting raises from later players. Without information, your bet sizes must be more cautious, since you risk running into hidden strength. Late position also allows you to extract maximum value with strong hands. Suppose you flop a set and the table checks to you. You can choose a larger bet to build the pot, knowing that opponents who call are likely drawing thin. By acting last, you control not only the size of the pot, but also the pace of the hand. You can slow down with marginal holdings or accelerate with monsters, all while using your position to guide the action. Early position players face the opposite challenge. Because they act before others, they must size their bets carefully to avoid giving away too much information. A large bet may look suspicious if no one has acted yet, while a small bet can be punished by later raises. Beginners in early position often err by betting too large with weak hands or too small with strong ones, creating patterns that observant opponents exploit. Another critical point is that bet sizing in position allows for bluffing efficiency. A modestly sized bet from late position often achieves the same fold equity as a larger one, because opponents know you had the benefit of seeing their hesitation before betting. This efficiency saves chips while maintaining pressure. In early position, bluffing requires larger bets to convince others of your story, which increases risk and reduces long-term profitability. Pot control is another area where position matters. With a medium-strength hand like top pair with a weak kicker, you may want to keep the pot small. From late position, you can check behind when opponents show strength or bet small when they check to you, keeping the hand manageable. From early position, you often lack this control, since you must act before knowing what your opponents will do. For beginners, the lesson is straightforward. Your position should guide your bet sizing. In late position, use smaller, efficient bets to steal pots and larger bets to extract value. In early position, size cautiously and avoid overcommitting without strong hands. Bet sizing is not just about numbers, it is about context, and position provides the context that makes every chip count. Chapter 14: Trapping from early position. Trapping is a strategy where a player with a strong hand disguises its strength by checking or calling, instead of betting or raising. The goal is to induce opponents to put chips in the pot, thinking they are ahead, only to discover later that they are dominated. Early position is one of the most effective places to set a trap, because players behind you often interpret passivity as weakness. Consider being under the gun with pocket aces. If you raise, opponents may fold weaker hands, and you risk winning only the blinds. But if you limp or make a small call, aggressive players behind you may seize the chance to raise, building a larger pot. By disguising your strength, you encourage others to commit chips with inferior holdings. When the action returns to you, you can then call or re-raise, springing the trap at the right moment. Trapping also works post-flop. Suppose you raise pre-flop with queens from early position and get called by one opponent. The flop comes low and uncoordinated, such as 7-3-2 rainbow. Instead of betting immediately, you check, signaling weakness. Your opponent may respond with a bluff, thinking you missed the board. By calling or raising later, you extract more value than if you had bet out yourself. However, trapping is not without risk. By checking or calling, you give opponents the chance to catch up with drawing hands. A free card can turn a weak holding into a strong one, costing you a pot you should have won. Beginners must be selective with trapping, using it only in situations where the board is safe and the likelihood of opponents improving is low. Another danger is overusing the tactic. If you trap too often, observant players will notice and stop falling for it. Instead of betting into your checks, they will check behind, denying you the value you hope to gain. The best traps are rare, unexpected, and well-timed. For beginners, the key to trapping from early position is balance. Use it occasionally to maximize value from premium hands, but do not rely on it as your primary strategy. Combine traps with straightforward betting, so opponents never know for certain whether your passivity means weakness or hidden strength. The lesson is clear. Early position makes trapping effective because players behind you assume weakness and often take the bait. But it also makes trapping risky, since giving free cards can backfire. Practice discipline, use it sparingly, and always weigh the reward against the danger. A well-timed trap can win big pots, but careless trapping can be just as costly. Chapter 15. Floating in late position. Floating is a tactic in poker where you call a bet with the intention of winning the pot later, not because your current hand is strong enough to do so immediately. It is a form of delayed aggression that takes advantage of position, and it works best when you are in a late seat, such as the cutoff or button. For beginners, understanding the mechanics and risks of floating provides an introduction to more advanced positional play. The core idea of floating is simple. You call on one street, planning to take the pot away on a later street. For example, suppose you are on the button and the flop comes 10 high with no clear draws. Your opponent in early position makes a small continuation bet. You suspect they missed the flop, but are testing the waters. Instead of folding immediately, you call, representing a hand that might be strong. When they check to you on the turn, you bet, taking advantage of their weakness. This is a textbook float. Floating works best in late position because you act last. You can see whether your opponent checks or bets before deciding how to respond. This informational advantage lets you identify hesitation or weakness, making your delayed aggression more likely to succeed. From early position, floating is much harder, since you must act without knowing what others will do behind you. However, floating is not just about bluffing. Sometimes you float with a hand that has potential to improve, such as overcards or a backdoor flush draw. If you hit your card, you can win with the best hand. If you miss, you can still win by betting when your opponent shows weakness. This dual-purpose approach makes floating both a bluffing tool and a way to maximize the value of drawing hands. The risks of floating are real. If your opponent continues to bet strongly on later streets, your float can turn into an expensive mistake. Beginners often make the error of floating too frequently, calling with weak hands against opponents who are unlikely to give up. The tactic works best against players who continuation bet often, but lack the aggression to follow through. For beginners, the lesson is to float selectively. Use it when you have position, when the board does not strongly favor your opponent, and when you believe they are likely to slow down on later streets. Avoid floating against strong or aggressive players who are willing to barrel multiple streets. Floating introduces a new layer of strategy to positional play. It shows how calling is not always passive. Sometimes it is a stepping stone to winning the pot later. By practicing this tactic in safe, late position spots, you add depth to your game and begin learning how to pressure opponents with more than just your starting cards. Chapter 16. Position in multi-way pots. Multi-way pots, those involving 3 or more players, highlight the importance of position more than any other situation in poker. The more players in a hand, the more valuable it becomes to act last. This is because every decision in a multi-way pot carries greater weight. With several opponents to consider, information is critical, and being in late position provides that information in abundance. From early position in a multi-way pot, the challenges multiply. You must bet or check without knowing how several players behind you will act. If you bet, you risk being raised or called by multiple opponents, creating a large pot where your hand may not hold up. If you check, you may give free cards to players with drawing hands, increasing the chance that someone improves. Acting early puts you in a defensive posture, often forcing you to play cautiously, even with medium-strength hands. Late position transforms these dynamics. By the time action reaches you, you have seen how each opponent responds. If multiple players check, you can bet to represent strength, often taking down the pot even against several opponents. If one player bets small and the others fold, you can decide whether to raise, call, or fold with far greater accuracy than someone acting earlier. Position lets you shape the pot, deciding whether it grows large or stays small. One example of positional power in multi-way pots is semi-bluffing with a draw. Suppose you hold a flush draw in a 4-player pot, and everyone checks to you in late position. A bet here not only builds the pot for when you hit your flush, but may also force folds from opponents with weak holdings. Acting last lets you balance aggression with safety, since you can avoid betting when others have already shown strength. Another key factor is hand selection. Marginal hands that might be playable in heads-up pots lose much of their value in multi-way situations. A single pair is less likely to hold up against multiple opponents, so playing speculative or weak hands from early position is a recipe for trouble. In contrast, suited connectors and pocket pairs gain value in late position because you can decide whether the pot odds justify pursuing draws or sets. For beginners, the main lesson is that multi-way pots magnify the strengths and weaknesses of position. Playing cautiously from early seats prevents you from being trapped in difficult situations, while using late position aggressively allows you to win pots that others are too hesitant to claim. Patience and discipline are essential, but so is recognizing when positional advantage gives you the leverage to act boldly. Chapter 17. Position in heads-up pots. When the action narrows to just 2 players, position becomes even more critical than in full-ring games. In heads-up play, the button alternates each hand, with one player posting the small blind and acting first pre-flop, while the button posts the big blind and acts second. After the flop, turn, and river, the player on the button acts last, and this advantage makes a measurable difference in long-term results. The reason position matters so much in heads-up pots is that there are no other players to dilute its effect. Every decision is directly influenced by whether you act first or last. When you are out of position, you must bet or check without knowing what your opponent intends to do. When you are in position, you can adapt your strategy after observing their move. This informational edge shapes everything from hand selection to bluffing. In heads-up situations, ranges are naturally wider because blinds come around more frequently, and folding too much is not sustainable. Here, position helps balance this looseness. From the button, you can profitably raise with a broad variety of hands, including weak aces, suited connectors, and even some low pairs, because acting last makes them easier to manage. From the small blind, your range must remain tighter, since you are at a disadvantage on every post-flop street. Position also magnifies bluffing opportunities in heads-up play. If your opponent checks to you, a bet in position is more likely to succeed, since you are the one dictating the pace of the hand. Conversely, when you are out of position, your bluffs carry more risk, as your opponent can respond with raises after seeing your action. Semi-bluffs with draws become particularly strong in position, allowing you to apply pressure while still giving yourself a chance to improve. Value betting also benefits greatly from position. When you have a strong hand, acting last lets you size your bets for maximum return. You can bet smaller to encourage calls from weaker holdings, or larger to extract chips from opponents who have shown strength. This level of control is simply unavailable when you are out of position. For beginners, the takeaway is clear. In heads-up pots, position is everything. When you are in position, widen your range, apply pressure, and use the informational advantage to outmaneuver your opponent. When you are out of position, tighten up, avoid marginal hands, and recognize that discipline is required to minimize losses. Over time, mastering position in heads-up play will sharpen your overall strategy and teach you why experienced players value seat location so highly. Chapter 18. Position and continuation bets. A continuation bet, or C-bet, is a bet made by the pre-flop raiser on the flop, regardless of whether their hand improved. It is one of the most common strategies in Texas Hold'em, and its effectiveness depends heavily on position. Understanding how position affects betting helps beginners avoid overusing the tactic, and teaches them how to apply pressure responsibly. When you are in late position, continuation bets are especially powerful. Suppose you raise pre-flop from the button, and only the big blind calls. On the flop, the big blind checks, as is common. Because you acted last pre-flop and still act last post-flop, a bet from you represents strength. Even if you missed the flop entirely, your opponent must decide whether to continue without knowing your true holding. This pressure often forces folds, allowing you to win pots without showdown. In early position, continuation bets are more complicated. If you raise pre-flop under the gun and are called by several players, The flop may bring danger cards that connect with their ranges. Betting in this situation risks running into resistance from multiple opponents. Without the advantage of acting last, your c-bet carries less credibility, and you may be forced to fold when players raise. Position also allows you to adjust your bet sizing. In late position, a smaller c-bet often achieves the same result as a larger one, since opponents are more likely to interpret it as strength. Betting 1/3 to 1/2 of the pot may be enough to win. In early position, larger c-bets are often necessary to discourage multiple callers, but they also put more of your stack at risk. Beginners who fail to adjust their bet sizes often waste chips on ineffective continuation bets. Board texture is another important factor, and position helps you interpret it. Dry boards, such as Ace-7-2 Rainbow, are ideal for c-bets in position because they are unlikely to have connected strongly with opponents. Coordinated boards, like 10-9-8 with 2 suited cards, are much more dangerous as they provide drawing opportunities. From late position, you can observe how opponents respond to such flops before committing chips, while from early position, you must act blindly. For beginners, the key lesson is restraint. Do not skew bet every hand, simply because you raised pre-flop. Instead, use position to identify when the board and table dynamics favor you. C-bet more often when you are in late position and the board is dry. C-bet less often when you are out of position or the flop is likely to have hit your opponent's ranges. By tying continuation betting to positional awareness, you prevent common mistakes and develop a stronger, more balanced strategy. Over time, you will learn that successful c-betting is not about always pushing chips into the pot, but about choosing the right spots, and position is the guide that shows you when those spots appear. Chapter 19: Common Beginner Mistakes. Position is one of the first concepts new players hear about, yet it is also one of the most overlooked in practice. Beginners often make the mistake of focusing only on their cards, forgetting that seat location is just as important in shaping decisions. The result is a series of predictable errors that steadily drain chips. By learning these common pitfalls, you can avoid them and build stronger habits from the start. The first and most frequent mistake is playing too many weak hands from early position. A beginner might see a hand like Ace-Jack offsuit or King-10 suited and feel confident, forgetting that 8 or 9 players are yet to act. Against stronger ranges, these hands can easily be dominated, leading to costly losses. The correct adjustment is discipline. Fold more often in early position, and save speculative play for later seats, where you can act with more information. Another mistake is overvaluing position as an excuse to play every hand. Some players hear that late position is powerful and begin raising almost any 2 cards from the cutoff or button. While the button does allow for wider ranges, recklessness leads to trouble. Playing junk hands too aggressively invites re-raises, puts you in tough spots post-flop, and can quickly erode your stack. Positional advantage is real, but it works best when combined with solid hand selection. Beginners also struggle with bluffing from the wrong seats. Attempting to bluff from early position is rarely effective, since opponents still to act may hold strong hands or choose to challenge you. Bluffing works far better in late position, where you can see hesitation before acting. Misplacing bluffs is not just unprofitable, it can also create a table image of recklessness, making your future bets less respected. A further issue is ignoring blinds as special positions. New players often defend the big blind with hands they would never consider elsewhere, simply because they already have chips invested. This thinking is flawed. While pot odds matter, the positional disadvantage of the blinds means most hands should still be folded. Similarly, the small blind is a trap for beginners who play too wide. Over time, both blinds are losing positions, and the key is minimizing those losses through selective play. The final mistake is failing to adapt to table dynamics. Position is not static. Its value shifts depending on how your opponents play. If the table is tight, late position becomes even more powerful, because blind steals succeed more often. If the table is loose, you may need to tighten your range even on the button to avoid being dragged into multi-way pots. Beginners who ignore these adjustments often fall behind. The lesson here is that position is not just a guideline, but a discipline. Avoiding these common mistakes protects your chips and teaches you to think of seat location as an integral part of every decision. Strong hands can lose when played poorly out of position, and weak hands can win when used wisely in late seats. By avoiding the traps that beginners fall into, you position yourself literally and figuratively for long-term success. Chapter 20: Observing Table Dynamics. Understanding position is not just about where you sit, it is about how that seat interacts with the way your opponents play. Table dynamics refer to the collective behavior of the players, and when combined with positional awareness, they create a powerful tool for making better decisions. Beginners who learn to watch the table carefully gain insight that goes far beyond their own cards. Observation begins by noting how often players enter pots. At a tight table, where most players fold unless they hold strong hands, late position becomes especially valuable. A simple raise from the cutoff or button can steal blinds repeatedly, since opponents are reluctant to defend. At a loose table, where many players call with weak hands, stealing becomes harder, and you must tighten your range even in late seats. Recognizing this difference helps you adjust your play to match the environment. Betting rhythms are another key factor. Some players always continuation bet when they raise pre-flop, while others slow down unless they connect strongly with the flop. From late position, you can exploit these tendencies by calling or raising at the right moments. For example, if you know a player always checks the turn after missing the flop, you can float their flop bet in position and take the pot away when they check again. Observation also reveals who respects position and who ignores it. Beginners often fail to adjust their hand ranges by seat, raising weak holdings from early position. When you notice this, you can attack them more confidently from late position, knowing their range is too wide. Conversely, a disciplined player who only raises from UTG with premiums should be treated cautiously, since their tight range carries more weight. Another layer of table dynamics is stack size. Players with short stacks may be more willing to shove all-in pre-flop, especially from late position. Deep stacks give more room for creative play, making positional edges even more valuable. Watching how opponents adjust to their stacks allows you to tailor your own strategy, stealing from cautious short stacks or applying pressure to deep stacked players who want to avoid large pots out of position. For beginners, the lesson is that observing table dynamics turns positional awareness into a sharper weapon. Do not focus solely on your own cards. Watch who plays loosely, who plays tightly, who bluffs too often, and who folds under pressure. Combine this information with your seat location, and you will find spots to expand your range or tighten up depending on the situation. Position gives you the framework, but observation fills it with context. By combining the two, you move beyond basic strategy and begin thinking like a more advanced player. The more you practice observing while folding or waiting for hands, the more natural it becomes. Over time, you will learn that poker is not just about the two cards in front of you, but about how the entire table reacts, and your position is the lens through which you interpret those reactions. Chapter 21: Position in Tournament Play. Tournament poker has its own rhythm, shaped by rising blinds, shifting stack sizes, and the pressure of survival. Within this environment, position becomes even more valuable than in cash games. Each orbit brings a chance to attack or defend, and the difference between early and late seats can determine whether you conserve chips for deep runs or exit early. The first factor to understand is blind pressure. As blinds increase steadily, players are forced to enter more pots. From early position, this pressure can lead to disaster if you play too loosely. A raise with a weak hand may run into re-raise from players behind you, forcing you to fold and lose valuable chips. In contrast, late position gives you opportunities to steal blinds and antes, an essential skill for maintaining your stack as the tournament progresses. Stack size also magnifies positional value. With a short stack, you cannot afford to take risks from early position, where raisers are more likely to face resistance. But from the button or cutoff, a well-timed shove or raise can pick up blinds uncontested, extending your tournament life. With a deep stack, position allows for more creative plays, such as floating, semi-bluffing, or pressuring medium stacks, while still protecting your ability to recover if the hand goes wrong. Tournament structures often create unique dynamics, where position determines survival. For example, near the money bubble, many players tighten their ranges to avoid elimination. From late position, you can exploit this caution with frequent steals. From early position, however, you must tighten your play, since aggression risks running into strong ranges from opponents eager to punish perceived weakness. Position also interacts with table image in tournaments. If you have been active in late position, stealing blinds repeatedly, opponents may start defending more aggressively. Recognizing this shift is crucial. Sometimes the best way to maintain your image is to switch gears, tightening up briefly to let your reputation for looseness work in your favor when you finally pick up a strong hand. For beginners, the lesson is clear. In tournaments, position is both a weapon and a shield. Use late position to attack blinds, pressure short stacks, and survive bubble stages. Use early position carefully, playing only strong hands and avoiding marginal spots that risk elimination. Tournament poker is about survival as much as aggression, and position is the tool that helps you balance the two. Chapter 22: Position in Cash Games. While tournaments emphasize survival, cash games reward consistency and long-term profitability. In this setting, position becomes the foundation for building steady winnings. Because stacks are deeper and blinds do not increase, the ability to play more hands profitably in late position has a lasting effect over hundreds or thousands of hands. In cash games, deep stacks magnify positional advantages. Acting last allows you to control pot size across multiple streets. With speculative hands like suited connectors or small pairs, being in position lets you chase draws more safely and extract maximum value when you hit. Out of position, these same hands often lose money, since you cannot dictate whether the pot grows or shrinks. One of the biggest differences between tournaments and cash games is the cost of mistakes. In a cash game, losing a big pot out of position can be replenished by buying back in. But consistently making poor positional decisions will erode your bankroll over time. Late position play is what separates winning cash players from break-even ones, because the informational advantage translates into steady small edges that compound. Bluffing also works differently in cash games. Because stacks are deeper, players have more room to call and test you. From early position, bluffing becomes even riskier, as you may face raises from multiple opponents. From late position, however, you can adjust your bluff sizes, pressure specific opponents, and apply multi-street strategies that would be too dangerous otherwise. Another important aspect of cash games is hand selection discipline. Many beginners fall into the trap of playing too many hands out of boredom. Recognizing that early position requires patience prevents unnecessary losses. The best cash players are those who fold more in early seats and wait for profitable opportunities in late position. By doing so, they conserve chips and capitalize when their advantage is at its peak. Position also interacts with table dynamics over long sessions. As you observe opponents, you can adjust your ranges and exploit tendencies more effectively from late position. For instance, if a player in early position always continuation bets, you can call lighter from the button and take pots away later. These small adjustments build profits steadily, something that is harder to do when you are out of position. For beginners, the takeaway is this: cash games are battles of patience and precision. Respect early position, expand your range in late seats, and let position guide your decisions across long sessions. Unlike tournaments, where luck and timing can swing results, cash games reward the consistent application of positional advantage. Over time, this consistency is what turns small edges into meaningful profits. Chapter 23: Position and Patience. Poker rewards discipline, and nowhere is that more true than in the relationship between position and patience. The natural urge for many beginners is to play too many hands, eager for action and reluctant to fold. Yet the strongest players understand that waiting for the right opportunity is not weakness, it is strength. Position teaches patience by showing you how much more profitable it is to act later, when you have more information and control. In early position, patience is tested most. You will often face hand after hand that looks playable on the surface. Ace-10 offsuit, small pairs, or suited kings. But playing these hands out of position sets you up for difficult post-flop situations, where opponents behind you can raise, call, or trap you. By folding instead, you conserve chips for better spots. This patience may dull dull in the moment, but it prevents you from making costly mistakes that accumulate quickly. Patience also comes into play when building a hand in position. Being on the button does not mean you must raise every time the action folds to you. Sometimes, the patient choice is to let a marginal hand go rather than forcing action. Other times, patience means calling with a medium-strength hand instead of raising, waiting for the right moment to apply pressure later in the hand. Position gives you options. and patience ensures you choose wisely among them. One of the best examples of patience linked to position is blind stealing in tournaments. Many players raise too aggressively from the cutoff or button, trying to win chips quickly. When opponents push back, they find themselves overcommitted with weak holdings. The patient player, however, chooses spots carefully, targeting blinds when the table is tight or when short stacks are less likely to defend. Over time, this measured approach generates steady profit while avoiding unnecessary risk. Patience also prevents tilt, the emotional urge to chase losses. After a bad beat, the temptation is to jump into the next hand aggressively, regardless of position. Disciplined players recognize that the seat matters more than their emotions. By waiting until they are in position to act with strength, they regain control and protect themselves from reckless mistakes. For beginners, the lesson is that patience is not passive, it is active control over your decisions. Every fold in early position is a choice to avoid disadvantage. Every delayed bluff in late position is a choice to strike when the odds are most in your favor. Position magnifies the rewards of patience, turning restraint into a weapon that saves chips and creates better opportunities. Learn to wait, and poker will reward you. Chapter 24: Position over cards. One of the most surprising lessons in poker is that sometimes position matters more than the actual cards you hold. This concept, often summarized as position is power, can feel counterintuitive to beginners. After all, isn't poker about having the best hand? In truth, strong cards do matter, but position frequently determines whether they can be played profitably, and in many cases, weaker hands in late position outperform stronger ones out of position. Consider a hand like ace-queen offsuit. From early position, it looks powerful, but you risk being dominated by ace-king or running into pairs behind you. Playing it out of position often leads to tricky post-flop situations, where you are forced to act first without knowing whether you are ahead. Now take a weaker hand like 9-8 suited from the button. Even though it lacks the raw strength of ace-queen, the positional advantage makes it more flexible. You can raise if the table folds, call if conditions are favorable, or fold cheaply if someone shows aggression. Over the long run, 9-8 suited on the button often wins more chips than ace-queen out of position. This principle extends to bluffing. A mediocre holding in late position can be turned into a winning hand through aggression, because you can see opponents' hesitation before acting. The same hand in early position lacks that leverage, forcing you to commit chips blindly. Position transforms weak holdings into opportunities, while exposing the limitations of raw card strength. Another example is pot control. With position, you can keep the pot small with marginal hands by checking behind or betting only when opponents check. Out of position, you may be forced to build larger pots than you want, simply because you must act before others. In these cases, even strong hands can become liabilities. The long-term impact of this lesson is profound. Beginners who focus only on their cards miss the larger picture, entering pots with hands that appear strong but are difficult to play from poor seats. Experienced players, by contrast, understand that winning poker is not about playing every strong-looking hand, but about choosing the right combination of cards and position. For beginners, the key takeaway is this: do not overvalue your cards in isolation. Always weigh their strength against your seat. A good hand out of position is often less profitable than a mediocre hand with position. By learning to prioritize seat location, you elevate your play from simply chasing good cards to truly understanding the flow of the game. Chapter 25, Lesson Recap. Position is one of the most important concepts in all of Texas Hold'em, and this lesson has explored its many layers. From understanding the structure of early, middle, and late seats, to learning how position affects hand selection, bluffing, bet sizing, and patience, we have seen how seat location influences every stage of a hand. For beginners, this recap is a chance to reinforce the foundation before moving forward into more advanced strategies. At its core, position determines the order of action in each betting round. Early position requires tight discipline because you must act before most players and commit chips without information. Middle position offers more flexibility, giving you a partial view of the action, but still requiring caution. Late position, especially the cutoff and button, provides the greatest advantage. Acting last gives you the informational edge needed to expand ranges, apply pressure, and extract maximum value. Throughout this lesson, we also examined how position interacts with specific tactics. We learned that bluffing is more effective in late position, where you can exploit hesitation, and far riskier in early seats. Bet sizing also changes with position. Small bets in late position often achieve the same results as larger bets in early position, saving chips while maintaining pressure. Trapping works best in early position, where passivity disguises strength, while floating thrives in late position, where delayed aggression can seize control. We also saw how position shapes broader contexts. In tournaments, position determines whether you can survive rising blinds or fall victim to poor timing. In cash games, deep stacks make positional edges even more valuable, as every decision compounds over long sessions. Multi-way pots highlight the advantage of acting last, while heads-up play shows just how dramatic the difference between in and out of position can be. Finally, position reinforces the virtues of patience and discipline. Folding weak hands in early position is not wasted opportunity, but strategic restraint. Recognizing when weaker holdings become profitable in late position teaches you to combine card strength with situational awareness. Together, these habits build the foundation of a winning mindset. For beginners, the most important lesson to carry forward is this: never think of your cards in isolation. Always consider them in the context of your position. A hand that is profitable on the button may be unplayable under the gun. Strong players internalize this difference and adjust constantly, while beginners who ignore position struggle to escape losing situations. This lesson has shown that position is not just a concept to memorize, but a principle to practice. By applying these ideas consistently, you will protect your chips in bad spots, maximize value in good ones, and prepare yourself for the next stage of strategic growth. Chapter 26, Looking Ahead to Post-Flop Play. With a firm grasp of position, you are ready to explore the next stage of poker strategy, post-flop play. Most pots are not decided pre-flop. They are won or lost on the flop, turn, and river. Position continues to play a key role, but now you must also consider how board textures connect with ranges, when continuation bets make sense, and how to avoid common mistakes on later streets. In the next lesson, we will break down the essentials of post-flop decision-making. You will learn how to evaluate flops, recognize which boards favor you or your opponents, and apply pressure with well-timed bets. We will also introduce continuation betting as a fundamental tool, showing when to use it and when to hold back. For beginners, this is the natural next step after mastering position. Understanding how to navigate post-flop situations will help you transition from surviving early rounds to actively shaping the outcome of hands. Position gave you the framework. Post-flop play fills it with action. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 5th lesson, we will study the essentials of post-flop play in Texas Hold'em. The flop, turn, and river are where most hands are decided, and learning how to navigate these streets is critical for long-term success. We will break down board textures, explain how and when to use continuation bets, and show how to adjust as new community cards change the strength of your hand. By the end of this lesson, you will understand how to make clearer, more disciplined decisions after the flop and turn uncertainty into confidence. Chapter 1. Why post-flop play matters. Most beginners fall into the trap of thinking that poker is mostly about pre-flop play, choosing which starting hands to raise, call, or fold. While these decisions matter, the truth is that most pots are decided after the flop, not before it. Once the 3 community cards hit the board, the true nature of your hand begins to emerge. The flop, turn, and river bring opportunities, challenges, and most importantly, decisions. If you want to move beyond the basics and truly understand Texas Hold'em, you must learn to navigate post-flop play. Pre-flop action gives you a framework, but it is post-flop where skill makes the biggest difference. Even the strongest starting hands, like pocket aces, can lose if played poorly after the flop. Conversely, weaker starting hands can win when played intelligently in position with good timing. Post-flop is where players apply pressure, interpret board textures, and adjust to opponents. It is where discipline, patience, and creativity come together. The importance of post-flop play also comes from the math of the game. Statistically, the majority of pots go beyond pre-flop. That means you will be making post-flop decisions more often than anything else in poker. Whether it's a simple continuation bet on a dry board, a careful check for pot control, or a big value bet on the river, each of these choices adds up to your long-term results. A player who struggles after the flop will steadily bleed chips, while one who excels will consistently find ways to win. Another reason post-flop matters is that it allows you to win pots without always having the best hand. Pre-flop play is mostly about hand selection, but post-flop gives you the chance to use information and position. If your opponent shows weakness on the flop, you can bet to represent strength and take the pot. If the turn card improves your perceived range, you can continue betting and pressure your opponent into folding. These are not gambles, they are calculated moves, built on reading the situation. The takeaway is that post-flop play is not optional knowledge. You cannot rely on waiting for strong starting hands and expect to win consistently. You must learn how to interpret boards, use position, and adapt to your opponents after the flop. This lesson is your first step into that world. From here, you will build the skills to read textures, size bets properly, and manage pots across all 3 post-flop streets. Once you do, you will see that poker is not just about the cards you hold, but about how you play them when the board is revealed. Chapter 2: Flop Basics. The flop is the first major turning point in a hand of Texas Hold'em. 3 community cards are placed face-up on the board, and every player combines them with their whole cards to form a 5-card hand. From this moment on, strategy becomes more complex. The flop is where ranges collide, draws appear, and the real work of poker begins. Understanding the flop begins with recognizing how it interacts with your whole cards. Sometimes it improves you directly, giving you a pair, 2 pair, a set, or even a made straight or flush. Other times it gives you a draw, 4 cards to a straight or flush that may complete later. And often it misses you completely, leaving you with nothing more than high card. Knowing where you stand requires evaluating both your hand and the texture of the board. Board texture is a key idea introduced on the flop. Dry boards, such as Ace-7-2 Rainbow, are disconnected and unlikely to give opponents many draws. Wet boards like Jack-10-9 with 2 suited cards are highly coordinated and create many strong possibilities. Recognizing the difference helps you decide whether to bet aggressively, check for pot control, or fold to pressure. The flop also begins to separate ranges. Pre-flop raisers often have the advantage on high-card flops, since their range includes many Broadway hands. Callers, however, often connect better with low, connected boards, where small pairs and suited connectors hit hard. Understanding which range the flop favors is essential for making good decisions. The flop should be seen as the stage where the hand truly starts. Don't just look at whether you hit or missed. Ask how the flop interacts with ranges, whether the board is dry or wet, and how your position influences your options. Strong hands should usually be bet for value. Weak hands can sometimes be turned into bluffs, and medium hands often benefit from cautious play. Chapter 3: Reading Board Textures. One of the most important skills in post-flop play is learning how to read the board. In poker, the texture of the board describes how the community cards interact with each other and with the likely ranges of your opponents. Understanding board texture allows you to decide whether a flop favors your hand, your opponent's range, or neither. It also guides decisions on when to bet, when to check, and how aggressively to proceed. Dry boards are the simplest to interpret. A flop like Ace-7-2 Rainbow is considered dry because the cards are unconnected and of different suits. Such a board offers few straight or flush draws, making it unlikely that your opponent has improved unless they hold an ace. Dry boards favor the pre-flop raiser because they can represent high card strength, and continuation bets often succeed here. Wet boards are the opposite. A flop like Jack-10-9 with 2 suited cards is highly coordinated. Many drawing hands are possible, from open-ended straights to flush draws, and multiple pairs or sets can appear. Wet boards are dangerous because they interact well with the types of speculative hands that players often call raises with pre-flop. Betting aggressively on these boards without strong holdings risks running into resistance. Paired boards create a unique texture. A flop such as King-King-4 or 8-8-2 drastically reduces the number of combinations available, since 2 of the same rank are already on the table. Paired boards are tricky because they can either represent strength trips or full houses, or weakness if neither player connects. They often lead to cautious play, but they also present opportunities for well-timed bluffs. Recognizing texture means thinking beyond your own hand. You must ask, whose range does this board help more? If you raised pre-flop, ace-high boards may be in your favor. If your opponent called pre-flop, low and connected boards may favor them. This perspective keeps you from overplaying hands that look good in isolation, but are vulnerable to the texture. The key is to start classifying boards immediately after the flop. Is it dry or wet? High or low? Paired or unpaired? Suited or rainbow? By practicing this habit, you will learn to adapt your strategy based not only on your hole cards, but also on how the board connects with likely ranges. Over time, reading board textures becomes second nature, turning raw cards into strategic insight. Chapter 4. High card flops. High card flops, particularly those containing an ace or king, are some of the most important situations to understand. These boards often favor the pre-flop raiser because strong starting hands frequently include Broadway cards like ace-king, ace-queen, or king-queen. Recognizing this dynamic allows you to continuation bet with confidence while also teaching you when to show caution. Take a flop like ace-7-2 rainbow. If you raised pre-flop, this board strongly supports your range. Even if you missed entirely, you can credibly represent an ace because it is a card that players expect to see in your opening range. A modest continuation bet will often win the pot, especially against opponents who failed to connect. However, not all high card flops are equally safe. A board like King-Jack-10 with two suited cards is also high, but far more coordinated. In this case, your opponent's calling range may connect strongly with the flop, giving them straights, pairs with draws, or flush opportunities. Firing blindly into such a board without careful consideration can lead to costly mistakes. Another factor in high card flops is kicker strength. Suppose you hold ace-10 on an ace-high flop. You have top pair, but many better aces remain in your opponent's range, such as ace-king or ace-queen. This situation demonstrates why kicker value matters. Being out-kicked can turn a seemingly strong hand into a vulnerable one. High card flops also offer opportunities for pot control. If you have a medium-strength hand, such as king-queen on a king-high flop, checking behind in position can protect you from building a pot too large. This allows you to reach showdown without overcommitting against stronger holdings. The lesson is that high card flops are often favorable, but they demand context. Consider whether the board is dry or coordinated, whether your kicker is strong, and how the flop interacts with your opponent's likely range. When used wisely, high card flops give you the leverage to represent strength credibly, but they also require respect for the hidden dangers of kickers and connected textures. Chapter 5. Low and connected flops. Low and connected flops are among the trickiest for beginners to handle, because they often connect more with your opponent's calling range than with your own raising range. A board like 6-5-4 with two suits or 9-8-7 rainbow creates straights, two pairs, and draws that can shift the balance of power away from the pre-flop raiser. Recognizing these patterns early helps you avoid overcommitting chips in dangerous spots. When you raise pre-flop, your range usually includes strong Broadway cards, ace-king, king-queen, or ace-queen, along with high pairs. These hands do not connect well with low boards. In contrast, Your opponent's calling range often includes suited connectors, small pairs, and suited aces. On a flop like 6-5-4, those holdings may suddenly become straight sets or strong draws. This is why players say that low boards smash the caller's range. For example, imagine you raise pre-flop with ace-king and the flop comes 7-6-5. Your hand completely misses, yet your opponent may hold 8-9 suited for a made straight, pocket sixes for a set, or even 7-8 for top pair and a draw. Betting aggressively here, without considering board texture, is a recipe for losing chips. That does not mean you should never bet on low, connected boards. Sometimes, a well-timed continuation bet still succeeds if your opponent has also missed. But you must proceed cautiously. Betting smaller allows you to test the waters without risking too much, and checking can be the wiser option when facing multiple opponents. Low flops also highlight the importance of position. In late position, you can observe whether opponents show strength before deciding to bet. If everyone checks, a small bet may win the pot. If an early player leads out strongly, folding may be the correct response. Position helps you avoid costly mistakes on tricky textures. The key lesson is to respect low and connected boards. Do not treat every flop as an automatic green light for a continuation bet. Recognize when the texture favors your opponent and adjust by checking, betting smaller, or folding. Patience on these boards will save chips and prepare you to capitalize on stronger situations later in the hand. Chapter 6. Paired flops. Paired boards, such as King-King-4 or 8-8-2, create unique challenges and opportunities in post-flop play. These flops drastically reduce the number of combinations available, since two of the same rank are already on the board. For beginners, paired flops can be confusing. They sometimes represent extreme strength, but they can also mean that nobody has connected at all. One feature of paired boards is that they often slow down action. When a flop comes 10-10-3, many players hesitate to bet, unless they hold a 10 or a strong overpair. This creates opportunities for continuation bets. As the pre-flop raiser, you can credibly represent strength on paired flops, especially when your range includes high cards or pocket pairs that your opponent may not have. However, paired boards are also fertile ground for traps. If an opponent does hold the paired rank, they are in a position to disguise their strength. A player with pocket eights on an 8-8-2 board, for example, may check and let you bet into them, planning to raise later. This makes it important to stay cautious when you encounter resistance. Another factor is the size of the paired card. High paired boards, like King-King-4, often favor the pre-flop raiser because kings are common in raising ranges. Low paired boards, like 3-3-9, often favor the caller, since speculative hands such as suited threes or small pairs are more likely in their range. Recognizing which type of paired board you are facing helps you adjust your strategy. Paired boards are also great opportunities for bluffing in position. Because many opponents miss entirely, a well-timed bet can take down the pot. But you must balance this with caution. If you are called or raised, it often means real strength, since players rarely continue on paired boards without a good reason. The lesson is balance. Use paired boards as chances to continuation bet, when appropriate, but be ready to shut down when facing aggression. Recognize the difference between high and low pairs on the flop, and let that guide your judgment. Over time, you will learn to distinguish between situations where paired flops are bluffing opportunities and when they are signals to tread carefully. Chapter 7. Suited flops. Suited flops, boards where all three cards are the same suit, or where two cards share a suit, create some of the most dangerous and dynamic post-flop scenarios in Texas Hold'em. They immediately introduce the possibility of flushes and flush draws, and they demand that you adjust your strategy to account for the increased risk of your opponent improving. The most extreme case is a monotone flop, where all three cards are of the same suit, such as Queen 9-4 of hearts. On these boards, flushes are possible immediately, but more often players hold single cards of that suit that create drawing potential. A player holding the ace of hearts with another card has a powerful advantage because they can represent the nut flush draw, or already have the best possible flush. This creates strong leverage for betting and bluffing. Two-tone flops, such as King 7-3 with two clubs, are more common and still highly significant. They create the potential for flush draws, while also giving players with suited hands backdoor possibilities. These boards tend to generate more action, since players may be willing to call with flush draws even when they have nothing else. For the pre-flop raiser, suited boards require careful bet sizing. Betting too small gives opponents the correct odds to call with flush draws. Betting too large risks overcommitting when you may not hold a strong enough hand. The balance lies in protecting your equity by denying opponents cheap draws while not bloating the pot unnecessarily. Position plays a major role on suited flops. From late position, you can watch whether opponents lead out strongly or check. If they check, you can apply pressure with bets that force them to define their hand. If they bet into you, you must consider whether they are representing a made flush, a strong draw, or simply testing your response. A common beginner mistake is giving away free cards on suited boards. Checking when you hold a vulnerable hand, such as top pair without a flush draw, often allows opponents to realize their equity cheaply. This can result in losing pots to completed flushes that could have been prevented with stronger betting. The lesson here is discipline. Suited boards demand respect, but they also provide opportunities. With strong holdings, you can build pots confidently. With weak hands, you can bluff credibly when representing flushes. But in all cases, remember that suited flops change the dynamics of the hand immediately, and failing to account for that can be costly. Chapter 8. Dry versus wet boards. In post-flop play, one of the first judgments you must make is whether the board is dry or wet. This simple classification determines how aggressive you should be, how often you can continuation bet, and what kinds of hands are likely in your opponent's ranges. A dry board is one that is disconnected and offers few drawing possibilities. An example is Ace 7-2 Rainbow. On this flop, there are no straight or flush draws, and the only likely strong holdings are top pair or a set. Dry boards favor the pre-flop raiser, since they can credibly represent high cards and continuation bet with a high chance of success. A small bet often takes the pot down immediately, because opponents who miss the board have little reason to continue. A wet board, by contrast, is highly coordinated and full of potential draws. A flop like Jack 10-9 with two hearts is wet, because it connects with many ranges. Opponents could have straights, straight draws, flush draws, two pairs, or sets. Betting into such a board without a strong holding is risky, since players are more likely to continue with a wide range of hands. The distinction between dry and wet boards shapes bet sizing. On dry flops, smaller continuation bets are often sufficient, as you do not need to protect against many draws. On wet flops, larger bets may be required to deny equity, but even then, caution is warranted because of how often opponents connect. Another factor is opponent type. Against tight players, continuation betting on dry boards is highly effective, as they will fold missed hands quickly. Against loose opponents, even dry boards may invite resistance, so you must adjust your strategy. On wet boards, understanding how aggressive or passive your opponents are helps determine whether to press or slow down. The lesson is that not all flops are created equal. Recognizing whether a board is dry or wet provides immediate guidance on how to proceed. Dry boards are green lights for selective aggression, while wet boards are caution signals that demand stronger holdings or careful pot control. Mastering this classification is one of the quickest ways to improve your post-flop decisions. Chapter 9: Continuation Betting Basics. One of the most common and important tools in poker strategy is the continuation bet, often shortened to C-bet. A continuation bet occurs when the player who raised pre-flop bets again on the flop, regardless of whether their hand improved. The purpose is to take advantage of the initiative gained pre-flop and to represent strength that opponents may not be able to challenge. The power of the C-bet comes from the fact that most players miss the flop. Even with strong starting hands, it is rare to connect directly. Because of this, a flop bet from the pre-flop raiser often goes unchallenged, allowing them to win the pot without having to show their cards. This makes the C-bet one of the most reliable ways to pick up small and medium-sized pots consistently. However, continuation betting is not just about blind aggression. It is about telling a believable story. If you raised pre-flop with ace-king, and the flop comes queen 7-2 rainbow, a C-bet represents that you may have hit an overpair or still have high card strength. Opponents who missed the flop entirely will often fold. On the other hand, if the flop is highly coordinated, like 10-9-8 with two suited cards, your game bet is less credible and more likely to be called or raised. Sizing is another key part of the C-bet. On dry boards, a smaller bet often accomplishes the goal of forcing folds while saving chips when called. On wetter boards, a larger bet may be necessary to protect against draws. For beginners, a good guideline is to bet about half to 2/3 of the pot, adjusting based on board texture. Another advantage of C-betting is that it allows you to define your opponent's hand. If they call, you gain information that they likely have some piece of the board. If they fold, you win outright. If they raise, you can evaluate whether to continue based on your holding and the strength they represent. The lesson is that continuation betting is not optional. It is an essential part of post-flop strategy. But it must be used selectively, not automatically. Learn to recognize when the flop favors your range, when a small bet can take the pot, and when caution is the better choice. Done properly, C-betting is one of the simplest ways to add steady profit to your game. Chapter 10: When not to continuation bet. While continuation betting is powerful, it becomes costly when used in the wrong situations. Many beginners fall into the trap of C-betting every flop, simply because they raised pre-flop. Opponents quickly catch on, and the result is wasted chips and lost credibility. Knowing when not to continuation bet is just as important as knowing when to use the tactic. The first warning sign is a heavily coordinated board. A flop like Jack 10-9 with two suits is dangerous because it interacts strongly with your opponent's likely calling range. Hands like suited connectors, Broadway combinations, and pocket pairs all connect here. Betting into such a board without real strength is a recipe for being called or raised. The second red flag is a multi-way pot. Continuation bets work best heads up, when only one opponent has to fold. Against two or more players, the chance that someone has connected with the board rises dramatically. In these situations, kebets are much less effective, and checking or giving up may be the better move. Another common mistake is kebetting against sticky players, opponents who call too often regardless of board texture. Against these players, bluffing with c-bets loses value, since they will not fold easily. Instead, save your bets for stronger hands, and let their loose calls work in your favor. A fourth consideration is your own table image. If you say bet every single flop, observant players will stop folding to you. They will call with wider ranges or raise to push you off weak holdings. By being selective and skipping key bets when conditions are poor, you protect your credibility. When you do bet, opponents will respect it more. Finally, consider your position. Continuation betting from early position is riskier because you must act before others. From late position, you can assess whether the flop was checked to you, making your bet more believable. If you are first to act into multiple players, caution is usually best. The key lesson is restraint. Skipping a continuation bet is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of discipline. By checking when the board favors your opponents, when too many players are in the hand, or when your image is compromised, you save chips and avoid unnecessary risk. Strong players know that sometimes the best decision is not to bet at all. Chapter 11. Bet sizing on the flop. Bet sizing is one of the most powerful tools you have in poker, and nowhere is it more important than on the flop. The size of your bet communicates strength, applies pressure, and determines the pot odds you are offering to your opponents. Beginners often fall into the trap of betting the same size no matter the board, but strong players adjust their sizing to fit the situation. Understanding how to tailor bet sizes to different flop textures is a key step in improving post-flop play. On dry flops, such as Ace-7-2 Rainbow, smaller bets are usually sufficient. These boards rarely connect with opponents, and a bet of 1/3 to 1/2 of the pot often achieves the same result as a larger bet, folds from weaker hands. Betting small saves chips when you are bluffing and encourages weaker hands to call when you are betting for value. This efficiency is one of the reasons dry boards are so profitable for continuation bets. On wet flops, such as Jack 10-9 with two hearts, larger bets are needed to protect against draws. If you bet too small, you give opponents the right price to call with flush or straight draws, and over time this mistake adds up to significant losses. Betting closer to 2/3 or 3/4 of the pot on these boards forces opponents to make costly decisions, denying them cheap chances to improve. Bet sizing is also influenced by your hand strength. With very strong hands, such as a set or a made flush, Betting larger builds the pot and extracts value. With weaker or medium-strength hands, smaller bets may keep the pot under control while still applying some pressure. In this way, your bet sizing not only affects opponents, but also helps manage your own risk. Position adds another layer of strategy. In late position, you can adjust your bet size after seeing how others act. If everyone checks to you, a smaller bet may be enough. If someone leads out, you can decide whether to raise larger or call. In early position, you must size your bets more carefully, since you cannot see how others will respond. The most important lesson is that bet sizing should never be automatic. Always ask yourself what you are trying to achieve. Do you want folds? Do you want value? Do you want to deny equity to a draw? The answer will guide your sizing. By adjusting to the board, your hand, and your position, you turn your bets into precise tools rather than blunt instruments. Chapter 12. Checking with purpose. Many beginners see checking as a sign of weakness, but in reality, checking can be one of the most strategic moves in poker. A purposeful check allows you to control the pot size, disguise the strength of your hand, and even induce bluffs from aggressive opponents. Learning to check with intention, rather than as an act of hesitation, adds depth to your post-flop play. One reason to check is pot control. Suppose you hold top pair with a weak kicker on a coordinated board. Betting may build the pot too large, leaving you vulnerable if your opponent improves. By checking, you keep the pot smaller and reduce the risk of losing more than necessary. This is especially important when you are out of position and want to avoid giving away too many chips. Another reason is deception. Strong hands do not always need to be bet immediately. If you flop a set, for example, checking can disguise your strength. Opponents may interpret your check as weakness and bet into you, allowing you to call or raise later for more value. This tactic, known as slow playing, works best against aggressive players who are likely to bet when given the chance. Checking can also be used to induce bluffs. Against opponents who bet too often, checking with medium-strength hands can tempt them to fire into you. By calling rather than betting yourself, you let their aggression build the pot for you. This tactic requires discipline, since it involves showing temporary passivity, but it can be very profitable when used correctly. Position enhances the value of checking. In late position, checking behind gives you a free card, which can be especially useful when holding drawing hands. In early position, checking allows you to see how opponents react before committing more chips. In both cases, checks give you more control over the flow of the hand. The key lesson is that checking is not weakness, it is strategy. Every check should serve a purpose, whether it's pot control, deception, or inducing action from opponents. Avoid checking automatically, just as you should avoid betting automatically. By checking with intention, you create balance in your game and make yourself harder to read. Strong players use checks as weapons, and with practice, so can you. Chapter 13. Turn card impact. The turn card, sometimes called Fourth Street, is one of the most critical moments in a hand of Texas Hold'em. By adding a fourth community card, the turn dramatically changes board texture, hand strength, and betting dynamics. Strong players reassess everything the moment the turn falls: ranges, draws and the likelihood that an opponent has improved. Beginners who learn to evaluate the turn carefully gain a major edge in post-flop play. One of the biggest impacts of the turn is that it completes more draws. A flop like 10-8-3 with two hearts already threatens straight and flush possibilities. But when the turn comes 9 of hearts, the landscape changes completely. Straights, flushes, and even straight flush draws are now possible. Betting into this card without the right hand is risky, while checking with medium strength holdings becomes safer. Recognizing how the turn shifts ranges is the first step to avoiding costly mistakes. Another important feature of the turn is the appearance of overcards. Imagine you hold pocket jacks on a flop of 7-5-2. You are ahead most of the time. But if the turn brings an ace or king, the situation changes. Your opponent may now credibly represent top pair, even if they did not connect with the flop. Overcards on the turn give opponents opportunities to pressure you, so caution is necessary when betting in these situations. The turn also provides an opportunity to slow down or accelerate. With strong hands, betting the turn builds the pot and sets up larger river bets. With weaker or marginal hands, checking can control the pot size and prevent you from committing too many chips. Knowing when to switch gears is one of the defining traits of strong post-flop play. Position continues to matter greatly on the turn. From late position, you see how opponents react to the new card before making your decision. This allows you to bet when they show weakness, or check back when the card is too dangerous. From early position, you must act first, often without knowing if the turn improved your opponents. This disadvantage reinforces the need for discipline. The key lesson is to treat every turn card as a new puzzle. Do not assume that your hand's strength on the flop remains the same. Recalculate, reconsider ranges, and adapt your plan. The turn is often the moment where hands shift decisively, and learning to read it well prepares you for the river. Chapter 14. Double barrel betting. A double barrel refers to betting both the flop and the turn, continuing your aggression across two streets. This tactic is a natural extension of the continuation bet, and it can be very effective when used in the right spots. For beginners, learning when and how to double barrel is crucial, because firing blindly into every turn quickly becomes expensive. The success of a double barrel depends heavily on the turn card. If the turn favors your perceived range, firing a second bet makes sense. For example, suppose you raise pre-flop with ace-king, c-bet on a flop of queen 7-2, and the turn brings an ace. This card strengthens your actual hand and your perceived range, making a second bet highly profitable. Even if you missed, turns like an ace, king, or Broadway card can often justify a double barrel because they are consistent with the story you are telling. Conversely, double barreling into dangerous turn cards is a mistake. If the flop is 9-8-5 and the turn is a 6, many straights are now possible. Continuing aggression here without a strong hand is risky, because opponents are more likely to have connected. Recognizing when the turn helps your opponent's ranges prevents you from wasting chips. Bet sizing is another important element. Double barrels are usually larger than flop bets, since the pot has grown and the pressure needs to increase. Betting around 2/3 of the pot is common, though you should adjust based on opponent tendencies. Against tight players, Smaller bets may be enough to force folds. Against loose players, stronger sizing is required to discourage calls. Another benefit of double barreling is that it clarifies information. If your opponent calls again on the turn, you know they likely have real strength. If they fold, you win the pot outright. If they raise, you can often fold and save yourself from committing more chips. Either way, the second bet gives you valuable information that helps guide your river strategy. The key takeaway is that double barrel betting is not about blind aggression. It is about timing and consistency. Only fire a second shell when the turn card supports your story or improves your range. Avoid double barrels on dangerous turns or against players who refuse to fold. Used selectively, the double barrel is a powerful tool that keeps pressure on opponents and wins pots that would otherwise slip away. Chapter 15. Recognizing turn danger. The turn card often feels like the moment where a hand either solidifies or unravels. It is here that many beginners lose control, betting too confidently into danger or folding too quickly when the board shifts. Recognizing which turn cards are dangerous and adjusting your play accordingly is a key part of disciplined post-flop strategy. Dangerous turn cards usually fall into one of three categories: cards that complete draws, cards that bring new draws, and high over cards. Each has the potential to change the landscape of the hand dramatically. When the turn completes an existing draw, the board texture shifts instantly. For example, if the flop comes 10-8-3 with two hearts and the turn is the 5 of hearts, a flush is now possible. Even if you have top pair or an overpair, your relative hand strength has dropped. Betting into a completed draw often backfires, as opponents who have been calling with flush draws are unlikely to fold now. Turn cards can also create new draws. Imagine a flop of Queen 9-4 rainbow. On the turn, the 8 of hearts appears. Suddenly, open-ended straight draws are possible, and if hearts are on the board, flush possibilities arise. A flop that was relatively safe can become much more dangerous, requiring you to reconsider your plan. High overcards are another form of turn danger. Suppose you hold pocket jacks on a 7-5-2 flop. If the turn brings an ace or king, opponents who missed the flop may now have top pair. Even if they do not, they can credibly represent it. Betting into these turns often leads to unnecessary losses when opponents apply pressure. The best way to handle dangerous turn cards is through caution and adaptability. If you bet the flop and the turn completes a draw, checking may be wiser than barreling again. If you face aggression on a dangerous turn, folding is often the correct response. Remember that not every pot is worth winning, and protecting your stack is part of long-term success. Position also plays a role. From late position, you can watch how opponents respond to the new card before deciding whether to bet. From early position, you must often act blindly, which makes discipline even more important. For beginners, the key takeaway is simple: treat every turn card as new information. Do not cling to the strength your hand had on the flop. Evaluate whether the turn favors your range or your opponent's, and adjust accordingly. Recognizing turn danger will save chips, prevent costly mistakes, and keep you in control of the hand. Chapter 16. River Play Basics. The river, or Fifth Street, is the final stage of every poker hand. By the time the river card is revealed, all 5 community cards are on the board, and decisions come down to extracting value, bluffing, or checking down. River play is often where the largest pots are decided, and beginners who understand the basics will avoid costly errors and maximize their opportunities. The first step in river play is evaluating your hand strength. Strong-made hands, such as top 2 pair, sets or flushes, should usually be bet for value. Medium-strength hands, like a single pair with a good kicker, are often best suited for checking and reaching showdown. Weak hands that missed entirely can sometimes be turned into bluffs, but only in the right situations. River bets fall into 2 main categories: value bets and bluffs. Value bets aim to extract chips from weaker hands that will still call. For example, if you hold ace-queen on a queen-high board, betting the river may convince opponents with weaker queens or pairs to call. Bluffs, on the other hand, aim to represent strength when you have none. A player who missed a flush or straight draw may still bet the river to force folds from opponents with marginal hands. Sizing matters greatly on the river. Small value bets often encourage calls, while overbets can pressure opponents to fold medium-strength holdings. Bluff sizing should match the story you've told on earlier streets. If your previous bet suggests strength, a well-sized river bluff is more believable. Checking is another important river strategy. Many beginners feel compelled to bet every river, but checking with medium hands avoids losing chips unnecessarily. By checking, you also allow yourself to see a showdown and gather information about your opponent's holdings, which can help in future hands. One of the greatest challenges of river play is discipline. It is easy to call out of curiosity or to bluff out of frustration. Strong players avoid this trap by sticking to logic. Bet when you expect to be ahead or when your story is credible, and check when the risks outweigh the rewards. For beginners, the lesson is that the river is not about forcing action. It is about finishing the hand wisely. Value bet when you expect weaker hands to call, bluff when your story makes sense, and check when neither option is profitable. By approaching the river with clear thinking, you turn uncertainty into control and make better long-term decisions. Chapter 17: Value betting the river. The river is your final chance to extract chips from opponents, and value betting is the tool that turns strong hands into profit. A value bet is made with the expectation that worse hands will call. Unlike bluffs, which rely on opponents folding, value bets succeed when you are called by weaker holdings. Knowing when and how to value bet on the river is one of the hallmarks of skilled play. The first step is identifying hands that qualify for value bets. Strong holdings like full houses, flushes, and top 2 pair almost always deserve a river bet. Medium-strength hands, such as top pair with a strong kicker, may also qualify if you believe your opponent can call with worse. Thin value bets, small wagers designed to get called by slightly weaker hands, are an advanced concept but extremely profitable when used carefully. For example, if you hold ace-queen on a queen-9-4 board and the turn and river bring low, harmless cards, betting the river can extract chips from opponents holding weaker queens or pocket pairs. Even if you only win a small pot, these thin value bets add up over time. Sizing is another critical part of river value betting. The goal is to bet enough to be called, not to scare opponents away. A smaller bet often achieves this, encouraging opponents to call with weaker pairs. Overbetting may push them out, costing you potential profit. Conversely, betting too small with a monster hand can leave chips on the table. The best value bets are tailored to what your opponent is likely to call. Position enhances value betting. From late position, you can check how your opponent reacts before deciding on the best size. If they check to you, a value bet becomes more likely to succeed. From early position, you must decide without seeing their action, which requires more discipline and stronger reads. A common beginner mistake is missing value by checking too often on the river. Fear of scaring opponents out or being raised can cause hesitation, but failing to bet strong hands means leaving money behind. Another mistake is overestimating hand strength and value betting, when opponents are only likely to call with better. Striking the right balance takes practice, but awareness of these pitfalls speeds up the learning curve. For beginners, the takeaway is that value betting is not about building huge pots every time. It is about squeezing maximum profit from situations where you are ahead. Ask yourself, can worse hands call me here? If the answer is yes, a value bet is the right move. Over time, mastering river value bets will significantly boost your long-term winnings. Chapter 18: Bluffing the River. River bluffs are some of the most dramatic plays in poker, but they are also some of the riskiest. At this stage, all cards are revealed, and opponents must decide whether their hand is strong enough to call. A well-executed river bluff can win large pots, but a poorly chosen one can cost you dearly. Understanding when and how to bluff on the river is essential for responsible play. The first rule of river bluffing is telling a believable story. Your bet must make sense based on how you played earlier streets. For example, if you raised pre-flop, c-bet the flop, bet again on the turn, and now shove on a dangerous river, your line represents a strong hand. If your earlier actions do not support your river bet, observant opponents will call more often. Another key factor is board texture. Bluffing works best on scare cards, rivers that complete straights or flushes. Suppose the board runs out with 4 hearts and you don't have one. Betting strongly here can represent the flush, pressuring opponents who hold one pair hands. Conversely, bluffing on safe rivers with no scare cards is rarely effective, as opponents are more likely to call with medium-strength hands. Sizing is crucial. Bluff bets must be large enough to convince opponents to fold, but not so large that they risk your entire stack unnecessarily. Overbets can work in some situations by maximizing pressure, but smaller bluffs may look weak and invite calls. Matching your bluff size to the story you are telling is the key to credibility. Opponent type also plays a major role. Bluffing against loose calling stations, players who call too often, is almost always a mistake. These opponents rarely fold, making bluffs unprofitable. Instead, target tighter players who are capable of folding when pressure mounts. The most important lesson is restraint. River bluffs are high-risk, high-reward tools that should be used sparingly. Choose spots where the story makes sense, the board supports your action, and your opponent is capable of folding. Bluffing in every hand or in poor conditions will quickly drain your stack and destroy your credibility. The river is where skill and courage meet. A well-timed bluff here can swing a pot in your favor, and build an image of aggression that pays dividends later. But reckless bluffs will only teach opponents to call you down. Learn to respect the risk, choose your spots carefully, and you will discover that river bluffing, when done correctly, is one of the most powerful moves in poker. Chapter 19: Checking the river. For many beginners, the river feels like a final test, the moment to either bet for value or bluff to win. But sometimes, the most profitable choice is to check. Checking on the river is not weakness, it is discipline. It allows you to control risk, see a showdown, and avoid losing chips unnecessarily. Strong players know that not every situation demands aggression, and learning when to check the river is a vital skill. The first reason to check is pot control. Suppose you hold top pair with a weak kicker on a coordinated board. Betting the river may force you into facing a raise from stronger hands, while checking allows you to reach showdown without inflating the pot further. In many cases, the chips you save by not betting are worth more than the chips you might win from weaker opponents. Another reason is showdown value. If you hold a hand like pocket eights on a king 10-2-4-3 board, you are unlikely to get called by worse hands if you bet. But by checking, you may win at showdown against opponents who also missed. Betting here serves no purpose, since better hands will call and worse hands will fold. A disciplined check protects your chips while still giving you a chance to collect the pot. Checking also works as a counter to aggressive opponents. If you bet weak or medium strength hands into players who like to raise, you risk being pushed off a hand that could have won at showdown. By checking, you minimize this risk and force your opponent to decide whether to bluff. Sometimes they will fire with nothing, allowing you to win with a simple call. Position influences river checks as well. In late position, checking behind is often the safest option when you don't want to risk more chips. In early position, checking gives you information based on whether your opponents choose to bet. Either way, checks let you make informed decisions while controlling the pace of the hand. A common beginner mistake is feeling compelled to bet every river simply because they are last to act. This mindset leads to wasted chips and unnecessary losses. The key is to ask yourself whether betting achieves anything. If worse hands will not call and better hands will not fold, betting is pointless. A check is the smarter choice. The lesson is clear. River checks are not passive, they are purposeful. They allow you to save chips, realize showdown value, and avoid tough situations. By embracing checks as part of your strategy, you add balance to your game and prevent costly mistakes. Chapter 20: Pot control across streets. Poker is not only about building big pots with strong hands, it is also about managing pot size with medium or vulnerable ones. Pot control is the practice of keeping pots small when your hand is not strong enough to play for stacks. Beginners who master this concept avoid many of the most expensive mistakes in post-flop play. Pot control begins with recognizing the strength of your hand relative to the board. If you flop top pair with a medium kicker on a coordinated board, betting aggressively across all streets may expose you to danger. Instead, you can check behind on one street or use smaller bets to limit the pot's growth. This strategy keeps you from losing too much if your opponent improves or if you are already behind. One of the main tools of pot control is checking. By checking the flop or turn, you reduce the number of chips you commit, while still keeping the option to call or bet later. Another tool is smaller bet sizing. Instead of betting 3/4 of the pot, you might bet 1/3 to keep the pot manageable. These adjustments protect your stack without completely giving up on the hand. Pot control is especially important when out of position. Acting first forces you to make decisions without seeing your opponent's response. By keeping the pot smaller, you limit the risk of facing large raises that you cannot comfortably call. In position, pot control is even more effective, since you can check back safely and see the next card without investing more chips. Another advantage of pot control is reducing the risk of tilt. When beginners overcommit with medium-strength hands and lose large pots, frustration often follows. By managing pot size, you minimize these swings and keep your emotions steady. This mental discipline is as valuable as the chips you save. A common mistake is confusing pot control with passivity. Checking every street is not pot control, it is giving up. True pot control is about balance, betting when appropriate, checking when necessary, and always keeping the pot in proportion to your hand strength. The key takeaway is that not every hand is worth playing for maximum value. Pot control gives you the flexibility to avoid big losses with medium holdings while still leaving room to extract value when the situation is right. Over time, this discipline turns marginal spots into manageable ones and makes your overall game more consistent. Chapter 21: Common post-flop mistakes. Post-flop play separates beginners from experienced players. It is where discipline, patience, and awareness pay off, or where chips slip away quickly. Many beginners make the same errors after the flop, often because they focus too much on their own cards and not enough on the board, their opponents, or the bigger picture. Recognizing these mistakes early and correcting them is one of the fastest ways to improve. The first common mistake is automatic continuation betting. Beginners often assume that every time they raise pre-flop, they must follow up with a flop bet. While C-bets are powerful, they lose money if used blindly. Betting into multiple players on a coordinated board is a losing strategy, yet many new players do it out of habit. The fix is to be selective. Continuation bet when the board favors your range and conditions are right, not as a reflex. The second mistake is overvaluing top pair. Holding a hand like ace-queen on a queen-high board feels strong, but it is not invincible. Beginners often commit too many chips with top pair only to be shown two pair, a set, or a better kicker. Learning to slow down with one pair hands prevents massive losses. Another major error is chasing draws without proper odds. Flush and straight draws are exciting, but calling big bets without calculating pot odds is costly. Beginners often chase every draw, convinced that hitting will repay them. In reality, folding weak draws when the price is too high saves more money than the occasional big win makes back. Beginners also struggle with bluffing in the wrong spots. Bluffing into multiple players, bluffing on wet boards, or bluffing against calling stations rarely succeeds. Effective bluffing requires timing, position, and opponents who are capable of folding. Without those elements, bluffs are just chip donations. Finally, a subtle but costly mistake is ignoring position post-flop. Acting first without strong information makes every decision harder, Yet many beginners play weak hands out of position and try to force results. Position is not just a pre-flop concept. It remains vital on every street. The lesson is that avoiding mistakes is as valuable as learning new tactics. By cutting out automatic bets, slowing down with one pair, folding poor draws, bluffing less recklessly, and respecting position, you immediately strengthen your post-flop game. Success is not just about making great plays, it is also about avoiding the costly ones. Chapter 22: Adjusting to Opponents. Poker is not played in a vacuum. Every decision you make after the flop should account for the tendencies of the players at your table. Adjusting to opponents is one of the most valuable post-flop skills, and it transforms average players into winners. Beginners who treat every situation the same miss opportunities to exploit weaknesses and protect against strengths. The first step is recognizing tight players. These opponents enter pots with strong hands and fold often when they miss. Against them, continuation bets on dry boards are very effective, since they will not chase without real equity. On the other hand, when they call or raise, you should respect their strength and proceed cautiously. The opposite type is loose players, who enter pots with a wide range of hands. Against them, bluffing loses value, since they are more likely to call. Instead, focus on value betting when you are ahead. Extract chips by letting them pay to chase draws, or by betting bigger with strong holdings. Another adjustment involves aggressive players. These opponents like to bet and raise frequently. Against them, checking with medium-strength hands can be profitable, since they will often bluff into you. Trapping them by slow playing strong hands also works, as their aggression builds the pot for you. Passive players require the opposite approach. They check and call often, but rarely bet or raise without strength. Against these players, bluffing is less effective, but value betting works very well. Since they are unlikely to pressure you, you can safely build pots with good hands. Stack sizes also influence adjustments. A short-stacked player who calls post-flop is often committed to seeing the hand through, so bluffing them is rarely wise. Deep-stacked opponents, by contrast, have more room to fold or pressure you, making position and reads even more important. The key takeaway is that post-flop strategy is not one size fits all. What works against one opponent may fail against another. By paying attention to who is tight, loose, aggressive, or passive, you can adjust your play to maximize profit and minimize risk. Poker is not about playing your cards in isolation. It is about playing your opponents, and adjustments are how you do it. Chapter 23: Position in post-flop play. Position is not just a pre-flop advantage, it continues to shape every decision you make after the flop. Acting last gives you more information, more flexibility, and more control over the pot. Beginners who understand how to leverage position post-flop gain a consistent edge, while those who ignore it often find themselves guessing and losing chips. The first way position influences post-flop play is through information. When you act last, you see how opponents respond to the board before making your decision. If they check, you know they may be weak, giving you the option to bet. If they bet, you can choose to fold, call, or raise, depending on your hand strength. Acting first, by contrast, forces you to commit chips without knowing what others will do. Position also affects bluffing. Bluffing in position is far more effective because you can gauge hesitation before acting. A flop that checks to you in late position is often an invitation to apply pressure. Out of position, bluffing is less credible since opponents can call and see what you do on the next street before committing more chips. Pot control is another area where position matters. With medium-strength hands, checking behind in position keeps the pot smaller, while still allowing you to realize your equity. Without position, you may be forced to bet or call in situations where you would rather keep the pot small. Position gives you the ability to slow the hand down without showing weakness. Value betting is also enhanced by position. When you have a strong hand, acting last allows you to size your bets optimally. You can bet smaller to encourage calls from weaker holdings, or larger to extract maximum value. Out of position, you risk betting too much and scaring opponents off, or betting too little and missing out on profit. The key lesson is to think of position as a multiplier. It makes your good hands stronger, your bluffs more believable, and your medium hands easier to manage. Out of position, every decision is harder. In position, every decision is clearer. By consistently favoring hands that can be played in position and respecting the disadvantage of acting first, you give yourself a lasting edge in post-flop play. Chapter 24: Example Hands. Sometimes the best way to understand theory is to see it in practice. Walking through example hands, step by step, shows how concepts like board texture, position, and bet sizing interact in real decisions. Let's look at two common scenarios that illustrate the essentials of post-flop play. Example 1. Dry flop continuation bet. You raise pre-flop with ace-king from the button, and the big blind calls. The flop comes ace-7-2 rainbow. Your opponent checks. This is a dry board that favors your range. You hold top pair with top kicker, so betting for value is the clear choice. A bet of half the pot builds value, while still keeping weaker aces and pocket pairs in. If your opponent folds, you still win a solid pot. The lesson: on dry boards, continuation bets are powerful tools for both value and pressure. Example 2. Wet flop with caution. You raise pre-flop with pocket queens from middle position, and two players call. The flop comes jack-10-9 with two hearts. This is a wet board that connects strongly with calling ranges. Betting here is risky, since straights, flush draws, and two pairs are all possible. Checking to control the pot is often wiser. If the turn brings a safe card, you can reconsider betting. If the action heats up, folding may be the best option. The lesson: on coordinated boards, caution protects your chips and keeps you out of trouble. These examples highlight how board texture guides decisions. Dry boards allow for aggression, while wet boards require restraint. They also show how position provides options. In example 1, acting last allowed you to bet with confidence. In example 2, betting into multiple opponents without position would only magnify the risk. For beginners, practicing with real hands is invaluable. After each session, review key pots and ask yourself, how did the board texture affect my play? Did I use position to my advantage? Was my bet sizing appropriate? These questions turn theory into skill. The more you walk through examples, the more natural post-flop decision-making becomes. Chapter 25. Lesson Recap. Post-flop play is where Texas Hold'em truly comes alive. While pre-flop decisions lay the groundwork, it is the flop, turn, and river that shape most pots and determine who wins or loses. This lesson has walked through the essentials, showing how board textures, bet sizing, and discipline form the foundation of strong post-flop strategy. We began by emphasizing why post-flop play matters. Most hands don't end pre-flop, and it's after the flop that ranges collide and skill makes the difference. Understanding the flop is about more than just whether you hit your cards. It's about recognizing board textures and how they interact with your opponent's likely holdings. Dry flops, like Ace-7-2 Rainbow, are generally favorable for the pre-flop raiser and excellent spots for continuation bets. Wet flops, like Jack-10-9 with 2 suited cards, are dangerous because they connect strongly with calling ranges. Paired and suited boards bring their own unique challenges, requiring players to weigh traps, draws, and disguise strength. From there, we moved into continuation betting, what it is, why it works, and when not to use it. We stressed that c-bets should never be automatic, but instead based on conditions, such as board texture, the number of opponents, and table dynamics. We also introduced the importance of beat sizing, showing how small bets work best on dry boards, while larger bets are needed on coordinated ones. We explored the turn as a critical decision point, highlighting how new cards complete or create draws. Double barrel betting was introduced as a way to apply pressure across multiple streets, but only when the turn favors your range. Recognizing dangerous turn cards, overcards, flushes, and straights helps you avoid wasting chips. Finally, we reached the river, where the biggest pots are often decided. We covered value betting, bluffing, checking, and pot control. The message was clear: the river is not about forcing action, but about finishing hands wisely. Knowing when to extract value, when to bluff with credibility, and when to check for pot control separates disciplined players from reckless ones. Throughout this lesson, 2 themes kept returning: position and patience. Position magnifies every decision after the flop, and patience keeps you from overcommitting when the odds are against you. By combining these skills with board awareness and disciplined betting, you have the foundation needed to thrive in post-flop play. Chapter 26. Looking ahead to pot odds and equity. With post-flop fundamentals in place, the next step in your poker education is learning the math that underpins decision-making. Pot odds and equity may sound intimidating, but they are simply tools that help you answer the question, is this call or bet worth it? Understanding them will add precision to your play and protect you from chasing losses with poor hands. Pot odds compare the size of the bet you face to the size of the pot, showing whether a call is mathematically profitable. For example, if the pot is $100 and your opponent bets $50, you must call $50 to potentially win $150. That gives you 3-to-1 odds, meaning you need to win at least 25% of the time for the call to break even. Knowing how to make this calculation in real time helps you avoid costly mistakes. Equity refers to your share of the pot, based on your chances of winning at showdown. If you hold a flush draw with 9 outs, you can estimate your equity by calculating how often you will hit by the river. By combining pot odds and equity, you can decide whether calling is correct or whether folding is the disciplined choice. This next lesson will also cover outs, the specific cards that improve your hand, and shortcuts for calculating percentages at the table. You'll learn simple rules of thumb that make the math practical, even in fast-paced live or online games. The link between post-flop play and pot odds is clear. Every time you face a bet, you are making a risk versus reward decision. Without math, those decisions rely on guesswork. With pot odds and equity, they become logical and consistent. The promise of the next lesson is clarity. The uncertainty of should I call or fold will be replaced with a step-by-step process. Once you master pot odds and equity, you will stop donating chips to bad draws and start calling only when the numbers make sense.